funk. Thoughts deep, boys steeped in the depths that he sunk. Big stress, depressed in the middle of fall. Sky gray, I late in the thick of it all. I wonder, how long can a human survive just staying alive or carrying the rest of the tribe? Waiting for the day to arrive or struggling dies, and I be doing way, way more than getting by. So why? Got myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Hey, got myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Life is so much more than just living a day. Every day I can sit and reflect and breathe and connect to myself and know that I've been given. See, giving up is not an option. So when I'm looking at gray skies, I'll be adopting a new way to deal with a test. Lord, relieve me of stress. The ring be looking like when blessings drop in. And so I got myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Hey, here we go. Yeah, let's do this. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. In times of test, let no harm beset me, oh my Lord, oh my Lord. Test. Let no harm beset me, oh my Lord, oh my Lord.
Warning, the following image and/or content may be disturbing, offensive to some viewers. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
What's up, y'all? Monday. Salute. It's Monday. Salute, y'all. Salute. Welcome to the lounge, y'all. Yes, welcome to the lounge. Appreciate you. I'm Urban. Appreciate y'all tuning in to the show tonight on this fine Monday night. I hope y'all doing good, man. Hope y'all doing good. Hope your day is fun and excellent and wonderful. If it's not, then it's okay. You got Tuesday to get it together and get it right. I'm just saying. You got Tuesday. You got the rest of the week to get it together and get it right, man. But shout out to each and every last one of y'all. Appreciate y'all putting up on in the lounge. Joe Flex Promoter, I see you in a bit. What's up with it? What's up with it? What's up with it? So we got Vance in the building as well too. She said, Arabic, this intro will forever be fire. Don't ever change it. Say, Vance, check this out. Do you know that it been people who been telling me to change my intro? They say, Arabic, you need to change your intro. I said, shit.
That's bullshit.
I ain't changing nothing. So my intro is lit. Just like what Vaughn say, my intro is fire. I ain't never changed the intro, man. I ain't never changed it. It's great. So we got on Joy chit chat in the middle. What's up with it, Joy? What's up with it? How life been treating you? How life been treating you? How your family, by the way? How your family doing, by the way? Hope everything is going well with you as well too. Appreciate you being in the lounge like always. Joe, what's up with it? Appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. Now, Joe and SBK, they had a wonderful show earlier today. My moderators, I don't mind you dropping SBK channel and y'all channels as well too. But they had a really, really great show earlier today. Well, before I went live, and I was over there, being urban like usual. But it was a great show. Y'all need to check it out. So appreciate that as well too. Who else we got in the building, man? Shoot. That's it. Damn, that's it. Well, I guess everybody else gonna pull up later. Shoot.
God damn.
All right. All right. It's all good. I ain't tripping. Joe, she said, nah, I love your intro. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I really do. And I'm gonna say, you better tell them. Yeah. But tonight we are going to have some random topic tonight. I do got stuff I got to talk about. It's not going to be my normal structure show that I have all the time. But yeah, we're going to talk about a couple of things. And hey, shoot, hell, we can make this an Ask Urban show as well too. I'm cool with that. Shoot, I ain't tripping. I ain't tripping with that at all. So we got a lot of things we're going to cover today, y'all. I want to get y'all perspective on. So we're gonna dive into this on George. She said this, I need those applause to hype me up more. I got 99 problems and 100 reasons. Just joking, just trolling. Damn, that was trolling?
What?
Joy. Now I done seen you actually troll before. That ain't trolling. That is not trolling.
That's bullshit.
That is not trolling. If that was trolling, then I ain't it, sister, at all. If that was trolling, then I ain't what that is. I need you to do better, Joy. I need you to do better in your trolling. I need you to take notes like on Vance, because Vance, she loved to come into my chat. She'll be nice 1 minute, then the next minute she'll be trolling the hell out of me, man, and I'll be having to let her know. I be having to let her know sometimes, just like what Kendrick Lamar say in the song, sometimes you got to pop out and show a person. That's Vance.
God damn.
So I need you to try harder on that, all right? I need you to give your full effort. Now, for us, the problems, and different things like that, life always be life. And, that's why I always say to you, life always be life, man, but it is a testament that you're actually in my chat right now talking about it. So that shows a lot about life, about the things that you go through, because you're talking about it, because it could be like something way worse than that. So all I could say is that I can encourage you to just keep on striving and keep on living and keep on spreading the joy, hence your name, Joy, and do what you do. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And just taking one step at a time. You know what I mean? That's all you can do. That's all you can do. But check this out, y'all. Like I said, this is gonna be a random topic tonight, y'all. We're just gonna talk about some random stuff. So I had noticed this, all right. I noticed this. I had put a post in my community wall, right? And it's getting a lot of attention right now. So let me share with y'all this post real quick. And I want to get y'all perspective on it. People are already been talking about it, but I honestly want to get y'all perspective on this as well, too, right? So let me show it. All right, so I had post this, right? I post this about Marlon Reigns. Marlon Reigns has said this. He said, I never got married because I never wanted my mother to be jealous of a woman. I never wanted my mother to feel second to any woman. So, how do y'all feel about that? Do y'all agree with him on this? Do y'all agree with Marlon on this? That he never got married because he didn't want a woman to be he didn't want, in other words, he didn't want his mom to be second to any woman that he wanted to marry. How y'all feel about that? Vaughn said that she said, I'm sorry, but that's simping like it ain't nothing.
Beta.
Oh man. Von say it's on whipping. There's something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call Ghostbusters on them boys? How y'all feel about this? Do y'all agree with this, man? Cause I never gave y'all my perspective about this. Normally whenever I drop stuff in the community while I do it for straight engagement just to see how y'all feel about it, how y'all think about it. Just kind of pick your brain over it. You know what I'm saying? So let me give y'all my take on this, all right? Now my take on this is that it's kind of like a twofold thing, all right? Part of me, part of me kind of understand and get it, but another part of me is like, mm.
That's bullshit.
Let me explain it to y'all. Let me explain it to y'all. The part of me that gets it is that according to a man, their mother is always gonna be their first love, all right? If you have a good mother, if you have a good mother or even a great mother, well, she's not a modern day woman, none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? She is just a great, phenomenal woman. So typically what happens is that boys' first love is their mother. So they typically go for women who have the similar values as their mother. Okay. So part of that, I understand that. I understand that that part. But the other part about it is this whole concept of that he didn't want to place no woman second to his mother. Now this part right here, I swear I'm like the only reason why is because I believe that if his mother truly loves him the way that she says she do, right, that she would put values in him to let him know that no woman will ever come second to her. But however, it is his responsibility as a man to have a higher value for that woman. Let me explain this. So you can look at it as a certain level of a tier, okay? Like tier one is this, tier two is this, you know what I mean? Or you can look at the concept about how people who are in religious settings or have religious beliefs, right? Where they believe that the hierarchy is God first, then it's man, then it's the wife, then it's the children. You can look at it in that concept where um whenever that man place his wife at that tier or that level, right, that doesn't discredit his mom for being a mother to be, that support system. All it means is that he is now prioritizing his wife versus his mom. She have more of a hierarchy prioritization than his actual mom. But that doesn't mean that he's not going to support his mom unless his mom is a narcissist and toxic and different things like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the other part about it, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. But I get it. Another part too. I don't mean to talk about Marlon this way, man. But um, I don't know. I honestly believe that that Marlon's attraction isn't for like women. Now, I'm not sitting up here trying to call this brother, you know what I'm saying, literally gay, like how women be calling men when they be trying to emasculate them. I'm just saying because that's seeing how the way he is, seeing through Hollywood and through his progression as an actor and stuff, right? You rarely see Marlon engaging in any type of actual relationship with a woman unless he keep it very, very private. But to my understanding, I rarely see him do that. I rarely see him displaying any type of woman, even when he be acting on screens and stuff, right? And I challenge y'all to go back and watch his movies too. But even on the screens and stuff, right? Notice that Marlon don't be intimate with the women actors. Okay. Once again, notice that even on screen, Marlon really don't be intimate with the women actors. He have scenes where movies where he's in a relationship with a woman. He might even hold hands with the woman, but I rarely see Marlon actually had a real intimate scene with any type of woman where he's engaging with her with sexual relations where he's kissing her and doing all kind of stuff. I never really seen him do that. That even when it did happen, right? It does a brief moment. Like one scene that I could think of is when he did that movie Don't Be a Menace. All right, on the scene with Don't Be a Menace when he was with old girl that's supposed to be on Shy, old girl that was on on the Steve Harvey show, right? And she was acting all shy. Then all of a sudden she turned into a demon and she started raping that dude, right? Even that scene right there was weird as hell because this dude was getting raped by a woman. All right. He was literally getting raped by a woman, but he really wasn't having an intimate moment with that woman where he was literally making love to that woman, if that makes any sense. This woman literally raped this dude. For real, on screen. So any other movie, I never seen him there, but y'all could correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But every movie that I done seen with Marlon being in, I never seen him engaging in any type of relations or sexual relations with the actors. Nor I haven't seen Marlon um engage in any type of relationships, outside of his work. I haven't seen that unless I'm wrong, unless I'm seeing things where, but those of y'all in the chat, if y'all have seen Marley in a relationship with a woman, if y'all have literally seen him in a relationship where he's displaying that relationship, let me know. Let me know. Because like I said, I haven't seen it. I honestly haven't seen it at all, period. So that's why I'm saying that, this situation, that's where, I'll be like, I don't know about that one, bro.
God damn.
But I can get it. I understand it, but I don't know about that one, bro, at all. I don't know. I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this on chat. What do y'all think about this? What do y'all think about this? Barb, what's up with it? Salute. Welcome. Welcome back to the lounge. Welcome back to the lounge. What's up, Lionel? What's up with it, bro? Salute. So, Lionel, he said this again. He don't agree, but he totally understand. Like, me too. I mean, it's just like, that's how I feel about it. It's like, but then, like I say, even with dealing with actors and that Hollywood thing, a lot of these actors, man, they just I'm just caught for this. They weird as hell for real. I ain't lying. They really are. They weird as hell. Their life is weird. Everything they do is weird as hell. So I don't know, but that's neither here nor there at all. That's neither here nor there. I want to I want to talk to y'all about this as well too, right? TikTok gonna get me in trouble, y'all, because I'll be finding out some weird stuff on TikTok for real, man. I really do, man. I'll be finding out some weird stuff on TikTok for real. So I want to introduce something else to y'all too, man. And we're getting into this conversation. I wanted to get y'all honest perspective about this. All right. So I was on TikTok, right, and I had ran into a content creator on TikTok. This content creator is known as the DL Whisperer. What do I mean by that? This young man, says that he could tell when a man is on the DL. Okay. Once again, he say that he can tell when a man is down low. So what he been doing on TikTok is this. He's been educating women about DL men. Okay. He's been educating women about DL men. He's been saying that a lot of men who are heterosexuals are actually on the DL, and especially men or who are in these spaces like the red pill community, men who are in the manosphere community and different these other type of spaces as well too. He was saying that a lot of these men is on the DL. So how do y'all feel about that? How y'all feel about that? Y'all think a lot of men are, on the DL and on the down low? Because I know a lot of modern women, y'all say this all the time about men who don't agree with y'all, right? The moment when a man don't agree with you, you immediately say that dude is gay. You say he's gay. But yet at the same time, what's fascinating about this is that the same set of women be supporting the LGBTQ community too. So at one hand, you literally be calling a man gay, but the other hand, you be celebrating the LGBTQ community. As a matter of fact, many of y'all probably have dudes who are not only on the down low, but actually gay, and y'all celebrate that dude being on the down low or even gay. But come back around and tell heterosexual men like myself and other men who are heterosexual as well too, say that they gay because they don't believe in your certain worldview. So make that make sense.
That's bullshit.
Make that make sense. Before I get into the topic, I seen Joy. She said this. She said Denzel never did a real intimate moment on film. Neither nor my favorite actor Samuel Jackson. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But he, I ain't gonna put Denzel out there. I ain't gonna put it out there. I'll by say he did have the kissing scene on that Gladiator movie, but it wasn't, it wasn't an intimate kiss. So there's neither here nor there. All right, there's neither here nor there. Oh goodness gracious! But we forget it to this y'all. I got the one videos pulled up, man. And I honestly want to get y'all perspective about this dude that called him the DL whisperer. All right, we're gonna review some video in a few seconds, but let me go ahead and address some of these comments. Now, did I miss something? No woman will come close to giving me the love that my mom has given. Yep, understand that. No matter what, no woman is coming before my mom. I get that. And the let's see. He probably tell women the men he wants are DL and say the ones that doesn't like are good for women. Now he literally saying that heterosexual men are DL, like for real, for real. That's what this dude talking about. I'm show you the clips. All right, I'm gonna let you see it for yourself. All right. Linus said, niggas just want us to simp and agree with a woman no matter what. Jug is like, the fuck? That's that the fuck look?
That's bullshit.
Bar to my rainbow all the way. George, she asked a question. So, Urban, you don't agree with these women calling men sassies for eating hot dogs? What the hell?
What?
You know what? You know what? Hold up. I got something for that too. Hold up. Before we get into this other clip, I actually got something for that too. Hold up. Well, where is it at? Where's it at? Because I think I pulled it up. Let me see. Let me check my phone real quick. Because I may have to download on my computer real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. Because I had seen something similar to what you just said too, Joy. And it's kind of weird. Oh, here it is right here. I got it. Here it is. Let me show y'all this real quick, y'all. This is gonna go along with what Joy was talking about. All right. Here it is. Do. All right. Take a listen.
New ick unlock. Why the heck I just go get some ice cream, right? I get my ice cream. It's another guy in the store. He ordered his ice cream after me. Why the heck he get sprinkles on his? I ain't gonna get sprinkles on mine. And he looked a little like rough around the edges. He looked a little hood. I was looking like, interesting. Fruit Loop.
Yo, yo, we cannot win for losing, gentlemen. Everything we do nowadays is called gay, sassy, and all kind of stuff.
What?
Now, as you can see, this is a whole list of things that women say is sassy, is gay, all kind of stuff. And they're all the way down to 836 and still counting. So we can't do not a damn thing, y'all. Even if we breathe, that's sassy. Look at this. Look at this list. Look at it. Look at it. Hold up. The first thing on the list is that a man can't smile and be happy. That's sassy. Don't be truthful because that's sassy. Don't tie your shoes because that's sassy. Don't walk downhill because that's sassy. Don't be born a certain month or listen to country music because that's sassy. Don't have a birthday because that's sassy. Don't get cold because that's sassy. Don't fall over. Don't bathe. Don't have a hobby. Don't carry a bag. Don't watch football. Don't breathe. Don't give no friendly fire when people give you smoke. You shouldn't give smoke as well too, because that's sassy. Don't miscount because that's sassy. Don't have emotions when hurting yourself because that's definitely sassy. Remember, when I was on telling y'all about men's mental health. Guess what? Men's mental health is sassy as well too. Because remember when we was talking about men's mental health, y'all, when we was talking about men's mental health, a lot of women said that they was sassy as hell and gay. They even said that a man could not cry
That's bullshit.
because that was sassy as hell. That was sassy as hell. So look, we can't do nothing. We can't carry a bag. We can't do nothing. We can't use a trampoline. We can't skip a step. Look, we can't even test any yogurt. We can't sit down. We can't take on pics. So we can't wear skinny jeans. We can't wait in the line. We can't walk on the water. We can't be cold. We can't post on social media. We can't get good deals. Look at this, and it keeps going on and on and on about this sassiness, y'all. Look at this. Look at it. And it keeps going on and on and on. And now we got a new level lock where we can't even get no damn sprinkles on ice cream. Wow. And that's sassy as hell. Wow. So I guess that answers your question, Jordan. I guess that answers your question. Cause shoot, we can't even do nothing. We can't eat no glizzy or nothing like that. Cause y'all gonna call it sassy as hell. Shoot, we can't express ourselves because that's sassy. Hell, I didn't the new one cheat unlock is this. If you have a YouTube channel and if you have a podcast, and if within your podcast, if you're not talking about things that women want to hear, then that is sassy as hell too. We can't win for losing, gents. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now I can't eat a hot dog either, bro. I honestly have only known gay guys from whom know or are able to pinpoint the men. Gotcha. Women want men to just be miserable. Hey, bro, being miserable is sassy as hell too.
What?
There has to be a Facebook fight. Oh man. Women stay wanting a man to worship them without putting in the work that mom put in. You know, man can't do nothing today, especially being a black man. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, everything we do is gay these days now, man. It don't matter what it is. It don't matter what it is. Look, even right now, y'all, um, even right now, me coming on and got on my workout gear, that's sassy as hell, for real.
That's bullshit.
Whenever I switch up and be dressed all up and be wearing my glasses, sassy.
What?
But the interesting part about it is that by them saying all that, right? Guess what? I don't care about none of that. I don't. I honestly do not care. Y'all can say whatever the hell you want to say about me, but because I understand the psychology of when these said women say these things. The whole psychology behind it is this. These said women that say these things, they do this is because they want to control the narrative. They ultimately want to control you. They want you to be the way they want you to be. The best way that they can do that is by emasculating you or belittling you, or as what they call gaslight you. They'll bring you down the lowest common denominator so you could look lower on yourself so they can ultimately control you. So you can be exactly how the way they want you to be. Gentlemen, don't fall for that. Stand your ground. Be a true man because we are built for this. We are built for constructive criticism. Hell, we're built for criticism, period. We're built for it. So stand your ground. Don't be sitting up here simping out. Don't be sitting up here allowing women to make you get all beta and soft and different things like that because they don't even like a soft dude anyway. So stand your ground. However way you are is how the way you are. Whatever you do is who you are, period. That's all I got to say about that. I'm just saying. Don't read this list, Irving. That's definitely sassy. Oh man, 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 man. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Let's get into the DL Whisper content. All right, let's get into this content. I want to share this first thing since we're talking about simping and all this stuff, right? The DL Whisperer, he had something interesting to say about simping as well too, and I want y'all to want to take a listen to what he had to say about simping. All right.
To quickly sum up what I just said in 3 minutes, get you a simp. That's literally who are going to be the straight men. The men that are simps, the men called simps, okay? Those are the straight men because those other men, they don't like women. That's why they're shaming.
So ultimately, what he's saying, right, even though his sound is low, that's not my sound, that is his sound. I got my sound turned all the way up. So ultimately, what he's saying is this: he is encouraging women to get these simps, okay? Once again, he's encouraging women to go ahead and go after these simps. So the reason why is because these simps is going to provide the things that these women are looking for. Because once again, like I always state on the show, that women are hypergamous in nature. Okay, women are hypergamous, meaning that they're looking for men to take care of them. Period. So he's encouraging them to do that. Yeah, yeah, go ahead, go ahead and find your simp, all right? Because that simp is going to take care of you, all right? Lionel say he sounds gay. He's gay, right? Yeah, he is.
Beta.
He is. He's definitely is. He's definitely is. Now here's another clip of him when I'm talking. All right. Hopefully the sound be louder this time. I don't know. If he's still sounding low, I may have to put my headphones on to hear this Negro.
What's up? I'm the DL Whisperer,
Lord, he
and I'm
low.
here with how to tell if your man is DL. So I do want to start this way. There is no universal way to tell if a man is DL. I'm just giving you tips on my experiences and the commonalities that I viewed in DL, man. Okay? There is no monolith, and I just want to start with that. So we're gonna start with their personalities, and these will all be topics that you'll be able to find in a playlist. So first, they're going to be narcissistic. That's the top personality of a DL man. Then they're gonna be misogynistic, meaning that they hate women, and then they're gonna be indecisive or impulsive, meaning that they act on impulses. Like, they cannot control their urges, essentially. Okay, so those are the top three. Don't forget the princess treatment. And listen, with these type of men, you're going to have to essentially be masculine. You're going to have to text them first. Men naturally like to chase what they like. So if you're chasing them, you're being dominant, you're being masculine. They might be DL, okay? Because their personality is going to make them want masculinity in their relationship. So what they do, they typically will go after women. Either they're going to be really pretty and be a beer, or the less desirable women, because they feel like they could do anything with them because they have no limits, because they're less desirable to everybody else. Okay, so next we're gonna get into topic 2, the mothers. So DL men usually have a toxic relationship with their mother. Keep in mind, this is the first woman that they ever knew. Okay, so either they're mama's boys, or, because remember, they're always like on a spectrum, either they're here, or both, or they have an estranged relationship with their mother. We're gonna get into the mother, but for now, what you need to know is that them having an unhealthy relationship with their mother is gonna always impact their relationships with women. A lot of these men resent their mothers and they resent women. That's why they get with women and they're gonna tear them down. They're gonna essentially, what they feel inside, they're gonna project onto the women that they get with, because they're not gonna ever be happy. Because a lot of them are feeling forced, even though nobody's forcing them to be with women. They feel forced by society. So essentially, they repress a lot of things and they take it out on women. They're never gonna take it out on a man. It's all.
So his first couple of things is this, right? He said that if the dude is resembling any type of toxic masculinity behavior, then trust and believe that this dude is DL. Here's my rebuttal on this. I thought that toxic masculinity is a simple behavior that came from a traumatic experience. If that be the case, right? How do that equate to a dude being DL? Now I can understand if that said dude decide to no longer be with women like what incels do, right? Because incels do that. They just totally dismiss women. They don't want to have nothing to do with women. They're living on their own island and bubble and no longer talking to women, period. They're not having sex with them. They ain't doing none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand the concept with incels, but when you're dealing with men who had a traumatic experience due to toxic masculinity or even toxic femininity as well too, you mean to tell me that that's them being DL, that they was literally DL? What's interesting about this too is that it seems like they life was already predestined to be DL based on what he's saying. This dude probably had a traumatic experience, such as he probably was either molested or raped by a man or a woman, and it caused him to have this toxic masculinity behavior or this lifestyle. Or like I say, it could have been he just grew up into and he became a man and he's in a relationship and he dealt with a toxic woman that made him become toxic. And it just became a toxic relationship. And that became a traumatic experience. So you mean to tell me by this dude going through that, right? And he exit out of that he's DL? No, I don't know about that.
That's bullshit.
I don't know about that. To my understanding, BDDL, that's based on the choice, based on your sexuality. That's to my understanding. It don't have nothing to do with, traumatic experience per se. Unless you is the strictly attracted to dudes and you just trying to hide it through women, then that's totally different. If you literally if you feel like that, man, I'm attracted to dudes, but you live in a household that's religious, right? You live in a religious household, right? And your father is drilling in you this traditional value, saying that you got to talk to a woman, but part of you saying that I'm not attracted to women, I'm attracted to a man, but you doing it anyway to a please that say a father or that say a mother or the people around you, you know what I'm saying? That's different. You know what I mean? But to literally say that dudes like that is DL because they literally had a relationship with a woman and it became toxic and they exit out of that relationship, no, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
That doesn't make that dude DL, man. Nor by him having toxic experience with his mother, make the dude DL. Just because he have a toxic traumatic relationship with his mom does not mean that this dude is DL. It means that he just simply had a toxic relationship with his mom. That's it. It doesn't mean that he hates his mom. It's that he don't like the behavior that his mom is displaying. Same thing with the women. It ain't the fact that he hate women, period. It is that he don't like the behavior that women display, period. Same thing, when I be talking about this stuff on my channel, right? It's the whole point that I don't it's the whole point that I don't like the behavior that certain women have. And I talk about it. I don't hate women. I just don't like the behavior behind it. Same thing with men. I don't like the one certain behavior that men do. But I don't hate men. You know what I mean? But let's continue.
Going to be on the women that they're dating, because those are the people that they essentially hate. Okay, so now on to topic 3, secrecy. So secrecy is very important with a DL, man, because in order for them to stay DL, everything has to stay a secret. So they're going to do a lot of anonymous things. They're going to be on apps. They're going to be doing things that most people wouldn't do because they're deviant. So as far as him being secretive, the most secrets people hold are in their phone. You're never gonna get in that phone though. He probably has multiple phones. So what you need to pay attention to, if your man is very, very, very secretive, and when I say secretive, you don't know anything about him. No matter how long you're with him, he's not giving you many details about his life, about his past, about his future, about anything. He's just secretive. He's just kind of there. You feel like you like him, but in the end of the day, you be thinking like, do I really know him? And you don't, because he's so secretive, because he has to be, because he's hiding something. Now, whether he's DL or he's hiding something like a family or just whatever, I feel like, why be with somebody that is hiding things about themselves?
So do y'all agree with that? Do y'all agree that when a man is being secretive to you, that means that he is really on the DL, that he's on the down low? What do y'all think about that? Because my perspective on this dealing with same thing with traumatic experience. Traumatic experience equals to a lower level of trust and understanding. Whenever you be in these toxic like relationships, right, you're gonna tend to lose trust within that opposite sex. Or I put it to you this way, you're going to be more heightened to put your guard up to protect yourself, so you won't fall for the same mistake. No, it's no different for what women do when they be in toxic relationships. You know what I'm saying? They tend to put their guard up. You know what I'm saying? They put their guard up. They put these walls up simply because they're trying to protect themselves so they won't repeat the same mistake over again. It's understandable. You know what I mean? But that's because that they're secretive about it. That doesn't mean that these dudes are DL. Once again, I don't know about that one, but
Gonna get straight into topic 4, behavioral signs. So usually DL men are gonna have inconsistencies in their relationship history. They're gonna try to keep everything a secret. They're not gonna want you to know. Why is that? Because they have a reluctance towards relationships or marriage. Some of them will rush into it, but we're not gonna talk about those. We're gonna talk about the ones that have a lack of interest in women. If you ask them, well, what happened with these other women, they're going to tell you that it was something wrong with all of these women. They're always going to be generalizing women. Oh, women aren't this. Women just want you for money. I would never do this for a woman. Those type of men. You know what I'm talking about. And then you take them around some men, and they're going to show you a different level of excitement. You're going to see that twinkle in their eye. You're going to see them smiling, something they don't do with you in private. You're going to see them be engaged, energetic, and emotionally invested in men. They're going to remember everything about their homeboys and nothing about you. And guess what else you should pay attention to? Does he have an unusual closeness with some of his male friends that you've never met?
So his next viewpoint is this, and this is a typical feminism perspective, by the way. Every feminism in the fourth and fifth wave feminism movement say this talking point all the time about men. They say that if a man have a close friend, which is a best friend, and I'm not talking about the opposite sex, like another one, but I'm talking about literally a best friend, a homie, right? If this dude have a homie and he love confining to his homie, he love talking to his homie about different things, right? Right? He love going and playing basketball with them, or having some beers with them, or going, having a couple of drinks with them, whatever. Their talking point is that They believe that not only the dude is DL, but his friends around him is DL as well too, because they rather be with their friends than be with the said woman. To me, that's another bullshit point.
That's bullshit.
It really is. It really is. Why? It's the same thing. It's not being said when it's the other way around with women. Why we don't hear if a woman be hanging out with her friends, they be drinking mimosas, right? They literally be taking trips to the Dominican Republic and doing all this weird stuff, right? Why we don't hear that these women friends are on the DL, or even that woman's on the DL as well too? Why we don't hear that? Why we only hear that with just the men, and that's it? Once again, that deals with that toxic pour of feminism where they want to do their very best to emasculate that dude. They want to do their best to literally isolate that dude. That's what narcissism is. One of the main things about narcissism is that they try to isolate you. They try to isolate you so much so where you only rely on that one person, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. They'll take away your freedom. They'll take away your way of thinking. They'll take away your friends. They'll take away your family, all the way up to the point where you solely and absolutely rely on them. You can safely say this, that a narcissistic person literally want that person to worship them. They want that person to submit them so much so that they literally become that person God. God honest truth. But that's what feminism be teaching. They be teaching that these men have to be this way. Okay? It is nothing wrong with dudes having friends, all right? There's nothing wrong with dudes confiding into his own friends and different things like that and having a social life. Because keep in mind this as well, too. Prior before that dude met that same woman, right? Guess what he was doing? He was having a social life. He was already chilling with his friends. He was already doing these things prior before he even met that woman. Same thing with the woman meeting the guy. Prior before she was met the dude or in a relationship, she already had friends. So why in the hell do you want to try to control that and change that? Furthermore, take the narrative in saying that this said dude is on the DL. Nope. SBK, salute, welcome.
To topic 5, defense mechanisms. So some defense mechanisms that you should pay attention to is there's going to be an overemphasis on masculinity. He's going to try too hard to prove his masculinity, usually to deflect suspicion. There's going to be a hypermasculine pride. He will equate masculinity to heterosexuality, meaning that he's going to try to avoid anything perceived as gay or feminine. And why does he do these things? Because he's internalized homophobia. And what you need to ask yourself is, why did he internalize homophobia? Because he's homosexual. Why does he need to avoid anything perceived as gay or feminine? Because he's trying to make sure nobody can catch on to him. Because in his mind, if he does those things, people will pay more attention. But if he was secure in his sexuality, he wouldn't even be thinking about what people are doing. Okay, there's also going to be a strong opposition to the LGBT. He's going to come off very homophobic. On the flip side, he's going to show you that he's really not homophobic. He might have a gay friend. Or in the last
All right, check this out. This whole concept about the defense mechanism, okay, this still dealing with trauma, okay? Like I stated earlier, whenever you're dealing with a traumatic experience, you're going to have a wall. You're going to build a wall. In most cases, whenever people build that wall, they build it because they're trying to protect themselves, because they don't want to repeat the same mistake over again. All right. So they tend to build this wall. But however, even though that they build this wall, right, it takes a certain type of person to break down their wall, you know what I'm saying, or be patient with them. Furthermore, it takes, even for that same person who even built the wall, like let's say the man, for example, even if that man had built that wall, that barrier of protection, right? He could, go through therapy and different other things to try to lower that wall. But it takes for that woman, if he meet the actual woman, to allow him to slowly but steady put absolute trust into that woman. But that takes a process. And then, like I say, this thing is no different if it was the other way around, women or whatever case may be. You know what I'm saying? But that's why people have these defensive barriers. That doesn't mean that the dude is on the DL because he have a defensive barrier over him, or he's been defensive towards you. Okay, even let's say this. Let's say in even this scenario, right? This dude is toxic, right? And he's too toxic to the point where he's abusive. Just because this dude is toxic and abusive towards, let's say, a woman, that doesn't equate that he's DL. That means that he's toxic and abusive, and he had traumatic experiences that he need to deal with. And on top of that, that means that that woman needs to exit out that relationship immediately. That's what it simply means. It had nothing to do with him being DL. It don't have nothing to do with his sexuality. It don't at all.
And most important topic, also the sixth topic, is the bedroom. So DL men are going to love fellatio. They're going to love back shots. Those are going to be their top two. When I'm telling you, they will not be able to do anything except back shots. Those are the
All right, real quick. So he's saying this. He's saying another reason why the men or DL, right, is because the dude want to do back shots. Now, listen to me on this one. This is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. He's saying whenever you want a woman to do doggy style, right? Them are back shots, okay? Whenever the first position that you want to do with a woman, you say, "Girl, turn around. Let me hit it doggy style," right? And she do it. Guess what? This dude is saying that you're DL. Do y'all agree with that? Even ladies in the chat, do y'all agree with that? Because I know every lady in this chat, enjoys a man do it to him doggy style. Every woman will separate say, my favorite position is doggy style. Each and every last one of y'all would say that. So do you agree with this dude saying that if this dude want to give back shots and give back shots to the woman, that's a gateway to being on the DL? And here's another thing too that he's going to get ready to mention. He's going to also get ready to mention the part where not only is DL for the man to do a doggy style, but if it comes to anal penetration as well too. When it comes to an anal penetration, he's saying that that's a gateway to dude being DL because deep down inside, that dude wants to do anal with a dude. Now, to be honest with you, I'm one of them type of dudes that I don't do that anal stuff at all. Period. It is just one of them things that I never gonna do. I never gonna try because it does disgust the hell out of me.
What?
It do. It really do. It disgusts the hell out of me. So it's something I will never do. But then again, to each of their own. There are women who enjoy that. They enjoy both vaginal and anal penetration. They enjoy it. They enjoy it a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's part of their kink or whatever you want to call it. But just like I say, that necessarily don't mean that dude is just thinking about a dude while he's smashing this woman. He thinking about what dude he could penetrate. No, that's no. Now this different. It's different. If y'all were to introduce having an extra person in the room, where y'all love that kinky type of sex, you talking about, hey, let's have an additional partner in the room. And she like, okay, and she agree with it, right? And the first thing that come out of that dude's mouth, hey, bring my homeboy in the room. Y'all let my homeboy come in the room. Then right after it, hey, let my homeboy play in my booty hole and all kind of stuff. Then yeah, that's some gay ass shit for real.
Beta.
That's some DL stuff for real. But let's continue, y'all.
type of man that love butt, like just overemphasize on butt. Okay? They're gonna want to do things in your back door. They're gonna want you to do things in their back door. No straight man wants you to do anything in their back door. And you probably watched that full video where we talked about this already. But if you haven't, make sure you always keep up with the YouTube videos because they're longer length videos. But back to the bedroom. There are gonna be certain things in the bedroom, they're so deviant. It's scary. Like I'm literally getting goosebumps and chills just thinking about the things that they're probably asking you to do. And listen, a lot of those things I can't even talk about on here because they're just that vulgar. But in the bedroom, you're gonna see them. So I told y'all I'm here for you. So those are the topics that you're gonna see discussed on my page. I'm gonna try to do it.
Now, once again, this conversation that he's having, he's telling the ladies about this, right? He's not warning the men about this. He is telling the ladies about this. When I reviewed this, right, and I got to the end of this video, I start questioning this. I start questioning, why is this dude warning women about this? Would it be more logical for him to really tell dudes about this? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, maybe your homeboy's on the DL. You may need to watch out for that. But he's telling the ladies about this. Hey, y'all ever wonder why? Because I think about things like this. I think about the intentions of why people say what they say and do what they do, right? So my conclusion is this. My conclusion is that the reason why he's telling the ladies this is because he literally, listen to me, ladies, this dude, which y'all love, right? Y'all love these DL, I mean, not DL, but y'all love these gay dudes, right? Y'all love befriending these gay dudes all the time because y'all say that these gay dudes understand y'all. Oh, he understands me. He is emotional how the way I want him to be without him wanting me. Cool. That's y'all thing, right? But in the same token, this same gay dude, in reality, what he's doing is that he's literally trying to disqualify you from the certain type of dudes that you want. That ultimately where it boils down to, because he be wanting the same type of sad dudes. This is no different from what I tell y'all about. Matter of fact, me and Lionel, we've been having this conversation talking about this, right? Where I have a certain stance about people in relationships, and I say that you can't have friends. Now, when I say you can't have friends in a relationship, I'm talking about having friends of the opposite sex. Okay. And my stance on that is the reason why you shouldn't have friends of the opposite sex while you're in a relationship is because that said friend is a placeholder, meaning that they are only there, once again, they are only there as a placeholder, that they believe that one day that they're going to get with you, whether it's sexually or in a relationship or even both. They honestly believe that they're going to get at you one day. So they'll literally become a placeholder in that same relationship. They'll literally be a friend or put themselves in a friend zone, hoping and praying that one day that the situation is going to happen, and it never fails. So that's the reason why I say that you shouldn't have friends of the opposite sex in a relationship, because they're placeholders. Consider this. Even if that said friend is the opposite sex and he's gay, it is the same exact concept. It's the same concept because once again, this dude is being a placeholder. Even though he's gay, he's been a placeholder. Not for you. He's been a placeholder for the dude that you're in a relationship with. Kid you not. This dude is literally a placeholder for the dude that you're in a relationship with. So one day, this dude could go ahead and slide on in and test the waters. And next thing you know, somebody's sleeping in my bed. And it's a dude. It's a dude. So that's why I'm telling y'all, ladies, these dudes right here, like these dudes that y'all be having that's homosexual and all the stuff there, gay, whatever, right? And these dudes are also placeholders. These dudes are placeholders. I'm telling y'all. Y'all have to believe me. I'm sure everybody cooking giving y'all some advice for real, man. I ain't lying. I'm literally giving y'all some sound advice for real. I literally am. So what do y'all think about this particular topic with the DL Whisperer? Those of y'all who want to check out his channel, by all means, he's on TikTok. All you gotta do is research the DL Whisperer, and you'll see all this little content. You see all this little content of what he's talking about. All right. So I got other videos of him, but I'm not gonna show it right now because I want to give this dude that much content on my time. All right. So Appreciate y'all tuning in. We got another topic we're gonna talk about as well too. But first, let me go ahead and address some of these comments. SBK, he said this. Hey, man, f these Ephraimite ass niggas that's giving advice, bro, for real. I agree. Von say, I believe you. Lionel say these women be smashing the gay dudes nowadays. Man, you be surprised by these undercover DL niggas. I said what I can't. I say what I said. Salute. Welcome to the lounge. Welcome to the lounge. Welcome to the lounge. But I really don't know because some men are just freak nasty. Yep. I can't say nothing about that, Vance. Can't say nothing about that. Can't say nothing about that. Right now, we just doing random topics right now. What else? Oh yeah, it's something else I want to talk to y'all about too. That's been on my mind. All right. Um, I'm gonna say that for last. All right, I'm gonna say that for last. Or should I? Oh no. We're gonna talk about it right now. We're gonna talk about it right now. We're gonna talk about it right now. All right. Okay. So once again, I've been, I'm going on, social media, checking out certain things that's trending, right? Y'all have to see this to believe it, okay? Y'all gotta see this to believe it, okay? Let me show y'all this, and I want to get y'all perspective on this, okay? Once again, y'all got to see this to believe it. All right. So without further ado, check this out and let me know what you think about this. All right.
Seeking your face, God. Show us the face of God tonight, Jesus. We're seeking your face, God. We're seeking a breakthrough, Jesus.
So let's have the conversation, y'all. Let's have the conversation, okay? The woman that you see right now, y'all know who she is. This is B. Simone, okay? Once again, this is B. Simone. Now, B. Simone had host a all women's spiritual conference or religious conference, whatever you want to call it, last month. Okay. Once again, on B Simone, she had host a all women's spiritual conference last month. She is getting on controversy right now because of this. I'm gonna blow it up again. She's getting controversy because, first of all, she's holding this conference and she's praying for people as though she's a spiritual leader or she's a minister or whatever she want to call herself, right? That's the first thing. The second part of this is that if you look at her outfit, if you look closely at her outfit, she is literally wearing booty shorts. She's literally wearing booty shorts. God damn. She literally decided to wear this Steve Harvey coat with a tie to look like a dude, but dress on the bottom wearing booty shorts. At this conference, praying for women and preaching to women. So it created a lot of controversy, right? A lot of people are saying, why B Simone? Why? Why did you decide to have this conference, right? Which I'm gonna say this. I'm not knocking the fact that she having this conference that she's trying to empower women. You know what I mean? I'm not knocking it at all because a lot of y'all women, y'all need help for real. I ain't lying. Y'all really do need help for real. Y'all sure do. Y'all do. But I'm not knocking that. But what I am examining this. Why did she decide that she wanted to dress like this going to a spiritual conference where she's literally ministering to women who are hurting, who are broken, who are hopeless and need hope? How in the hell are you offering these type of services, right, to these said women, but yet it's still you walk around with some goddamn booty shorts?
That's bullshit.
Why do that? What message are you trying to display here? Even with your dressing attire, what message are you trying to display here? Are you trying to display a message that it's okay for you to dress as a man and think like a woman as well, to address like a woman as well too? What is it? What are you doing? What are you doing? Now, I believe that my personal belief is this. I believe that everything have to be done, a certain type of way, a certain type of, as you call, decency and in order. You know what I mean? Meaning that, let me put y'all this way. If you are doing certain things where you're uplifting people, right, and you're doing it in a way that is seen positive, and also it has a spiritual or religious component tied to that, you should be representing that said religion or spirituality of it. You know what I'm saying? So my question is this: why is this look a representation of a said spirituality? If that be the case, for you to go out and wear some down booty shorts while you sit up here ministering to women, or trying to educate and teach women, or trying to uplift women, or trying to pray for women, why is this appropriate? Why is this appropriate attire? Why did she make the decision to wear this? Now keep in mind, if there were men that was a part of this, right? I wonder, would she have wore the same outfit if there are actually men who was there as well too? I wonder that. Deep down inside, I believe that she wouldn't. I believe she wouldn't. She'll dress differently. And the reason why is because she gonna be want to protect herself. And also, not only she gonna want to protect herself from the said man from looking at her and like, ooh man, you're a snack. But she also going to be want to be a representation for women because men are present. But however, that shows you the lack of respect that she held for her own sisterhood. That is how the way I see it. It is literally the lack of respect that she had for her own sisterhood, that she believed that, hey, I could dress any old type of way and pray for y'all and do all these different things. So you just gonna accept me because of that, because I know y'all not gonna do nothing to me. What if in the audience on the women out there are like women and you sit up here praying for these said women? Hmm? What about that? Did she consider that? What do y'all think about this? What do y'all think about the appropriateness of how the way she's dressing? Now, once again, I'm not discrediting her from, for her doing things to help women. Now, I believe that it's a good thing because I also talk about this all the time about the sisterhood, that the sisterhood do need to be there for the sisterhood. The sisterhood do need to be holding each other accountable, just like the brotherhood hold each other accountable. I believe the sisterhood need to do the same as that thing where you uplifting each other and holding each other accountable. Absolutely. But it's a certain way that you should do it, where it be a positive representation. That's all I'm saying about it. That's all I'm saying about it. Joe, she said this. Do you know if she responded about the outburst about it? Well, I put it to you this way. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. This might be one of the comments she said. All right, let me share this with you. I think this is it. Let me see. Is this it right here? Let me see. Let me see. This may be it. This may not be it. I don't know. I don't know. Last time freestyling, y'all. All right.
I don't care if I am walking down the street in a thong. That is not an invitation to disrespect me. I have on a tank top, no bra, and a hoodie. It's hot in Atlanta. I got on a frontal. Now that frontal starts sliding, I'm gonna be mad. We're rushing. We're in the airport. I take off my jacket because now I'm sweating. We're sitting at the gate, me and Shekinah. This old ass man. I thought he was gonna ask, can you show me where the bathroom at? Something like, you look beautiful, God bless you, nice young women. I don't know. He goes straight into it. Not no excuse me, nothing. He looks directly at me and we look up, we're quiet now because we like, what you gonna say? You done walked up on us. We in the airport. I know you ain't got no gun. This man walked up to me and goes,
I said, excuse me, huh? Say what?
what?
What did you just ask her?
At the same exact time, what we say, sis, that's inappropriate. We were so proud of ourselves.
Listen to what she said at the end. She said that it was inappropriate for the dude to address her while literally walking in the airport showing her thong. Now, keep in mind, she made the conscious decision to go to the airport and dress this way. She made the conscious decision that she wanted to do that. And this is what women like her would say. They'll say, the reason why I dress the way I dress is because I dress it for me. So I can feel good, so I can feel empowered. Bullshit.
That's bullshit.
The true reason why women like her do that is simply because they want the attention. That's what it is. They honestly want the attention. Now, here's the other part of this about what she's talking about. See, let it be a person like either me or Lionel or even SBK. Let it be one of us three, right? Let it be one of us three says something to her. Damn, girl, you look fine as hell. I guarantee that B. Simone will react very different versus how the way she acted with the old dude that she was talking about. Facts. She'll act very different. In other words, she would take it as a compliment because we noticing her thong. We're noticing that knows her booty and her outfit and different things like that. She'll literally take that as a compliment. In fact, she'll probably even go further, say like, "Damn, I want SBK and Lionel to shoot they shot at me for real." Which this brings me to my point is that these said type of women, they still place all these rules about how the way they dress, right? They still talking about that they want to be empowered, want to be sexual and different things like that. And they will still say that they want only a certain type of dude to look at them. If they believe that that dude is a creep or he's older, whatever the case may be, then guess what? They're literally going to say there's something wrong with that dude. But once again, let it be a dude that they're attracted to, that they're interested in. They're going to spread their eggs, they're going to spread their legs eagle for that dude. They're going to spread their legs eagle for that dude, straight up. So this is the reason why I'm addressing this right here. This is the reason why I'm addressing this is because once again, she made a conscious decision to dress like this. She made a conscious decision that, hey, I'm gonna lay my outfit. Y'all ladies, y'all know I'm telling the truth on this. Y'all ladies, y'all are literally planning out y'all outfit the day before. You're literally planning your outfit out the day before. The reason why you plan your outfit the day before is simply because you know that once when you start getting ready, right, y'all got to do all the cosmetic things. You got to put on your makeup. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do your hair and all kind of stuff, right? And you'll literally already have that outfit planned out. Sound line. So you'll literally have that outfit planned out. She literally had this outfit played out, laid on her bed. Girl, shoot, I'm going to be smashing with this type of outfit. Shoot. Hey, what's that thing? What's that thing that Avance was saying, right? Clock it. That's what she was saying. Clock it. That's what B. Simone said about this outfit. Clock it. Clock rock it like it ain't nothing. So she literally made a conscious decision to wear this outfit, some down booty shorts, to go and preach and pray for women. Now, once again, if it been men there, then it'll been a problem. It'll been an issue. So what do y'all say about this on chat? What do y'all say about this? What do y'all say about her appropriateness of this outfit? Do y'all agree with this? Do y'all disagree with this? Because this also goes in line about how the way women dress, period. You know what I'm saying? Now, y'all remember a long time ago when Monique said this very sad thing, right? And all the women got mad at her about this. What she was saying that women would literally go to the airport, right? And they be dressing all kind of way, be dressing out weird and stuff. Y'all remember that? And the women was giving Monique heat about that. What she was saying was true. Whenever I travel right and I fly and stuff right, I be seeing the weirdest ass things at these airports. I literally be getting confused, right? I literally be getting confused when I be at the airport. Cause I be thinking that I'm at the goddamn club. I be looking at my watch, I'm like, damn, man, are we at the right place? Are we at the club? Are we at the lounge? Because some of these women be literally dressed like they going to the club at the airport. And think that's appropriate. Hell, yes. I'm showing my age, y'all. I'm showing my age. But y'all remember the time where Walmart was literally lit, right? And I'm talking about the reason why Walmart was lit is because that was the time where Walmart was open 24 hours, right? Y'all remember that time when Walmart was open 24 hours? And guess what? Guess what we used to do? Right after when we go to the club, guess where we went to? If we didn't go to IHOP to get something to eat to kill that liquor that we put in our system, guess where we went? To goddamn Walmart. We was up in there in Walmart like ain't nothing. And guess why we went to Walmart? Because we knew we was gonna see them women up in Walmart dressed like they are in the club. That's why we went to Walmart. They was dressed inappropriate at Walmart back in the day. That's exactly why we went to Walmart for. Because we knew we was gonna see some type of women there. But guess what? We'll go up in there and they'll say some type of, even, you know what, a matter of fact, even the whole club thing, right? Let's have this accountability moment for real, man. Let's talk about this for real. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about it. Even when we do go to the club, right? Women will purposely dress seductively at the club. Say I'm lying. Will purposely dress seductive at the club. Will purposely wear high heels and a tight dress and dress short and different things like that. The dresses showing their thongs or whatever with their breasts hanging out. They'll purposely do that. A whole pack of them. Get them a little sectional and everything. They get mad as hell when a dude approached them. Ugh. You ain't my type. Say I'm lying. You ain't my type. The reason why is because that dude is not who she's looking for. That dude didn't qualify for her. So she doesn't, that's not my type. But let it be the right dude. The right dude come up, hey bitch, what's up with it? What's up with it? Girl, shoot, he's my type. And y'all give that dude the time of the day for real. But that goes back to what I'm telling y'all about the clothes, the modesty, and different things like that. If you don't want a dude to grope you in the club, if you don't want a dude to feel on your booty in the club or anything like that, stop dressing like you're a hooker in the street. It's simple. Stop selling yourself out there as though you giving dudes permission to do that. It's that simple. So that's why I say there's a certain type of decency that women need to carry about themselves. If you carry yourself a certain type of way, then I guarantee that that man is going to treat you based on how you see. Because once again, that old saying about men is true. Is that we see women first about how the way they look, and we honestly do judge a woman first about how the way they look. I'm just being dead serious with you. We do. We literally do that. We judge a woman first by how the way she look before we even talk to her. We judge about how the way she look. Once we see how she look, one or two thoughts is coming in our head. Damn, she easy, and I'm gonna smash. Or man, she might be the next Mrs. Urban. Facts. That's how we think. But if you present yourself that way, where you looking hoish, 3 or 4ish, different things like that, we're gonna see you as that, as such. You can't get mad about that. You can't get mad and get pissed off about that. That we're approaching you that way. Even further, you can't sit up here and get mad when you sit up here and say, "Man, why I always get these dudes who want to have sex with me? Urban, why I always get these dudes that want to have sex with me? Shit, you look like a damn hoe. That's why. That's why." The only way you're gonna change your outcomes is for you to change yourself, to change your behavior. It's the only way. It's the only way. But once again, I'm just giving y'all how it is, how we think as a man. Y'all could take it for how the way you want to take it. You're like, well, man, forget that. Hmm. Barb say this. How about this? No matter where men do not have the permission to touch us. I'm gonna put it to you this way, Barb. I'm gonna put it to you this way, and I want you to understand it. I want you to understand this. The moment, the moment when you literally make a conscious decision that you're gonna go out into the street or go out to the world and be the certain type of representation of yourself. That is what you're gonna receive. And I'm just being dead honest with you. That's what you're gonna receive, wherever it is. We could take it on spiritually or even on biblical as well too. Any Bible says it says you'll reap what you sow, right? And also it talk about the concept of giving as well too, of sowing your seed. Give and it shall be given, correct? Wherever you give out, that's what's going to come in return. Do y'all know that deals with the same thing about you and your personality or the choices, the decisions that you make, even as a woman? If you give out this certain type of energy or aura that you're a hoe, guess what? The energy is going to return back that you're a hoe. So if you give that out, it's going to return back to you. So you can't get mad. You can't get mad at God. You can't get mad at men. You can't get mad at the world for a decision that you honestly made on your own to do, to begin in the first place, all because you want to feel sexual. But in reality, it's not about you want to be sexual. It's about that you want the attention. Let's call it for what it is. You honestly want the attention. And so you get in what you sow. So even when you do that and a dude sit up here inappropriately grope you or touch you a certain type of way, I'm just being dead serious. You kind of putting yourself out there. Now, do I agree with men who take it further than that, where they end up doing grape and different things like that? Hell no, that's some absolutely bullshit.
That's bullshit.
That is a goddamn beta.
Beta.
But however, I believe in this. If you are a woman and you're a woman of a good value, right? You would do everything possible to protect that said value. Within that, you do everything possible so you won't literally sit up here. You won't literally sit up here and walk into a dark alley knowing good and damn well you shouldn't be there, if that makes any sense. You understand what I'm talking about with that, right? walking into a dark alley by yourself when you know you aren't supposed to be there? You understand what I'm saying about that, right? In other words, you will be strategic about where you go, how the way you walk, and how the way you move. Because if not, then you end up putting yourself into situations that you shouldn't be in. But when it happens that way, it all because of a choice that you made. Now I understand that there's that little small percentage chance where you was just you was doing everything right, you was dressed the way that you supposed to dress, and things happen. I understand that. I get that. But this is for these type of women who literally make the conscious decision to do this. That's what I'm talking about. Not talking about that small percentage of, situation that happened where you was at the right place at the right time, then a bad situation happened to you. I'm not talking about that. Once again, I'm talking about these said type of women who literally made the choice to do that and literally put yourself in that situation and get mad because it happened instead of blaming on the dude. That's what I'm talking about. So even with this situation with B Simone, there's always a certain decency and order that you should abide by, that you should have a representation. As a matter of fact, um, this same concept goes with anybody who, as we call, of the cloth. You know what I'm saying? That goes with anybody who's of the cloth, who call themselves a preacher or a teacher, whatever you want to call them, right? There's a certain type of criteria that you got to go by, a certain type of representation that you got to go by, that you'll abide by, that separates you from everybody else. But what I'm seeing in this modern day time is that we don't want to be separated. We don't want to be unique. We don't want to be different. We don't want to be set apart. We want to be the same. We want to be accepted by everyone. That is bad, y'all. That is not good at all. I can tell y'all this is that it is nothing wrong with being different. It is nothing wrong with being unique. It's nothing wrong as being a separate representation of yourself. It is nothing wrong with dismissing yourself from the outside crowd or trying to follow the crowd. Get away from the crowd. Do you? There's nothing wrong with that. But in this modern day culture right now, y'all, this modern day culture is up here literally brainwashing and manipulating us and teaching us that it is okay for you to follow the crowd. It is okay for you to follow where the world wants you to be. That's what's happening right now. And a matter of fact, this takes me to my next point. Once again, I appreciate everybody who's tuned into the stream. Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up to support the channel. Appreciate y'all. We are having a random topic conversation tonight. We're having a random conversation tonight, y'all. Appreciate y'all tuning in. This goes for my next topic on Sour Patch. I see you in the building. Appreciate you. This goes to my next topic, all right? And Vaughn, she actually said this too, and I actually agree with her on this point. I know that this is the normal topical point that women use to my well, it got to be both ways, Urban. It got to be both ways. Don't forget about the men. Don't forget about the men, Urban. I'm not going to forget about the men tonight, Vaughn. I'm not going to forget about the men tonight at all. I'm not. Check this out. Let me see. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all this. Let me find it first. Do. Hold up, let me find it, y'all. Okay, I found it. All right, so let me share this with y'all too. All right, and once again, this goes into the same point what Von's talking about too. All right, and this segued into our next talking point. All right, I wanted to get y'all perspective on this. All right, sure I share this correctly. Do. I think this it. I got this video too. I think this it. Hold on, let me see. No, that's not it. But but yeah, we talk about this as well too. All right. So while I look for this other video, check this out real quick. Now, those of y'all who following, Christianity and different things like that, right? Are y'all familiar with this pastor named Pastor Mike Todd? Are y'all familiar with this dude, Pastor Mike Todd? If you're not familiar with him, then don't worry. I'm gonna get you very familiar with this dude real quick. I'm gonna get you familiar with this dude very, very quick. All right. So I want to share this with y'all. All right. And we're still talking about decency and order and different things like that. Now, like I stated earlier, I believe that whenever you are a representation of your said religion, right, that you should be representing your religion according to how the way the religion is, meaning that you shouldn't be you shouldn't be sitting up here trying to change things around the religion so it could fit how the way you are. Okay. This dude, Pastor Todd, decided that that's exactly what he's going to do. He decided that he's going to be that type of pastor that he's literally going to change how the way Christianity and how the way the church should be. Okay. So without further ado, let's get into this. Let's look and examine the reason why I say what I say about Pastor Todd. Okay. So here it is. Check this out. And I want y'all to look at this and I want y'all to give me y'all honest perspective about this dude. Now, get y'all some context on this, all right? Now, keep in mind, this is Pastor Mike Todd. He had a Easter Sunday sermon, okay? Instead of him preaching about, a resurrection day, the things that they preach on Easter Sunday, right? He decided that he's going to have a full-ass concert on Easter. Check this out.
Stop the track, let me stay back. I told you give me a minute and I'll be right back. Got the princess in my dungeon, they said that I couldn't get her. I done got so sick and filthy with envy, I can't free her. Tell me.
Shimmy out, I was getting to the money. Everybody back. I think I'm getting too much money. Everybody back.
As we were saying, Dragon, this is what you need to do. Step 1, find you a baddie. Okay. But step 2,
He gotta have a fatty.
hey, take a little something. Hey, look back. Hey.
Okay, demons, now let's get information.
I've been laying in the cut for like 3 days. They thought it was sweet and started celebrating. They ain't even peep how I was orchestrating. Raise a toast to the king.
God damn. What?
Let me show y'all this too so I can give y'all more context about this dude, all right? Now, this is on Pastor Mike Todd, all right? Check him out.
Gave it 2,000. Song killed 1,000.
Show your teeth, smile. You really think you can talk? That's only in your mental. Anybody just regular. I'm talking about from God.
you will miss out on what God has for you. For Natalie.
Yes, this Negro had a whole sermon while getting a damn haircut.
What?
Yes, this Negro had a whole sermon while getting a haircut on the stage.
God damn.
Beta. Miss out on what God has for you. For Natalie does not consider you. Okay. The best thing to do is to let somebody transition us who is more calm than me. Oh, you're getting punished. Instead of if God tells you no, he's protecting you. I feel like I have a mandate from God to deliver a message that changed the trajectory of my life 8 years ago. And one thing that I told God is if he ever gives me a secret or a key to the kingdom, that I would share it with as many people as I.
Now, I want y'all to understand this, all right? And this the reason, and understand the reason why I'm sharing this, okay? Sharing this dude. Oh man. Oh, goodness gracious, Lord Jesus. Oh man. Now, understand the reason why I'm sharing this dude is because this still going with the whole concept that I was saying earlier. Now, I was holding women accountable for how the way that they dress, right, and the representation thereof, right. But we got to want to hold these men accountable as well too. We got to hold these men accountable too. You know what I'm saying? If you are a representation of this said religion, right? There's a certain type of decency and order that should happen. There's something that you should be doing where it's going to be a representation of your say religion. You shouldn't be, as they call worldly. Okay, that's the only thing I could think of. You can't be worldly with this thing. Incorporate worldly ideology and sit per se that it's cool. This is what get a lot of these pastors in church in trouble because they want to incorporate all this thing to try to outreach or to reach people, right? I'm gonna want to do this thing because I know people can relate to me because I'm about the streets. If I play about Beyonce and we have a concert and different things like that, that people could relate to that and they could get the message. No, that ain't what that is. Mm-mm. That is not what that is at all. You should be a representation of this said religion that you're part of. Unless this is a whole new religion that I don't know of, but I highly think that's what it is. I highly think that's what that is. So you have this dude, this pastor. Now, I have listened to this dude on sermons, right? I listen to this dude's sermons. Now, he do have some sermons where it be inspiration as hell. He do. But even though a person know how to articulate themselves a certain type of way, they could say certain things where it could capture people and gravitate people to a certain type of way, right? That doesn't mean that they overall qualify for doing what they're doing. Okay. Because there have to be certain type of criterias for you to have that qualification. Like in this particular point, if you're saying that you're a man of the cloth, you're a pastor of a church, whenever you use the term pastor, that's dealing with Christianity. I don't care what nobody say, that's dealing with Christianity, period. So when you say you as a pastor, you're Pastor Todd, Pastor Mike Todd, you're taking on the responsibility of that same religion. And part of that us said religion say that you also have to be in decency and in order as well too. See, this type of situation right here, this is how all these stuff be happening in these churches where these dudes be this certain type of way, right? The next thing you know, they sit up here having affairs, right? They having affairs, or they sit up here sleeping with these women, or they even be sleeping with these dudes as well too, grooming these dudes who are in the church. So you need to leave out all this worldly stuff. If you're going to be about that life, then be about that life. To my understanding, based on me studying, biblical studies, studying about, Jesus and all these other patriarchs in the Bible, right? Now, one of them did not change who they were or try to adapt to the world so they could reach out to the world. I have not seen none of them in biblical history where they literally changed themselves to try to adapt to the world. There was their authentic self. Either the people accepted it or not. It was that simple. You didn't see Jesus going to Mary Magdalene and twerking with Mary Magdalene and told Mary Magdalene to bat that ass up, and you didn't see Jesus he going out and preaching this word. He said, you know what? Let me go to the Roman Colosseum. You didn't see Jesus pull up at the Roman Colosseum and stuff, and hey, I'm gonna be a representative of Jesus. Well, I'm gonna be a representative of the Father, and I'm gonna go fight lions. You never seen that dude do that, or never heard of that, nor the people who follow him. But in this modern day time, they honestly believe that in order for you to win people over or win souls over, they honestly believe that you have to literally lower yourself in order to do that. That's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
You truly win people over by you being your authentic self, by you being real. And being real doesn't mean you being fake and being phony. A matter of fact, this also goes into the conversation that we was briefly having over there at SBK channel, where we was talking about being genuine. Okay, well, I was giving the definition about being genuine. But the long story short is that people would normally gravitate to a person who's being real, being genuine, being that real, genuine self versus trying to be this representation of them. Like what this pastor doing right now, where he literally believed by dressing like this, by walking like this, by doing this weird stuff, he honestly believed that he is really reaching out to people. But in reality, he's up here fishing the wrong type of fish. Now, I don't know those of y'all who are familiar with fishing, but let me tell you this. My father, he used to take me out fishing all the time. He used to tell me how the way you can catch fish. There's certain type of ways how you could catch fish. There's certain type of bait that you use to capture the certain type of fish that you're looking for. Now, understand this. As being a fisherman, if we wanted to go for the bigger type of fish, then we're going to use a certain type of bait that's going to be for that fish, okay? But that certain type of bait, in reality, is just hooking them in. So at the end of the day, they're going to be captured, and guess what? They're not going to go back into the water. Most people are going to capture that fish, and they're going to eat that fish. They're going to devour it. Same thing with what this dude is doing. See, he's going out there fishing for people, right? Or fishing for people's souls. But instead of him catching and releasing, right, he catching them so they can be devoured through his ideology. And that's what's happening. And in reality, that's what a lot of these preachers is doing to people. Instead of them catching and releasing, they're holding on to them and hooking them on so they can be devoured at the end. So it could be consumed by whatever type of crazy cult-like faith that they done created. And that's the God honest truth, y'all. So y'all have to watch out for these type of people out there. You have to watch out for these type of men out there who believe that it's okay to do this. They believe that it's appropriate for them to do that. They believe it's appropriate to break boundaries, do this weird stuff, dress a certain type of way, because I guarantee that if they believe in doing something as simple as this and don't have no boundaries behind it, best believe that they're doing stuff behind the scenes as well too. Sleeping with other women while they have a wife or men. Let's call it for what it is. Call it for what it is. So that's why I was telling y'all, we gotta be. I mean, if you're gonna do what you do, be different about what you do. All right, be unique. Be set apart. You don't have to be like everybody. There's a certain thing that people say about me, right? Some people say that Urban trying to be like Kevin Samuels, Urban trying to be like this or be like that. No, I ain't trying to be like anybody. Now, I may say certain things that these said type of people will say, like certain talking points, yeah, but that doesn't equate to me being like them. I have my own uniqueness about myself. I have my own style about myself. That's unique and different. And even when I do that, right, I'm not sitting up here trying to create a cult-like following while I'm telling people to follow me and be exactly like me and do the things that I do. No, no. What I do is I say what I say, I do what I do, I dress how the way I dress, and either you accept it or not. And that is facts. If you accept it, cool. If you don't, cool. No harm, no foul. It don't matter to me. It doesn't matter. But that's what I'm saying. Like, people would say stuff like that. You try to be somebody, be like them. Nah, bro. Not at all. Not at all. What y'all think about this? What y'all think about this concept about these pastors, this particular pastor? And matter of fact, there's other pastors that's doing this as well too. But I just want to focus on this particular pastor. And Vons, you better not tune into this dude channel and watch his channel, because it's gonna be game over. You watch this dude channel. Von's gonna tune in to Pastor Mike Todd, and she's gonna do a whole ass lot talking about, man, that Mike Todd, he said something that was very inspirational to me, and I like it a lot. And on top of that, he set up here, took Beyonce's song and made it Christian. That's my type of pastor.
What?
That's my type of pastor. That's ain't no Von's joining that dude church and stuff. Joining this church like it ain't nothing. Like to say, have a gay Bible study. Von's nightcap episode be totally different and stuff. Woo-wee. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this dude, man. About that whole concept. Because like I say, I believe that people have to be a representation of who they are. You know what I'm saying? If they say that they are. A matter of fact, I give y'all this, this example too now. I know this is an even more extreme example, but we gotta call it for what it is, all right? Even with our current president Trump, right? Once again, even with our current president Trump, right? There's also a way that he have to be a representation of the said country, okay? Now I get it and I understand that Trump be trolling the hell out of people. I get it. Now do I agree with it? Nope. I'll just leave out. Do I find it comical? Yep. Yep. But even then, you have to be a representation of who you are. Because people is going to see that and they're going to gravitate towards that. They're going to either think that, well, if he's doing it, then it's appropriate for us to do it. Like the things that we see happening in the country right now. Since Trump is saying these certain weird things and stuff, right? Then it's only appropriate for us to do the same thing. Right? Right? Let's get to the comments, y'all. Once again, I appreciate y'all tuning into the show, man. I literally gave y'all 3 shows in one. How about that? because everything I talk about, I was gonna do individual shows doing that. But I like, you know what? Let's just do a random, and we just talk about all of it in one episode. Vaughn said he's not going to give me Mr. Lounge. You having a time tonight? Yep. Yep. I think he needs Jesus. Joe is throwing the trophy out. The reason why I ain't putting it on the screen because it look different. This is how it look. That's why I was putting it on the screen, Joe. But I try not to judge, but this is a lot. We listen and we do judge. We listen and we absolutely do judge over here at the lounge. I ain't lying. We sure do. We sure do. All right, let me look at some more of these comments. All right, once again, appreciate people want to tune into the stream. Appreciate y'all a whole lot. Vaughn says this a homosexual church. No, it's not. There's a little sugar in the tank. I agree. Oh. Let me share this with y'all too. Let me share this with y'all real quick too. Hold up. I just thought about this, and I want to I want y'all to listen to this. All right, let me know what you think. We got a couple more stuff for y'all. All right, so I also ran into this, and I found this talking point very interesting. Okay, it's gonna be is it a short clip? Yeah, this is gonna be a short clip, 30-second clip. But I found this talking point to be very interesting. I wanted to get y'all perspective on this particular thing. All right. So without further ado, let's listen to what she got to say about the lesbian divorce rate. All right, and see if y'all agree with it or not.
I could not resist, so I had to look it up. From the Office of National Statistics, from a 2019 study, in ever-increasing numbers, we are now at a lesbian divorce rate of 72%. So the top 4 reasons that they are reporting getting divorced is feeling ignored, inequality in the partnership, adultery, and domestic violence. Personally, I feel like this lends some weight to men's arguments and complaints about how women are behaving in relationships.
Oh, let's hear it one more time.
I could not resist, so I had to look it up. From the Office of National Statistics, from a 2019 study, in ever-increasing numbers, we are now at a lesbian divorce rate of 72%. So the top 4 reasons that they are reporting getting divorced is feeling ignored, inequality in the partnership, adultery, and domestic violence. Personally, I feel like this lends some weight to men's arguments and complaints about how women are behaving in relationships.
Herbert, why are you sharing this with us? You've been talking about all this other stuff right there. Here you go. Here you go again. Here you go again. Reason why I'm sharing this with y'all is because this goes with the this whole talking point about the divorce rate with women. We're already privy to y'all that up to about 90% women file for divorce. Okay, not men but women. One of the modern feminism talking points is that they say that first of all that it be the men's fault that women file for the divorce. Okay, but however, is this same situation true for a lesbian divorce rate, for a lesbian couple who marry each other and they get a divorce? Now, these are 2 women, not bisexual. These are 2 lesbian women who decide to get married. They decide to get married, and let's say, they're dealing with each other bullshit.
That's bullshit.
And guess what? That same woman end up divorcing the other woman. So I believe that this is a very, very valid talking point, because this talking point shows that in reality, here it is, in reality, the problem is not us men, but the problem is the women. The problem ain't us, ladies. It is absolutely you. If you got 2 lesbian women, you got a woman who's a stud or whatever, and she's acting like a dude, but she's a woman and stuff, right? She's not trans or anything like that. She's a woman, but she does dress like a dude. She's cosplaying, but she's a woman. She's going through this relationship and she's dealing with this weird toxic femininity, the same as that thing that men tell y'all about all the time, and they having problems with y'all. That should let y'all know that we're not the problem. You're the problem. You're the problem, not us. You're the problem. So I'm curious to want to see how the women are going to counter this argument. How y'all going to counter an argument when it's two grown women who decide to get into a relationship with each other and it's still unsuccessful? Because once again, another talking point about modern day feminism is that they believe that if you remove men from the said relationship, that women could coexist with each other, right? But according to this stat, women can't even get along with each other.
What?
Y'all can't even get along with each other. So how in the hell is it our problem? Because in reality, it's not. It's not our problem. Y'all the problem. Y'all the issue, not us. We only put up with y'all bullshit.
That's bullshit.
And this goes to what I was saying countless of times on my streams where I say that men love women unconditionally, right? Meaning that we put up with a lot of y'all stuff because we love y'all unconditionally, right? But women love us with conditions. As long as you satisfy them a certain type of way and you follow these certain type of credentials or whatever stuff, right? Then she's going to love you. But the moment when you step out of that boundary that she has set, right, which is an unrealistic expectation, guess what? She's no longer loving you. She's divorcing you. The same situation applies in a lesbian relationship. How about that? How comical is that? How comical is that? So once again, the issue is not us, ladies. It's your sisterhood. Now I know y'all gonna immediately enter into this little thing talking about not all of us urban, or y'all gonna enter into this thing urban. You see, you can't sit up here and compartmentalize all women and say this or that. But I mean, a lot of your sisterhood do this, and on top of that, not only a lot of your sisterhood do this, right? Y'all be the very ones who will sit up here and celebrate. Once again, y'all be the ones who will literally celebrate when your sister getting a divorce. Sound line. Y'all have a divorce party and everything. Girl, let's do a divorce party because I told you he's no good. Y'all celebrate it. Mm-mm-mm. Once again, the stats ain't lying. 90 up to 90% of women in general files for divorce and go through with the divorce. And a lesbian relationship, up to 75% of them also files for divorce. So they let you know that y'all the problem, not us. So y'all need to get y'all shit together, not us. I'm just saying. Let's see what y'all got to say in the chat about this, y'all. Because I'm dying to see what y'all got to say about this one. I am dying to see what y'all got to say about this one. So let's go back. Let's go back so I can see what y'all talking about in this conversation. And notice that I'm addressing y'all in the chat tonight. I'm doing my very best to address y'all in the chat. Shout out to me addressing y'all in the chat. All right, so Von say this. If the stud is the problem, then it's still toxic masculine energy that is the problem. Sour Patch say this: studs tend to act cocky and treat their women worse than a man. The problem has been women. The stats proves it. Street reader, which means the woman is the issue. I knew you was going to troll tonight. Keep saying that women are boring, they aren't funny, want nothing but drama. Because in reality, women are chaotic as hell. And I'm starting to you know what? I'm really as- started to accept this reality about the women. I really am. Look, like I say, I love y'all. I really do. I don't hate women or nothing like that, but I'm accepting the reality that women are chaotic for real. That y'all really are chaotic, and I'm not just talking about modern women. I'm talking about women, period. That y'all chaotic as hell for real. That it is. I don't know what. I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's biology, whatever it is. But for some reason, it's like y'all are built for chaos. It's like everything about y'all is built for chaos. Your bodies is built for chaos. Your anatomy is built for chaos. How the way you think is built for chaos. Because when you think, it is emotions. It is filled with all this chaotic emotions where you can't even think straight. You think about your emotions first, then logic after the fact. Every single time. You think chaotic. You even watch certain type of shows that's chaotic. Y'all remember when I posted posts about why women like watching true crime stuff? The reason why is because women are chaotic as hell. You love this chaos. You love this destruction. You love seeing people getting murdered. You love seeing people getting away with murder. A lot of y'all, let's call it for what it is. Even on YouTube, right? Even on YouTube, a lot of y'all be watching, these content creators channel. Getting down well, that channel is filled with drama. You know it is. You know that channel messes up with your soul. But guess what? You watching anyway. You know why? Why you watching anyway? Because you chaotic as hell. That's why. Chaotic. You're chaotic. You are. Mm-mm-mm. Even right now, I'm gonna even throw myself out here. I know that y'all love me, and I know that y'all rock with urban, and y'all rock with the lounge. I get it, but guess what? Y'all don't come over to the lounge because of I'm a phenomenal content creator. Probably part of it. Y'all don't come over to the lounge because I'm a phenomenal DJ. It's part of it. The reason why y'all truly come over is because y'all want to listen to what Urban is going to say that's going to cause you to be in cause you to be in your chaotic nature. Let's call it for what it is. Y'all want to hear me address things about y'all chaotic nature because I'll be telling the truth about it. That's why y'all give me pushback about it. Not because you're trolling, because it's part of your chaotic nature to do so. Call it for what it is. Because y'all chaotic as hell. That's why. That's why. Now, once again, I don't hate y'all or hate y'all for being chaotic or whatever. It is that I just accept it for what it is. I honestly just accept y'all for who y'all are. The reality of who you are, period. Chaotic as hell. It is what it is. It is what it is. Women are very defensive at all times, not chaotic. Nah. Even that comic is chaotic as hell. Even the comic is chaotic. Chaotic. Filled with chaos. Filled with chaos, y'all are. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Speaking of which, y'all, man, I tell you, man, I got so many clips I can show y'all tonight. Speaking of which, mm, no, we ain't gonna show that. We already talked about that one. We already talked about that too. Was my other clip at? With y'all chaotic self. Did I cover everything? Oh, I didn't show y'all this clip. Hold on, let me show y'all this clip while I look for this other one. And this going back earlier to the inappropriateness, all right, about these preachers and stuff, all right. So here it is. Here's another clip of y'all preachers sitting up here tripping. All right. Here it is. Dude tripping like I ain't nothing. Y'all boy tripping like I ain't nothing, man. Chaos. Chaos like it ain't nothing, man. Okay. Oh, I already showed that one. You know what? I ain't gonna show y'all no more clips tonight. I've been clipping y'all all night, man. I've been clipping y'all all night. Let's see. Don't hate Lionel. That's why Lionel is here. For me, I like drama. You like drama because you're chaotic as hell. That's why. You're chaotic. Chaos. Vance personally should have stayed a redhead, just saying. This is healthy drama if you ask me. I said, why you insulted? Chaos.
What?
Chaos. Jug say, good show. Appreciate it. But chaos. How's this equate to insult? Hell, if anything, you should take the chaos as a compliment because, like I say, it's part of our nature to be chaotic as hell. Chaos. Chaos. You say you're confused about the last one? Hey, that dude was looking like what's that rapper name? Damn, I forgot that rapper name, but he was looking like him. We never insulted a single woman on this show. We don't, and we never. That's the crazy part about it is that we never do, man. We never do. But chaos. It's that chaotic mind to make women think like that. You're assaulting me, Urban. Why are you assaulting me? You're being all chaotic. That's why. But take it as a compliment. They're just part of our nature to be chaotic. Let's take it for what it is, all right? Take it for what it is. So, what y'all think about this show tonight, y'all? Well, a matter of fact, let me ask y'all this question. Do y'all want to do a quick call in real quick before you end the show, or y'all want to be done with it? If y'all want to do a quick call in, I'll drop the call in line, and y'all can come on up, and y'all could state y'all grievances on the ladies. You can call in and let me know how chaotic you are when you call in. It's fine. Or the fellas, if you want to state your grievances as well too, by all means pull up. If that's what you want to do. If that's what y'all want to do, then I'll correct the link and I'll let y'all have the conversation. We'll have the conversation for the moment. Then we'll call it a night. Once again, I appreciate each and every last one of y'all pulling up to the lounge. I really do. I really do. So let's go ahead and get this conversation started. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the call in line. Y'all could come up and we can have a conversation. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. If not, we could call it a night. We call it a night. We could definitely call it a night. Chaos. Mm-mm-mm. Sweet said, please don't let Lionel up there. Lord Jesus, for the love of God, don't let Lionel up there. Chaos. Oops, my bad.
What's good, man?
What's up with it, man?
Man, I'm still at work.
Yeah, what you think about the show tonight? What you got?
The show was great, man. This was a good show. It wasn't all over the place the way you might think it was, but it definitely was a good show.
Oh yeah, appreciate it.
They should
Yeah.
be thanking you in the chat for having such a good show.
So y'all hear that chat? Y'all should be thanking me for having a great show.
Yo, these women hear what they want to hear, man. Like that whole thing about the woman dressing like a 304. Why is it that women are sitting here automatically assuming that means dudes are saying that means we're allowed to touch them when that wasn't what nobody was saying?
Interesting point.
Like they immediately jumped to that, and it's like, who the hell was saying that? All we're saying is that if you look like a thirst trap and we thirsty, we gonna try to see what's going on.
So here's what's interesting about that, right? Let's say that it's a woman who's interested in a man, right? Guess what she's gonna do in this modern day? She's gonna go and holler at that dude. She's
Yup.
gonna shoot her shot. She'll do things inappropriate to that man. Like case in point, she'll walk up and touch that dude's chest. Why you touching my chest for? But if we say something like that, like why you touch my chest? Guess what? They're gonna say that's sassy as hell. That's sassy. Woman walk up, touch your chest. Hey, how you doing? Hey, touch your chest and do that little slight rub on your chest. But let a man do that to that woman. Do that and rub on her breast. That's inappropriate.
That's immediately what happens. My thing is when the women are sitting here trying to tell you what they don't want to happen or go to the extreme. What's the major conversation that's been happening in the last few years? That men aren't approaching women. So what they worried about? So either the men aren't approaching women or they full of shit and the men are approaching them and they just trying to pretend like that's not what the reality is.
Mm-hmm. Hey, South Pass, you did see the one video that I did earlier, right? Of the show where I showed the list because nowadays everything that a man do is considered sassy to women.
Breathing.
Your breathing is sassy now. By us talking about it is sassy. Everything's sassy. And this list was like over 800 and something long and still growing. Still growing. So no matter what, eating the glizzy is sassy. The video that I showed them earlier was a video that a woman has seen a dude order some ice cream. Nothing wrong with ordering ice cream, right?
Apparently.
But she said that it was sassy because this dude wanted sprinkles on this ice cream. And so she said that was sassy because he wanted a sprinkle on his ice cream.
Unless it's her son, women don't want to see a dude happy. Anything he does, sassy or gay, they will find ways to make anything this dude feels like is making him happy, they're gonna destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see a man miserable so bad.
Man, say it's that chaos, bro.
And I don't get why that's a problem when that's what they are. She said, one of them said defensive. That sounded stupid as hell. No, they're chaotic. They're absolutely unruly, chaotic. Girls will be having the time of their life, nice, peaceful life, and they'll fuck it up somehow because guess what? They want chaos. He not talking down to me enough. He not throwing stuff around. When a dude doesn't get angry when she pushing him, she gets mad at that. Why didn't he toss me? Why didn't he put a hole in the wall? Like you hear this from so many women.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know that scene on Baby Boy, right? When Yvette had slapped Jody, right? Did she slap him? No, she had punched Jody, right? She had punched Jody, and Jody slapped the hell out of her, right? Immediately after that scene, she went and ran into the room, and in the next scene, he literally went into the room, apologizing to her. She mad, she cried. He apologized to her, and guess what he did? He literally pulled her panties down and ate her out. Y'all remember that scene?
Bro, my ex, if I yelled at her the right way, shit, or the wrong way, I was guaranteed vagina.
Mm-hmm. And this is all going to the point talking about women love chaos. And the reason why I'm bringing that up because 90% of the women, especially the 90% of women in this chat, said that that was the most erotic, intimate scene of that movie. And they enjoy every moment of that.
They love it when a nigga treat them wrong.
Here's the other part about this scene that they don't talk about. The other part of the scene that they don't talk about is that the moment when Jody literally forcefully pulled Yvette panties down and he ate her out, that could be considered as grape because that was something that she did not want it, and he forced himself on her. Let's call it for what it is. But in that scene, they said, "Oh my God, that is the most erotic scene that ever happened in a movie." He did all this stuff, ate her out, and did all this stuff right. Then there was another scene earlier where they sent up her fussing and fighting and stuff like that. The next thing you know, he went and banged her outright. It wasn't no love making, it was a banging out scene, right? Where she set up here screaming his name and all stuff there, right? And then after the scene, he told her to go make him some tacos. Y'all remember that? And y'all said, "Oh my God, I'd have got more stuff for that scene." That's what y'all said. I done got
So,
more stuff for that scene. But
dude,
that scene chaotic as hell.
real talk. My cousin was coming to hang out with me a couple years ago. He was coming to hang out with me. And his girlfriend, he was telling me he was about to break up with his girlfriend. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with the chick. But what happens is the night before, like he was blowing her back out. But then tonight, it was like, all right, he's tired of her. So he does break up with her. I'm strolling past his room. This girl is in tears, crying. But what she's doing is also packing his bag up and making him lunch so he can come hang out at my place. I'm sitting here like, damn, if he told her to bend over, she'd do it right now. Dude just broke her heart and she's still sipping for him.
Mm-hmm. Here's nothing I'm gonna add on to this, right? The moment when that man do not do them things, right? They say that he's a weak man. They say that he's a goddamn beta.
Beta!
They say that he's a yes man, he's a pushover, that he's a squirrel, right?
Yeah.
See, y'all can't sit up here and say that that's not chaotic. Or that's yeah, y'all chaotic as hell.
They pure chaotic, and then they get mad for getting called out on it. They love the crime. They love the drama. They love the death. They love all of that. Dudes, mostly what do dudes like? Sports and booty. But the women, they love the death. They love the drama, the anarchy, the mayhem. Like they love it. They thrive on it.
Mm-hmm.
If a dude too boring, ain't that one of the things they get on dudes? Oh, he too boring. Like a dude can't even be chill and peaceful. They don't like peace. Women definitely don't like peace.
Mm-hmm. Here's another thing too. You be sitting up here while chilling, man, to yourself. You may either be playing the game, which they call that being sassy, by the way. But you probably either playing the game right, or you probably watching sports, or you doing something that you just enjoy doing. It's your moment, your me time. They'll literally come in there and disrupt it. The reason why they do that is because they chaotic as hell. They don't have nothing else better to do but to be chaotic. Leave that dude alone and let him watch his sports in peace.
Nah, he need
Nah.
to be worshiping her. That's how they act. They got to be worshipped at all times, unless they say don't bother them. But then they get mad at you for that. Why you listen to me?
Mm-hmm. You shouldn't have listened to me. You should have been a man.
Exactly.
But that's all part of the chaos. So dudes be sitting up here confused and they be broken. That's why I tell y'all gentlemen all the time, man. I tell y'all, look, stand your ground as a man. The moment when you allow a woman to literally sit up here and manipulate you into the way that they want you to be, that they're already the one. They can do wherever they want when they want. They can literally put you into that emotional beta state
They can.
at any given time
They
because you
witches.
allow them to do it.
They are witches.
Because you allow them to do it, bro.
But again, if you allow a woman to do anything, you become a beta. You become sassy. You a man. Why you allow that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree. I agree. Let's get into these on comments real quick, man. Um, scroll all the way back. I say what I say. She said men approach the DMs in person. They just glance or stir. Um, Sweet Rita, she said, now you have answered yourself. Women are more aggressive because most of these men today want to share the role of a woman. Von
Who
say
the hell
line
said that?
Sweet Rita, Sour
No,
Patch.
I meant who said what she's replying to.
No. Mm.
Women just be making shit up.
Von say Lionel, I can't wait. Lionel, I can't wait till you find the love of your life.
Women stay wanting you to be a beta. They stay wanting me to be this submissive beta, just getting my ass whooped by a woman, letting her tell me what to do, pussy whipped. All they just want me to be miserable. They telling you right there.
A lot of these men bitch more than women.
I disagree. It's and the problem is the women still. I hear the women saying that, but my thing is just because you're hearing the men talk now, y'all haven't been hearing the men talk like this for ages. And can a woman sit here and start lying about that shit? Y'all are just hearing it now because they're taking advantage of it. So the men even start to talk, and it's too much. They bitch more than the women. No, the women still outdo them by miles, by freaking light years, by parsecs. Y'all are just hearing them in now, and y'all don't like what y'all hearing. Unless he gay, then y'all listen to him.
Let's see. Von say you supposed to make up and then make tacos. Then she said, yeah, because why not? She said, "Yeah, because why you not banging my back out so I can get tacos, so I can make you tacos, something like that."
She definitely toxic. Oh, she wants to be. My bad. She's safe.
The Sweet Rita South Park, she said boring. She don't want the boring man. Um, Von say Sweet Rita, they are boring for what I hear. If you pay more attention to the game instead of their women, don't cry when they get that attention from somewhere else. Chaotic.
Exactly. Like they want you to be bending over backwards, left and right for the woman.
South Pass asks, "Are you afraid of women, Lionel?"
Wait, what?
She asks, "Are you afraid of women?"
What kind of question? No. What kind of question?
Mm.
Chaos.
Did she say, no, of course you disagree, Lionel?
Can't make this shit up.
Oh, goodness
How do y'all
gracious.
want me to talk? I am curious how they want me to talk like the niggas in these videos. That's how they want me to talk. They want my voice to sound like them and just be praising them for all the good they do.
The bigger thing is this, Lionel. I noticed that it started being a reflection on you. In other words, whenever you come up here, that's when they start trolling you, right? So my question is this: how come I don't be getting all this pushback? I'll
Because
be
they
getting all
like
this
you.
because I
They
be
don't like you.
agreeing with it. I be laughing and agreeing because I'm the one who started the conversation.
That's because they like you, man. They don't like
I
me.
the one who caused the conversation.
They don't like me. That's all. So because they don't like me, they want to take the shots at. Or we can just be honest. Because of what I say instigates drama, they want to persist it. They want to be targets.
Hmm.
You don't instigate it on the level that I instigate it. They love being the targets.
So I say what I said. Said this. She said, "I like the way SBK talks." Von said, "Because we like you." I guess she's saying me.
Told
Uh,
you.
then South Park, she said, "Because we can tell that you know how to love your woman, Urban."
You see?
Okay. Then South Park said, "Lionel has a problem loving women."
See, the problem is, even with SBK, and all respect to him, they love how he talks because, again, listen to how he talks. He wants to sit here and highlight the good about the women. I don't give a fuck about highlighting the good about these women. Most of y'all are hoes. Y'all are ratchet. Y'all love the chaos, the drama. Y'all love making people miserable. It is what it is. That's the reality. Y'all love to try to twist and turn that shit, but guess what? I don't let you. That's the problem y'all have because y'all can't control me. But anything I say, it will stick, and you're gonna remember it. You don't have a choice.
Von say, "It's fun mess with Lionel."
And I said that too.
And she said, "Lionel lacks respect to women."
Damn. How? All I do is show y'all respect. They be making their own narrative, man. All I do is show them respect.
So, ladies in the chat, do you believe that Lionel be disrespectful to you?
And if so, how?
Von say Sweet Rita, and he thinks he's running something.
Shame, insult, guilt.
All right, so Von say Lionel delusional as heck. Sweet Rita say yes, you be disrespectful.
That told us nothing.
And I say what I said, say yes, he is totally disrespectful to
Oh
women.
shit!
Not just
Like
disrespectful, but she said that he's totally disrespectful.
totally different. They still ain't tell us why or how.
Oh, but by the way, we got Vons.
Oh shit!
Hi, y'all.
Even
What's up, Vons?
So, to answer your question, Mr. Lounge, do I think Lionel is disrespectful? Yes. I think he's blunt. Um, he says what's on his mind in an aggressive way. You know that I'm gonna be honest. If we were in person, I would not go anywhere near you.
you're dismissed. It's okay.
Whatever.
I
But
got other chicks on deck.
do you like stuff like that? Who says that? Like
I
who
say it.
who? But see, that's disrespectful because
How's
it's
it
like why?
disrespectful? Why entertain someone you don't like? You are dismissed. I have other people who will entertain it. It is okay.
Who said that?
When did I say I
Aaron
didn't like you?
hey, hold up, Paul. Who said Aaron the plumber said that? Aaron the plumber said that. You're dismissed.
You know what? I want to know when did I say I didn't like you, Lionel? When did I say that?
I'm operating off of what you just said. If you didn't like how I was talking, you wouldn't want to be around
Oh, you talking about that? Oh, okay. But anyway, I
women.
think you shut up. I think you know that. You know that you're, blunt, and that's all I got to say. That was just to answer the question.
um, Jug, welcome to the third act of the show.
I do know that I'm blunt, but I don't need to explain myself to people. Either you take it or you don't. Again, it is what it is.
So then, why you be so surprised by the stuff that we say?
I don't be surprised. Y'all are
Yes, you
comedy.
do.
This is
Yes,
Def
you do.
Comedy Jam.
And you be in your feelings too,
Why do y'all think I be in my feelings?
because you do.
But how?
Just based on your response. Period.
That tells me absolutely nothing. Like,
all
how do
all
I be in my?
all all you women are hoes, and I don't trust any of you anyway, so I don't need your validation. You're all dismissed. I've got all these other women in the world who love me and adore me. It's like, what?
I don't even say that. I just be talking
That's what you
off of the
said though.
responses. I talk off of the responses though. I forgot anything a man says is sassy if they don't like it.
I didn't I
If
didn't
they
say
don't
you was
like it,
sassy.
anything they're gonna turn it against you if they don't like it.
No, Lionel, I didn't say you were sassy. I said you
It-
were aggressive.
they
There's a
said that you
difference.
need to talk the way they want you to talk.
I mean, yeah, don't you want to attract a woman and not a man?
I'm not trying to attract any of you personally. Y'all can't really tell me nothing or teach me nothing I don't already know. Like, so what am I?
Oh, so we were right when we said, you should just go ahead and be with a man then. Cause
That is
what?
hilarious. All
What
I
the
said is
hell?
I don't need no affection from any of you.
Well,
That's
then
what
where are
I
you going?
said.
Okay,
What
so
do you
now,
mean? I don't live on the internet. What do you mean? What are you asking? See, these women hear one thing and they shape their own narrative. I keep saying it.
wait, I couldn't hear anything because the call started coming in. Did y'all hear what I said?
No. What'd you say?
I said, well, where are you gonna get the affection from if it's not from a woman?
I. Why do you assume that? There's literally a whole world outside the internet full of chicks. There's literally girls at the corner, full of affection. There's girls at the supermarket. Just saying. There's girls at the supermarket, at the library, full of affection. Uh, Plenty of girls at MomoCon, on the plane, on the train, on the bus. You know. Well, so what are you talking about?
You know, Lionel, as long as you taking care of your, you know, your health, you know, because all them trains and planes and automobiles, you know, you don't want to get the package. You know what I'm saying? I ain't talking about FedEx now.
I actually started using FedEx more recently.
I'm finna go, Mr. Lounge, because he crazy.
Hey, Vance. Hey, Vance, and also
Huh?
Vance, and also the ladies in the chat. What if I were to propose this to y'all? All right? What if I were to propose to y'all that this whole situation, this whole narrative, is me and Lionel way of proving how chaotic women really are? What would you think about? What do you think about that?
Wait, rephrase the question.
This whole situation, like even right now, Lionel coming up on the panel, Lionel saying what he's saying right, and I'm also saying what I'm saying right. That is literally proving our point about how chaotic women are.
I mean, if you ask me, see, you can't ask me because every woman and I are not the same. But
I would challenge that, Bonds. Find me a woman who hasn't responded the way you have in this chat on any
um,
show. Find me a woman who has not responded to me the way y'all have. Then your argument works.
I mean, it depends on
No, it doesn't. Find me a woman in
what.
any of these chats that has
Okay.
not responded differently.
Well, I feel we all respond differently. So
Y'all
we
don't.
might agree on some things, but not all.
Y'all don't. In terms of me, Urban's highlighting me and how I talk to y'all. Find someone that doesn't respond the way that y'all do.
Um, Lionel, we're nice to you. What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying, find someone that responds different.
I think we all treat you with way more respect and
That
love than you give us.
I that's a joke, but that's not answering my question though, or my challenge.
Well, I can't answer that. You're gonna have to ask somebody else because I feel we all treat Lionel differently and respectfully while it's differently.
Hey, I love Def Comedy Jam too, just like the rest of y'all, cause y'all full of jokes, but
hey,
y'all still ain't answer it.
hey, look. To be fair, all right. The ladies in the chat, y'all had made the conscious decision that y'all was gonna troll Lionel. All right. Am I lying? Y'all made that conscious decision that you was gonna troll Lionel. In return, Lionel made that conscious decision that he's gonna troll y'all back. Correct?
It ain't like we feel. First of all, it ain't like Lionel winning anything. We win every single time.
What kind
Okay,
of shit?
it ain't like Lionel scaring us away
I'm gonna tell
or
you something
nothing.
right, Vons. You know you're lying because the last time we talked, you almost went gangster. Your entire demeanor
No.
literally almost changed.
See, but
Me
see,
and
that was the see.
it was caught
Uh
on 4K, and you had to hold on, let me stop. You lost right there.
uh
You
No, I
literally
didn't.
lost.
Because if I would have went gangsta, as you call it, okay, and see, I call it stepping on right into character, okay, but I didn't do that. Then you would have won, but you didn't win. See, So until that happens, which it won't, because ain't nobody
You,
scared of you,
no,
Lionel.
you didn't win. Sweet Rita be in the same position. She'd be like, I don't want to say what I think. I don't want to try to hurt your feelings. I don't want to do this. Once again, another L. Y'all take more L's
Lionel,
than y'all want to admit.
We're only nice to you like this because we know you sensitive, man.
You are
We ain't trying to hurt
hilarious. What am I sensitive about?
everything.
That's hilarious. Urban can tell. I'm trying to figure out what I'm sensitive about from the women's perspective.
What they saying in the chat, Mr. Lounge? What they saying about his sensitivities?
They're saying a lot. I'm just letting y'all have the conversation right now.
Because I can tell you point blank what I'm sensitive about, but I want to know what y'all think.
If we tell you what we know you sensitive about, you gonna deny it. But we
Why
already
would
know.
wait? Why would I? If I'm as blunt as y'all say I am, why would I deny it? So either I'm that blunt or I'm a liar. Pick one.
No, I think well, yeah, you right. I have no argument. You are absolutely right, Lionel. You're either that blunt or you a liar.
So
Okay.
again, so what am I sensitive about?
I just said it, everything.
Tell me what's everything.
Oh, Lionel, yep, South Pass. She called you a stop sign. Now the context behind it.
Oh
Now,
shit.
now the context behind it is that she's saying that it's hard for them to reason with you and use as
What
though as a stop sign.
what are they trying to reason with me with? Oh, I forgot. My experiences don't matter. That's one thing they do love to highlight. Is
No,
that
your experiences do matter. You just
apparently
have
no.
made up in your mind that they don't.
No, I listen to y'all. Y'all prove it night after night. Y'all have literally
Ex-
had Urban call y'all out on that shit.
When does this stuff be happening? Because I don't be paying attention. Where do I be at?
Well, never mind. If you don't pay attention, then ain't kind of no reason to bring it up.
I said what I said. She said this. I think Lionel is chaotic. He loves to
Yeah.
gaslight women.
Girl, you
Are you
better say that.
honest?
Yeah, she ain't lying. That's why you up here so geeked up about that little moment where I almost, stepped right on into character
No,
because that's what you
you
wanted.
going? No, hold on. Because I know you like drama and you want to get fueled by some chaotic mess. You
Why
try to
you
say
why do you think I hang out with y'all?
that is hilarious. You say y'all always taking the win. All I did was highlight how you lost.
Well, I won, Lionel. I don't care. You know what? I'm gonna end this argument right here. I won. That's it. Accept it. Live with it.
But remember, you don't like it when you don't get your way. I'm not
But
gonna sit
I
here and
won.
be like you won when you clearly
What?
lost.
So you want to gaslight me into thinking
You
I
lose
lost?
every night.
He said I
And
lose every night.
okay, Lionel. That they are saying that you don't listen to understand. You only listen to react. What do you think about that?
That
Amen.
is hilarious.
Amen.
But doesn't that prove that they don't listen to shit that I say?
No, we do listen to what you say. You just have everything. Anything that we say doesn't matter because you already have your mind made up.
That is hilarious. So I listen to react, but don't listen to understand. But yet I literally tell
Hmm.
y'all I was doing social work and helping all these girls out. That damn sure don't sound like I only listen to react.
So
No
Vance,
comment.
what is it that he do where he only listen to react and not to understand?
Um, I'd rather not comment, but I will say some.
Whoa! No, we're not doing that because this is what y'all saying. Matter of fact, South Patch said that part. Urban, she threw up the hand claps and everything, and you agree. So yeah, you got to articulate why you say what you said, because if not, then that means that y'all lying.
As usual.
Lionel likes to argue, okay, and he wants to win every argument. So because of that, he like when Vaughn just asked a stupid question, or whoever just said that sounds stupid. It's like he's just ready for war at all times. So it's like you not even listening to understand. You just listening to go back and forth so that you can prove that you're smarter and you know so much and you've had all this experience. And it's like, dude, we have experiences too, but you don't want to hear them because in your mind that's not possible for you, or some of the people that you represent. And it's like, that's
Who
not
do I
listening to
represent?
understand your clients apparently.
Oh shit.
Dude.
Queen D, salute, welcome to the show, welcome to the lounge. Well, the third act of the lounge. How about this?
I like the third act. Miss Miles, you've been having a good time. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Wait a minute. What the hell? What you talking about? So I'll be in a bad mood? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, no. I just, your energy is very upbeat and you got a big old smile and glow on your face. I don't know what happened, but it looks
Wait a
good
minute.
on you.
What the hell? Whoa.
I'm throwing shade.
So you saying when I don't smile, is something wrong with me?
I mean, I didn't say that, but yeah. I don't know what happened, but something happened. I don't know. Maybe that break you took was needed. I don't know. I
Look,
don't
I
know.
don't look. I don't have to sit up here and perform for y'all all the time while I'm always smiling. It be times where I don't want to smile. It be times where I'll be chilling. It be times where I'll be serious.
How you gonna
Like
take my
what the
compliment?
hell?
No. How you gonna take my compliment and turn to something? I gave you a compliment. Okay, I said you look good, you're
How's that a
glowing, and you're smiling,
compliment? You
and I'm
said that.
enjoying. Okay, now listen. Okay, I said what I said, and we gonna leave it at that. You look great. You sound great. I'm enjoying the third act. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Queen, I seen you. I had seen you came up. I was about to let you up, but we was busy talking. But you come on back in. Now I'll let you up. Oh, and also, Queen, you don't have to come up or nothing like that neither. I know you are, because I don't be showing people on the camera anyway. So you don't have to come up. You could,
Is that Queen or Queen?
yeah, Queen DD, not Queen of Queens, but Queen DD said it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I know who she is. Yeah, so you could hit the link again, Queen, and you don't have to come up. Oh, y'all could continue after
Urban, you
Von
saw
says
how
little
hard it was
sister
for these women to
insulted me.
answer your question on panel and in the chat. Because they full of shit. It's like I keep saying.
Lionel, we're not like you, okay? We have some decency about ourselves and we don't like to go around trying to start arguments and pick
I don't
fights.
go around trying to start arguments, though.
Oh, my bad. Y'all done with this back and forth. But
No, I saw that
Queen,
she came up.
well, go ahead,
We
Queen.
got company, so we got to act right. Come on, Lionel. Let's show the people we know how to act right.
Oh, that's so sweet. How y'all doing? How everybody doing? Hi, Urban.
Hey, Queen, how you doing?
Hello.
Good. Nice to see you again. Hi, Lionel. Hi, Vaughn. Nice to
Good
meet you.
evening.
I just wanted to,
Yeah, so I went over to Queen channel and we had a really phenomenal conversation over there, and I appreciate her inviting me up. And
Thank
I
you.
checked out her channel. I'm also up to her channel and everything too. So
Listen, I appreciate you coming to take over.
oh yeah. Yeah, you was having technical difficulties.
I definitely appreciate you coming in and taking over. I said, okay, I see he like to do the takeover. Let him take it over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how you doing other than that?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good tonight. The whole conversation tonight, I was just having random different topics. One of the main topics that the ladies in the chat is focusing on is that uh, I call women toxic. Not toxic. I say that women are chaotic
Chaotic.
in nature. They're chaotic in nature. So they're debating about that right now. So what say you? Do you believe that you are chaotic as a woman? Why or why not?
I don't believe I'm chaotic as a woman. I feel like I've already graduated from all of that. I don't. I feel like I've
Mm-hmm.
graduated from chaotic. That's why I'm a queen, because I graduated from the womanhood. I'm done with all of that. I raised my children. So
Yeah, go ahead. Explain. Explain.
yeah, because I really, you know what, and not being rude, but I really did come to talk to Lionel, because when I did fly in, I heard that Lionel was saying that, like, I think it was Vaughn that was on stage, and she was addressing him about how he feel about women and so forth and so on. So I was like, oh my goodness. I said, I'm listening to Lionel. I said, I wonder why I kind of feel the same, not kind of, why I do. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel the same way that Lionel feel. The only difference is I'm on the other side of the scope. He's a male and I'm a female. But to be honest, where Lionel is at, I can understand what he's saying. He's basically saying, because I know Vaughn was saying something about, oh, what you gonna do if you don't have a woman, so forth and so on. But what Vaughn not understanding is, when you find a place in your life, a person don't even define you anymore. The only one that defines you is you. So I think where Lionel is coming from, it's like he inside, he feel like, who do he have to answer to? Because from the people that he's looking at, honestly, in his head, he probably saying, man, these people are ridiculous. They get on my nerves, they don't pay attention. And I guarantee you, he's feeling like, honestly, he probably feel like nobody is really compatible to him right now.
Mm. Mm. What say you, Lionel? Is that accurate?
Dude, she killing it.
You want me to keep going?
Heck yeah, I like
Child,
her.
if this ain't the most, I'm gonna let y'all. I'm finna go because this. Can you please press the BS button, Mister? Please, like what?
Wait a minute. How's this bullshit?
Because first of all, Queen, you know, you may not know this, but I'm trolling Lionel. Okay, I understand a whole lot about Lionel. Okay, our back and forth ain't serious. I'm effing with him. Okay,
Right.
but I'm gonna let you go ahead and be Lionel's friend.
So here, but that's the thing. It's not that Lionel is my friend, is I'm my friend. See, it's not about Lionel, it's about yourself. And what Lionel did was Lionel made it about himself. And I'm not being funny. It ain't that Lionel is a male, is why I'm agreeing with Lionel. I'm agreeing with Lionel because I'm a female and I see things the same way Lionel see things. Whether you believe it or not, I'm 50 years old. I'm 6'2". I wear heels only. I have an afro up under here, and I'm raised by all men. And I'm not degrading a man, but when I walk in the room, a lot of the times I look at the men like, sit down, just like he's doing the women. He's looking at the women like, have a seat. Like, no, you're coming at me wrong. The conversation isn't right. I don't like this, what you got. And that's as a female, if you pay attention, Vaughn, I'm telling you how I feel as a female. That's why I can relate to him. But the blueprint for me was I was raised with all men. So I'm not trying to take up for a man. I'm taking up for me, to be honest with you. And that's why Lionel keep telling y'all, do you really think so? It's not about a woman. For him, it's not about a woman. It ain't even about a man. Because I guarantee you, if Lionel and I have a conversation, he will honestly put more men down than he will put women down. Lionel, all you got to do is AA me. Or I
Yo, she being 1000% correct.
you want me to keep going?
Keep going.
And I can also tell you this. What Lionel also feels is when a lot of women come to him, it's like, man, you come to me any kind of way. See, if you go on my channel, I'll tell you on any given day, especially when I'm doing a video about women, I say, oh my goodness, you came to the gunfight and you wasn't even dressed right. If you go and look at my videos, I never come on my channel half stepping. I don't go to the grocery store half stepping. So sometimes it perturbs me to see a man half stepping and they feel like they could come in the room with me. And I guarantee you that's the way Lionel feel. So whether you think I'm going as a him, no. I'm going as a me. And that's when you get to a side of yourself where nobody can define you but you. That's when you get strong and that's when you get built up. It's not a man. It is honestly not a woman. It's not your children. It's not your mate. It's none of that. It's when you find you. So Lionel is Lionel. That's why I'm who I am. So when you get in the category where Lionel probably honestly feeling like, damn, I see she got queen down there, I probably should put king up here. Because that's where I told you from the beginning, I've graduated from womanhood. And I have. And I don't accept that title anymore. Lionel, you want to I that or no?
Again, you killing it.
Oh, she's killing it. I know.
And listen, and when I say killing it, and if you and thank you, and you know what, I'm gonna appreciate you for, Vaughn. I'm gonna appreciate you for sitting back and listening and saying, you know what, this 50-year-old woman probably can teach me something. Because guess what? At the end of the day, if anybody gonna lead you astray, it wouldn't be me. And if you noticed, I gave Lionel what he needed, but I put me in the forefront first. So if you paid attention, I put us women where we need to be, but us women need to graduate to get here. And just like if Lionel preach it right and Lionel get the right type of channel, he can preach this also to men. Because Lionel know if I'm sitting here telling you how I feel as a woman, I'm talking about men. But I can stand in my voice. I can stand on my feet for me. That's why I'm talking about men. If y'all may think I'm joking, just look at my videos. The amount of men come from me. It don't matter they damn color. The color is irrelevant to me. What matters to me is they come to me. You know why? Because I walk with my head up. Because when I had to have my head down, I only asked one person to show me something, and that was the Lord. I said, show me your footprints in the dark. Because I couldn't look up at that point. So I went underground for 3 years in my life. I went underground. And I'm not being funny. And I don't need to cry because I'm all cried out. And when I get ready to cry again, that's because those tears be real warm when they fall. But when you find the Lord, he'll take you to a place a man can't ever take you to. And that's when you'll start picking the right men. That's when you'll start picking the right women. I don't care how many times they tell you, oh, she thinks she all that. You damn right. And I stand firm on it because the right one that's supposed to have me, they're going to stand firm with me. You want to I that or no, Lionel?
Mr. Lounge, I know you did not sound the alarm. I
Yes,
know
he
you
did.
didn't.
Yes, he
I
did.
know you did. I know you did not. You know what?
Yes, he
Y'all,
did.
look,
Yes, he did.
look.
Yes, he
I'm
did.
calling all types of BS up here.
You can't even call me that.
I am trying so hard not to cuss, but I'm gonna let y'all talk.
Hey, Vaughn. Now you tell Mr. Urban, don't come to my channel and take over no goddamn hole. Listen, girl, he embarrassed me even during technical realities.
I literally on a cool though. I literally had took her channel over though. It was my first time coming on her panel. I took her channel over literally.
Okay.
Literally.
I appreciate it.
But it's unintentionally. It was just things that was happening, and there's one come to credit to another. All right, let me help her out. I got
You know
you.
what? I appreciate you doing that, but I appreciate you coming because had you not came, I wouldn't have found your channel, and I'm glad I did. One of the reasons why I'm glad that I found your channel is because I could see that there's people that I could honestly sit on the panel with, and we can honestly have a debate like this. But at the end of the day, it has to be some reality some reality in it somewhere, and to see that we can sit amongst each other and then get a sound voice without all the I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love it. I feel comfortable right now. I feel comfortable because Lionel, and y'all may think I'm joking.
It's Lionel.
Listen, I promise you I'm not joking. So far since I've been on here, Lionel, and I'm not being rude to anybody else, Lionel is one of the first people I could say I probably can have a sit and have a conversation with him, and he'll make me kind of I don't know what this means when you got because see, some people don't understand what mental means. Some people take the word mental for a joke, but if you talk to Lionel, I don't know what Lionel's zodiac sign is, but Lionel is a mental type person. So you want to try to get to somebody like Lionel, get to his mind first. Because if you come with your body, he's seen it. If you come, I don't give a damn what your mammy name is. If you come to Lionel the wrong way, y'all gonna always talk about Lionel like a dog. Lionel, because they do me like that too. I'm the female version of how you feel. I promise you. And women, y'all better respect that because that might be trying to show your ass or something. I ain't gonna play the radio just like Lionel not. I don't want to play the radio. I don't want the foolishness. Lionel, you want to? No, no, that.
Nah, you're right.
Go ahead, Vaughn.
Lord.
Go ahead, Vaughn.
Keep doing it.
Go ahead, Vaughn. I felt like all of my damn. Go ahead, Vaughn. Go.
Girl.
Hold on, my bad.
You know what, Mr. Lounge? Look, all I'm hearing is Mr. Lounge and Lionel done found their worshiper. They gonna co-sign everything they say. That's all I'm hearing.
Listen, let me tell you, Vaughn, I got all brothers and a dad, and that's who I was raised with. And when I tell you my dad is 6'7", 6'8", I'm the shortest one in the family, and my other brothers stand at 6'6" and a half, 6'7". When I tell you, I sit them at the goddamn table. We don't do it like that. It's just, Vaughn, I think you missing it. It's not about him as a male. It's about how you are on the inside. Once you get a feeling on the inside that nobody can take it from you, you're going to notice color and gender have nothing to do with it. It's not about that. It's not about that for real. Because if a woman's sitting up here and they have that type of confidence, that would speak volumes to me, because I don't care what men get on the internet and say. But that real man that really see you in person and for real, they'll be one of the first ones to hit on you, because they like that style. They like the fact that you know how to do it just like that. You can stand your own ground, because I stand my own ground all the time. But I also know how to just relax with a man too, but I'm not going to let them take advantage of me. And that's what Lionel is saying. I'm just telling you how I am on a female side. And Vaughn, how you don't get that? I'm showing you that us females should do the same thing. Black women, y'all got the power, man. You got the power to control a lot of things and don't even realize it. You got the power to do it. And I feel like that.
So real quick on Queen, I do say on this channel that women are master manipulators. Now, a lot of women they'll take the negative part of that, right? But there's also a positive part about being a master manipulator, because there are women out there that can manipulate men to be phenomenal.
That's right.
To literally change the whole course of their life, like in a real way.
Because I mean, when you look at it, what y'all always say, there's behind every man is a strong woman.
Mm-hmm. Let's get into the comments real quick, and I'll let you cook some more. All right, I say what I said. She said co-signing at its finest.
Okay.
Jug, he's on the gram.
Hotel riding.
Sweet Rita said, Lionel say all women are hoes.
What?
Oh yeah. Well, where the A-band on that though?
Because they lying. Because I said most of y'all hoes, not all.
Hold on. Let me finish with the let me finish the comment, so y'all could cook. All right. I say what I said blah blah blah. Sweet Rita said Lionel would not put more men down. Lionel still has growing to do.
Probably do.
Sweet Rita said, what is that you taught the women to be correct? Because I missed that part. Then from this point on, everybody's saying bullshit. That woman puts the bullshit button.
That's right, y'all. That's right.
Y'all go ahead and cook. Go ahead.
That's just how I feel. The way Lionel feel about himself, that's how I feel about me. It ain't about Lionel. It's about me. It's not about Lionel for me. It's about how I feel.
Salute. Welcome.
I'm telling you how I feel about men. The same way Lionel feeling about women, that's how I feel about the men. Well, I don't know how hard that is to believe. Y'all know how, living with men. My brothers were beyond good looking basketball players, tall. I got so damn tired of women, I didn't know what to do. I didn't think they understood. You can't tell he cheated. And I feel like when I raised up with these men, I just wouldn't tolerate it.
So, Queen, you was talking about, your journey to queendom. Do you mind explaining your journey to the women, and also explaining about how you can utilize that to help the sisterhood to be part of that same journey? Did that make any sense?
Mm-hmm. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, when you're going through life and you treating other people good, putting yourself down, not paying attention to who you're supposed to be, making sure you make other people happy, everyday life of raising children, everyday life of being a wife, everyday life of everything. And then you forget about yourself along that damn snowball. And then one day you wake up and you say, wait a minute, I'm tired of all of this. And you get really, really honestly, when you get fed up with you and you get fed up with life and you get fed up with people, some people would call it crossing over. But what I call it being reborn. I just went underground for the last 3 years and I couldn't take it. Some people would have always also called it going through mental health. But I said, no, I realized I was going through mental life. And I just had to get closer with the Lord. And I'm not being funny. I got closer with the Lord and I had to realize who I was, not nobody else. And I had to make sure that I don't let anybody break me down for who I am and never change who you are. And that's what I did.
Mm-hmm. Do anyone y'all have a response to that?
I can't see none of the comments. I'm so glad.
I'm
Just
proud of. I'm
give me a
proud of.
second, Mr. Lounge. Hold on. I got a whole lot to say to what she just
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm proud of her. I respect her.
Yeah. So the only way you be able to see the comments today, you have to have like two devices. Because I only use StreamYard just to do panels,
Okay.
but I use a totally different program. Oh
What
my bad.
Queen
What
said,
you say, Lionel? Oh, you say
I
you
said I
agree?
was proud of her and I respect her. I wanted to point out something that she brought up earlier, which Vaughn's is trying to play around with. I help abuse victims. I've been doing it for well over a decade. As
Oh,
the
so you
son
done
of,
seen all the BS and you don't know how to cut it. You don't know how to cut it out when you see other people.
as the son of an 11-year-old child who was
Okay, I got
raped, I want to help people because I know what abuse looks like and I know what it feels like.
you. You put your heart there and they took your emotions away and now you fighting back.
And I help quite a lot of girls or people who have gone through some stuff to get them back on their feet.
Mm-hmm.
But if you listen to these people, I don't know how to listen to understand.
Hmm. But you know what? I want to ask you this. When you listening to understand, are you listening to like the ladies on the on like Vaughn, for an example? When Vaughn come on and she talked to you and she asked you a question, are you listening to her as Vaughn or are you listening to her as those drug patients that you're used to dealing with? Because sometimes, like a police officer, they don't know how to take their uniform off when they walk through the front door. So I'm wondering, are you doing the same thing too? I'm
That
not just because one second, just because I came on and I agreed with you on that side as a man, because that's how I feel as a woman when men come to me. But I can also see where if you in such a strong capacity and you're dealing with abuse and women and this, that, and other, are you taking off that shield when you talk to everyday people?
that is an
Good question.
excellent question. And I'm gonna say generally no.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Then if you can't take off your shield to see people for who they are, other than what you're looking at every day, because you're supposed to be looking at people and you're supposed to be looking at a person in that particular capacity. You're not supposed to be generalizing and putting everybody in that same place. And I'm also wondering in the world that you in for your career, are you dealing with a lot of women? Just yes or no?
No,
Okay, well, who do you deal with? More men?
that's not my career. That's the
Okay.
thing. I have
What do you
multiple jobs, so I
give
deal with them on the side.
that relate to us?
Say it again.
Give me the main job that relates to what we're talking about.
The main job that relates to we talking about,
Mhm.
I would definitely say I deal with more men, but in terms of the abuse, it would be more women.
So you know what I was getting at when I asked that. So that's my problem then. So you deal with a lot of women when it comes to abuse. But so I'm wondering, when you see regular women other than the women that you deal with for abuse, are you looking at all women as weak and pitiful?
Oh no, no, not at all. Because I was, cause
You
then I would
sure,
see my
Jovan?
mom.
Jovan, you sure?
Because
Think
I would see my
think
mom that way, and
think
I
about
don't see her that way.
huh?
I would see my mom that way, and I don't see her that way.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't see your mom that way, Vaughn, because you got a different heart for your
No, no,
mom.
Lionel, Lionel.
I'm sorry, not Vaughn. I apologize, Vaughn. I meant Lionel. No, you wouldn't, Lionel. You would not compare other women to your mom. Even though your mom went in,
Mm,
even though
yes,
your
I do.
Wait, let me finish. Even though your mom went through something, Vaughn, you would not compare it per se.
Lionel.
Your mom, I apologize. You would not per se, Lionel. You would not compare your mom to the other women. You wouldn't do that. But what you would do is you would take that out on other women, what you can't take out of your mom. So maybe is that why you kind of hard with women? Or who in your life didn't you let something go with? Because when you talk to women, you are like tough like this with women. I'm not just tough like this with women. I'm tough like this with people, especially if there's something that need to be pointed out. So it seems like wherever your hurt coming from, which I see you built up a good shield, but you got to break that shield down and find out where your hurt really came from. So we need to go back to your house.
Oh, no. I can tell
Yes.
people exactly where my hurt came from.
Where is
That's
it?
the thing. My existence.
And who brought you here?
Yes.
Just so why you try to entangling me just now? It goes back to your house. That's what I'm trying to say. So why don't you start by trying to own what got you to where you at right now? Like I could tell you what got me to where I'm at. Can you go back to those footprints and say what got you to where you at now?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then you bring them back up. And when you bring those footsteps back up, how would that relate to you in the everyday woman? Because it seemed like you went to skipping footsteps.
But that's the thing is not because I got female friends and I don't look at them that way.
What is these female friends you sleeping with?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Right.
Not at all. No.
Generalizing women.
Wait, Mr. Loud. I had something to say, but I've decided to enjoy this conversation.
What? No, Vaughn. Vaughn. No, Vaughn, you switching, Vaughn.
Oh yeah, I switched gears. You know, I listen to, God and the Holy Spirit too, and I'm just supposed to sit here and enjoy this.
Hey Vaughn, hey Vaughn, won't he do it?
Hey, in this case, here we go.
That's right, Mr. Loud.
But yeah, continue. Vaughn, so if you want to add on to the one conversation, you go ahead and do it now, or you could just let Queen and Lionel continue the one conversate.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this.
Y'all go ahead.
I really don't have anything to say. I just know that I understand where Lionel coming from, but I want y'all to understand that there's two. I always tell people about this circle because that circle come with two halves. All you gotta do is take the circle and you cut it in half. So where me and Lionel meet to a place to where I understand cold-heartedly where he's at, where he don't have to accept, not only, whether y'all believe it or not, I guarantee you, Lionel saying in his mind, he don't not only have to accept any type of woman, he don't have to accept any type of job, he don't have to accept any type of male friend. It's not just women. He can rile up at a woman a little bit more than he can at a man. And that's what I understand him to be. So he got himself right there. But what Lionel can't explain to me is how he got there. Even though I know where I'm at, I can tell you how I got there. I can tell you the pain that I went through to get here. I can tell you how I went underground. And listen, I cut everybody off, no friends, no family. I'm talking about, you would think I was a part of a cult. But I can tell you how I got here, because once I got to that place and realized I was still stuck. I was stuck with no answer. And then I was also stuck with nowhere to go. So the only thing I could do was I had to find the Lord. And I didn't have to find him in a church. That's a building with 4 walls and a roof. I didn't find him in the Bible. That's a book. People replace it. Which testament you want? Old, new. I found him in my heart. And once I found him there, I found peace within and I found me. So what I want Lionel to tell me is he's here. But how did you get there? So you got to be able to tell how you got there as well. I didn't say he was all the way right. I said I understand where he was at in this moment.
So Queen, to be fair, Lionel is very transparent about his upbringing. He shared this several times on not only my channel but on Vaughn's channel as well too. Now it's totally up to him if he wants to unshare it with you at this moment.
He don't have to. Listen. Here's the thing. He don't have to share anything to me. All he had to do was hear what I was saying, because he could share that with himself. But sometimes you need somebody to open up the doors. So him sharing it with me, it's not going to do me any good if that's not where he want to share that. But long as he know how to share it with himself and he can find out where everything come from, nobody will ever be able to break him down. And he'll really be who he's supposed to be. But he'll be that person with reason and resolution and resolve and peace. So he don't have to share that with me. I wouldn't even want him to unless he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get an AA or II, Vaughn? Vaughn, you ain't here now, Vaughn. Can I get an AA or II, Nene?
Oh no, see, I'm just listening.
Okay, I can't get nothing. See, she ain't giving nothing. That was it. I know Lana say, I don't know why she came on here bothering me because you the one that caught my attention. That's why I came and bothered you. And plus, I had to come and support my brother Urban too. I seen that he was live.
Oh yeah, appreciate the support. Appreciate a whole lot. Coming over to the lounge, I appreciate the whole lot. So,
yeah.
Let's get into the comment again, and where we're continuing with the conversation. Let me scroll back.
They're not bothering me, are they? They know I cannot see this chat.
Yeah, that's why I'm reading it out to you.
Yeah,
they do be talking in the chat though. But shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat.
I know that's right. Y'all better let us know who y'all are, even if you're trolling. We like trolls too, especially me, because I love to laugh at the clowns. Go ahead. Go ahead, Vaughn.
All right, so Sri will say you must be scoring too.
Scoring?
Yeah, scoring. Sri Rita also says something in her life caused her to be that way. DR, she's in the chat. She said change is good. Let's evolve. Then she go back and said backpedaling. She said that when you think you know, but you don't.
That's right.
Then DR saying you straddling the fence.
Oh. But listen, you got to say straddle the fence for what? See, you ain't no sense in jumping over the fence if you don't know what you're straddling for. Like, what would stop me? What would make me straddle?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to know what you got to tell the person why they straddling the fence. Why you backpedaling? Backpedaling on what? I am who I am, and I ain't changing for a man or you. And I mean that.
All right, so Sarita said Lionel talks bad to his mom at all times.
Really?
Lionel know he got a problem. Lionel know he got a problem. I understand where Lionel at, but Lionel ain't addressed his pain. That's how come he put every woman in the same bucket. And it started back at home. I'm still on your side, Lionel, but not like that. When you wrong, you wrong. Now come on, next.
You're fine.
So I get an eye from you, Lionel?
No, I'm with you. Absolutely.
You kick every woman off this stage.
Oh, I'm in tears. I'm in tears.
I said what I said. She said cancel section for Lionel. Now Ermin pull out the couch.
I definitely love this chat. Big ups to the chat. Y'all better like, share, comment, and y'all better subscribe. Y'all better know it.
All right, Sweet Rita, she said that's what you get for accepting the wrong cheerleader, Lionel.
Amen, Sweet Rita.
Nah, she's the perfect one. What are y'all talking about?
And that's what they don't know, because somebody I got you.
She is fantastic.
And I ain't cut the rug what you did, Lionel. And I ain't
Not at all.
Listen,
I'm 100% with you.
Listen, one thing the Lord told me when I decided to make sure I become me, make sure you tell the truth, make sure you put him at the head of your heart, and make sure you always be true in you. And that's who I am. I live by those three things. I don't give a damn what your mammy name is. Go ahead, Urban.
So I said what I said. Said Lionel is quiet as a church mouse. To be honest with you, bro, this is facts.
The quietest I've ever seen him, Mr. Loud.
This is quiet as I ever seen you, bro. I ain't lying.
What do I got to say? She's saying everything.
Listen, till I said what I said, I'll tip her tip, y'all. I'm gonna have to say her tip.
Good night, DR. Appreciate putting up to the lounge. Sinner, what's up with it? Welcome to the show. Let's see. Sweet Rita, she directed this to me. She talking about Urban reads what he want to read. Duh, it's my show. What you talking about?
That's bullshit.
Of course, I'm gonna read what I want to read.
I enjoy y'all. I like you too, Vaughn. You just as sweet as you want to be. See how Vaughn be switching out? She gonna be with me before I leave, and then when I leave, she gonna say, she was all right.
So,
Nah, I ain't gonna say none of that. I done made up my mind already.
hey, Dr. She's supposed to be in leaving right, but she came back. She said, "Build up and tear it down at its final." Now she's saying good night for real, for real.
Tell her good night.
Good night, Dr.
So Queen, is that what you did in line, or you build them up just to tear them down? That's of
No,
course what Dr. is saying.
no, you don't build them up to tear them down. You build them up so they'll know how to stay up. I mean, why would you build them up to tear them down? If I build them up to tear them down, then I wouldn't tell him how to build up. So if I build him up and I'm telling him everything, that's a build up. So you need to figure out what's tearing you down from there. But you already been built up. So if there's things that you still need to look at, then you need to look at those things, because I don't know, a person in this room can see what's on their back more than the person looking at their back. So tearing, and listen, just like Lionel, if Lionel had to tear a woman down to build her back up, do y'all not understand what that means? How do you build the foundation and keep cracks from being in there? Sometimes you got to tear down to rebuild. People look at that as such a bad thing. It's nothing bad. Yet you don't say that when the Lord tear your ass down and build you back up. So if he tear you down and build you back up, then now you got a mate that's working with you. Is he tearing you down in an abusive way? Is he tearing you down in a beat down way? Or is he tearing you down because it's things you probably need to know? The problem is, if he can tell me things that I'm doing wrong, but I can't tell him things, that's when it's a problem.
Man, hey Queen, that sounds like something that I would say.
It's the truth though. That's when you know how to look on the other side and you woke. Some people ain't gonna see it like that until they open their ears, because it's not all about your eyes all the time. Because when I had to walk with my head down, my eyes couldn't see nothing. Why? Because I had my head down, but I had to ask the Lord to show me him. I had him to block me out and just show me his footprints in the dark. And that's when you get to that space, and people will never understand it. They'll think you're a pick me my ass. I ain't got to be picked. I picked myself.
Mm-hmm. Von Sliner, y'all got the floor. What y'all got?
How does she tear me down is what I'm trying to figure out. I've been sitting over here smiling. I've been ready to fire the whole damn shift over here, but she got me smiling.
Thank
So
you,
I'm
Vaughn.
trying to figure out how she
Oh, Lionel.
tore me down.
That's not, and Lion, how many came on the stage and you was able to say that behind them? See, it's not a tear down. And that's what, listen, I'm going to tell you what women don't understand about men. Men will hear everything you say. I don't give a damn how combative they are. I don't care how narcissistic they are. I don't give a damn. But if you are true with what you're saying to them, I guarantee you he will listen. Lion didn't want to hear nobody. But when I'm not agreeing with him, I'm agreeing with me. But because I'm agreeing with me and it relates to him, is why he can understand what I'm saying. And it's not a tear down. I guarantee you, he gonna walk away and say, you know what? This thing she said, I would think about that. Can you AA or no me Lion?
You're right. Absolutely.
So
Giggling, what's
girl.
so Queen, real quick, a lot of the women they have a Queen, a lot of the women they haven't said this, but they're thinking it. So I'm gonna say it aloud. Whenever they hear women that's on the opposition of them, they immediately equate their woman to being a pick me. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know how I feel to be a pick me because I wasn't raised with women. So if a man gonna pick me, that'll be right up my alley. Because I've already picked him. Because at 6'2" and heels, fat fro, walking through the rooms, you don't get to pick me. I've already spotted you out. So when Lionel say that, I'm not saying it in defense of a man. I'm saying it in I that queen. So pick me. When you say pick me, a pick me is a person that what? Been around other women to be picked. I haven't been around y'all. Keep going.
Mm-hmm. They say they call bullshit. They want me to push the buzzer, but I ain't gonna push the buzzer right.
Push the buzzer. Push it. Push it.
Mr. Lyles, you push it on me all the time. Don't be nice to company. Push the button.
you know why he pushing it? Because he understands exactly where I'm coming from. That's why he not pushing this damn buzzer. Hey, he ain't on rush hour.
So that and also they know good and damn well that I push the button when I feel like I push the button. They know that. I don't know why they being brand new tonight.
Well, what is she saying that's wrong though?
That's what they can't tell you that. Go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead, Vaughn. Where I was wrong here, Vaughn. Vaughn,
Huh?
where
Hey,
was I
so
wrong at?
sweet Rita, you
There is
lying.
a time to speak and there's a time to not, and this is the time.
Why wouldn't this be the time? But why wouldn't this be the time? It's an open panel. I'm an open person. Because maybe I'll be able to elaborate. I don't know.
Yeah,
Until you
sweet.
make me.
Hey, sweet Rita, she's saying that I'm being biased. I'm not being biased. I'm being very fair.
But
Mr.
bias
I'm
is
being
Lounge,
unbiased. I
I
can't
Miss,
nothing.
Mr. Lounge, I understand why you know, like Queen here. I understand, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm enjoying y'all though. I'm really enjoying y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I'm enjoying all of this. Okay,
but you
maybe
but
not
you
for the right reasons, but at least I'm being honest.
but you know what, Vaughn? I'm gonna tell you, when I stepped on here, honestly not thinking about the women, but I am a woman before anything. And I stepped on here to talk to Vaughn because honestly, I seen that nobody was going to be able to get through with Vaughn. Know why? Because I want to see which woman really stand up and really feel like they can look in the mirror and say, I'm outright number one, and a man don't choose me, I choose him. Honestly, without your flaws and your this, and but my boyfriend, he do this right here. See, I don't have those problems, and I don't plan on having those problems anymore. I was married 31 years. I don't have to go through that. That's when you can really say you graduated. At the end of the day, when you can stand strong and you can say who you are, pick me who. When you say pick me, that means a man picking me. How? I don't do those things.
Mm-hmm. So, Senna, she was asking, what do y'all consider a pick me? Queen, she already explained it, but I explain you my version of the pick me too, which is the same thing. But whenever a woman tells another woman that she's a pick me, it means that that woman is purposely agreeing with certain viewpoints that the man is saying just so she could be chosen. That's pretty much what it is.
So that
And you know, when the man is like, oh yeah, you know, yeah, she all right with me, and you know, we get along just fine now. Yeah, that
so
yeah.
so wait a minute. Wait a minute. So whoa. So if I sat in a conversation with you and the other women and I agree with y'all, am I pick me to the women? So what
No.
do you call out? Wait a minute. What do you call
No.
all the women? No, because you said if I'm agreeing, or not even agreeing
Mhm.
with men, if I'm standing on who I am,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
that's who I am. I don't give a damn what your gender, color, race. I don't care what that. If I'm standing on who I am, and I go over here with the men, the women call me a pick me. But if I stand firm and I'm over here with the women, what am I then?
A feminist.
But why do you have to be either or? Why can't you just be for right or wrong?
Oh.
Because we live in a culture where they have
Right.
social norms and
Well,
labels.
right, but if we talk to a person one by one, so that's why I was asking Vaughn individually, because maybe if some,
No, you can't. No, because I'm gonna be honest with you.
yeah, tell me.
I don't put people, you know, in categories, you know, to that degree. I will, but
Right,
it's not a, you know, everyday thing. There is, you know, it's okay to stand up for what's right and wrong, you
right.
know, but it's also, you know, wise, you know, not to
Not to be honest, basically what you're saying is wise not to be honest all the time.
No, no, I would never say that. It's just
Mhm.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. You know, when you were, you know, talking to Lionel and you know
Right,
he had to correct you on a few things, you know, because you know you don't know Lionel, and
right.
I'm not saying that you just have to, but you jumped in, you know, like, oh, you know, Vaughn, I can teach you, and you know, it's like you don't even know me, you know, and
I was
I'm
honest,
like,
I was being funny. I didn't
oh, okay,
I
okay, but
was being funny.
okay, but yeah, that's how I was looking at it. Like, you know, you know,
I just I know you
I'm
sound
up
like you
here,
younger than me.
you know, trolling and playing with Lionel, and you came in like, you know, let me get this together, and it's like, dang, you know, I mean, I'm not used to it, you know, but it was just
Not
like,
used to
dang,
it.
you know, she don't even know us, you know, and you know, you don't even know that you giving Lionel everything he won't ever wanted on a panel, but you know, but that's just my opinion and observation of the situation. You know, somebody
But
else could see it differently.
why did I have to be giving Lionel what he wanted when it was all about me? Because Lionel ain't a person that I date. I was saying for me as a woman. It wasn't about Lionel. It was me stepping in as how I can relate to Lionel. He's a male that feel that way about women. And I related to Lionel because I'm a female that feel that way about men.
But the subject was Lionel and his disrespect towards women.
Correct. And that's, I know, but that's where we got down to the bottom of it, Vaughn. If you heard me, I said, listen to me. I said I can relate to Lionel. I showed you the circle. I say I can relate to Lionel when he's to this space to say why he stand firm on who he is. I said, but where I cannot relate to Lionel is where he cannot show me how he got to that place. Like I told you, I said, I can show you my journey of how I feel strong about me not letting men disrespect me or me not dealing with any old type of man. I say, and on Vaughn's side of it, I say, I see Vaughn must be struggling with something at home for his mom. That's why he put all women in the same capacity. I did say that. I did.
Bonds. Did I disrespect her?
No, you didn't. But she was cheering you on. So no, you wasn't gonna talk crazy to her.
But from what I just said to you, that still would seem like I'm cheering him on. I felt like I was cheering me on.
I'm not gonna take that away from you.
Because it was, and that's what I was trying to show you. It's not me cheering him on. It's me showing also men that, wait a minute, don't think that it's not women out there that can relate to you. Because if I would show you, even if you go on my channel, if I could show you the amount of men and how they just don't understand, a lot of times I'm like, please just don't even speak. At this point, don't even hold the door open for my ass. Like I'm tired of y'all. Like I'm like, no, I don't want to be bothered. So I'm trying to show you on the, like, me, people probably would think Lionel is conceited. But me, the way I feel about how men address me and approach me and stuff like that, I feel like maybe you would think I'm conceited. No, it's not that I'm conceited. I'm just sick of that. I want something different. I want to see a different type of man. I want to see this. I want to see that. So that's not me standing up for him. That's really me standing up for women. I'm just a stronger woman. That's what I stood on it. And I used him as an example, but I'm on the opposite side.
Well, I'm gonna say this. So, a few of us, okay,
Right.
if I'm being honest,
That's fine.
feel that Lionel, is still unhealed in a whole lot of places. Do
That's
you
what I
feel you're unhealed in a whole lot of places as well?
That's what I said. I felt like he was unhealed. I feel I'm not unhealed from anything though. I walk in peace. I walk in peace so much to girl. I even like my sage. I'm literally at peace.
Mm.
I'm at peace. That's why I can still talk to you and stand firm on what I'm saying. And I'm not backpedaling. I know who I am. It's a difference when you don't know who you are, then you got to be questioned, or you'll be questioned, or you'll be questioning yourself.
So Vance, let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that when a person is unhealed and they admit that they unhealed, do that means that they're actually healed?
I do think it's the first step to healing to admit that there is a problem. But if you feel that you got all the answers and you all good and other, you ever heard that saying you'll bleed on people who haven't cut you? When
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't have to even be intentional. You can unintentionally do things, that are harmful to other people, and you're looking at it as, well, this is who I am and this is what I'm about. And it's like, dang, people want to, be cool with you, understand you, welcome you in, but you're so closed off and abrasive, it's gonna go one or two ways. People are either not gonna take you seriously, and still kick it with you, or and love on you, or they're not gonna want to have anything to do with you at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really how I look at it. If when you have gone through something in life, you should, you should, take steps to healing. And if you don't want to, then you have to accept what comes with that. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Hey, Queen, let me ask you a question. Um, do you believe that accepting who you are is taking accountability for what you are?
Yeah, I do. I do. The first thing you have to do is take accountability from you.
Mm-hmm.
You got to
But
take
but
accountability.
but what's wait, I'm interrupting. My bad, y'all.
Oh, no,
Go
you
ahead.
you go ahead. Go ahead.
Fine.
You listen.
But what comes after that? You
What
know,
exactly?
what
Okay,
comes after that? Does change come after that?
but
Does
that's but
healing come after that? Does
all of that have
what
to
comes after that?
all that
Prosperity. you
all
know.
all of that have to come, but that don't mean you're gonna still live a perfect life. That just means that you got to a place where what you accepted you did, what you accept that you might have done again, what you might accept something might happen again. That's not the place of finding peace in your life, because as long as you living on earth, it's always going to be something that's going to put a disgruntled in there. So nobody's going to tell you they perfect. I think that's when you that's the level that some people feel like they at peace at that level. Me, I wasn't at peace at that level. So accepting accountability is I don't have to keep accepting. I mean, what do you do once you already apologize? What do you do once you've already gone to the Lord? Because if I do something wrong, I can apologize to you personally, but you're still not going to be the one to get me where I go at. So like, how do people not understand, like, how much accepting do you want accountability? Do you want them to have? How many times do you want them to say, I did something wrong? How many times do you have to keep repeating the same thing before it's like, wait a minute, I'm not repeating this anymore. I said what I said. And if I'm at
Right.
peace, God damn it, you feel like how you want to feel. That's when you done found it. That's your accountability right there.
Right. Now I'm gonna say this. I don't agree that you should, continue it, because I really used to be like that. Like not even too long ago. I'm gonna be honest. That's bondage when you're constantly apologizing and looking for
Exactly.
acceptance and validation from a person who's unforgiving, unwilling to
Correct.
change. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that. But I do have a question. When you said I wasn't at peace at that level, what are you talking about?
Like when I wasn't at peace where I just said, okay, I accept accountability here. And then you go there and you accept accountability there. And then you're still accepting accountability over here. It's like, at what point do you sit in your life and say, wait a minute, everything that I'm accepting accountability for as of right now, I'm done with it. I don't want to repeat that cycle. I don't want to go back to it again. I'm not gonna be bothered with it. I don't care how people feel about it. I'm done with it. I'm done. It's almost like when a pastor become a preacher. Let me say, when a preacher decides that he wants to be a preacher, but he was a drunk and a drug abuser. Yes, the community might have knew who he was, and he gonna carry that burden for the rest of his life. But at what point do he put some of those things down and say, I don't give a damn what people see me for. Now I'm a rebuilt man, and this is who I am, and nobody's gonna take that from me. I'm done with it. I don't care what they accuse me of. I know I don't do these things. I've turned my life over. I'm living a different life. I don't give a damn. And that's the end of it. So where people still wanting you need to hold yourself accountable. No, you probably need to hold yourself accountable, because what are you harboring where you can't let things go while you want me to keep accepting and holding on? And no, you got to get to a point where I'm done with it.
But I understand what you're saying.
That's where I've been at in my life.
Sometimes when we take accountability, we don't. It's levels, y'all. You take accountability,
Of course.
but changed behavior. So
Exactly.
people can look at it like, okay, you've accepted all these wrong things about yourself, or this is who you are, and this is who God has designed me to be, and this and that and the other. But it's like, okay, um, can you not can you, but I just gotta say it. God don't want you to stay there. Okay. Once you accept
Amanda
accountability
Salute,
about a
welcome.
situation, the what we're supposed to do is change our ways, behavior, mindset, whatever, so that we don't
Exactly.
find ourselves in the same situation. So that is God to me. You know what I'm saying? A lot
Exactly.
of people, if and no shade to nobody on the panel, but a lot of people, this is who I am. And it's like, yes, that is who you are, but is that who God called you to be? Are you representing your highest self? Do you believe and have faith that God will change these wrong things about you and give you peace and give you, you know what I'm saying, give you strength, you know what I'm saying, so that you're not, constantly reverting back to these old ways. So
Correct.
I understand where you're coming from. Sometimes people want to hold things over your head and call it, oh, I'm trying to help you be accountable. But you also have to look within yourself and be like, you know what? Have I made changes? Am I moving the right way? Or am I just accepting where I'm at, and dealing with it? And you know what I'm saying?
And
But
you
I
know what?
get you, girl. I get you.
You know what I want to say to you on that too, Vaughn? I want to say this to you as well. Have you noticed a lot of times when people come from off the streets, as our grandmammy them used to say, y'all was back in the rural. Once they go into the rural of the Lord, they say you still in the rural. You can't come over here because you in the rural. I want to say that a lot of times when people change their life and they cross over and they accept Christ or they accept peace, because it doesn't have everybody don't believe in Christ Jesus Lord. Everybody don't believe in that. Whoever you believe in, or even or if it's just you. If you notice, a lot of times when people honestly find peace in their life, they leave people alone. That's why you notice, then you start noticing the church people start hanging in the church. Well, that don't mean they did no different, because they get in that damn church house and they be just as hypocritical. But like you said, there's levels to it. So a lot of the times, see, the difference with me is I don't claim religion. I claim spirituality. I claim religion. I could do me, be me, and say me, long as I follow the 3 rules that I'm supposed to follow. But a lot of people, once they cross over with restrictions and religions and churches and books and Bibles and stuff like that. And then they leave the people. They don't want to be around, because you know why? It's the same repetitive questions. So you sure you changed? What make you think? And if they feel like they've changed in their heart, who is a person to keep questioning them? And that's why a lot of times it's a situation once people get into the church. The difference with me is I just feel, long as I stay strong with me, I could go anywhere and speak, because I'm speaking on truth. There's 3 things. I got to tell the truth. I got to keep the Lord ahead of my heart, and I got to be true to me. And I'm not going to change that.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I knew you was all about the spirituality, girl, when you pulled the sage out. No shade, but
Girl,
I'm young, but I ain't no fool.
You know what, Vaughn? Let me tell you this, Vaughn, and I apologize, Urban. I meant to take over your stage, but let me tell you, Vaughn.
You got it, because I took over your channel last week.
And they don't know, sometimes we need a break when we be on that damn stage. But Vaughn, let me tell you, Vaughn, I truly, if you could see me and you look in my eyes, I truly apologize if I insulted you when I came out. But you'll get to know me, girl. You're gonna say, man, she like my godmama. I didn't mean to insult you by, girl, you better grab my coattail. I said it because in my head I could tell that you're like a daughter to me. I heard your voice and it just sounded like you was like a daughter to me, or like a little sister, where I just talk junk like that. So I apologize if I offended you. And if you ever hear me say I apologize, I mean it. But when you hear me say I'm sorry, girl, I'm lying like hell. I promise you I'm lying.
Well, I accept your apology. And I accept your apology.
Thank you.
Hey, Queen, she's all right, y'all. She all right. She all
All
right.
of them good. Child,
Mr. Lounge know I'm shady, so and he know I used to, turn up and flip out on folks. But I'm gonna be honest. I thank God I'm saved now, okay? And I'm very happy that this happened on Mr. Lounge live stream. And like I said, I'm glad I walked away and came back, because I was finna take it there.
You know what? I'm glad you did. Now you see I come with the red flag and then I turn it white.
Oh, so this is a pattern of yours. No,
I come in peace, girl. I come in peace. I talk a little bit of junk, but I do talk. That's how I feel about things. And I go so far sometimes, because again, it was a difference dealing with my dad. My dad, 6-something military guy, raised all his kids, 3 boys only, girl. Back then, my daddy's 70-some years old. And when he said do it once, he didn't mean twice. And then that was the end of it. So talking to my daddy, it's like, damn, my daddy was a narcissist. But if I could sit him down at the table and I talk to him and I say, no, Dad, and I'm the only girl, I say, man, I love my men and I love my brothers. But you don't know how I get on their ass, though. Come over to my men only lounge. You will hear me.
But by the way, over at Queen's channel, she be having phenomenal conversation. Make sure y'all want to pull up to Queen's channel. Those of y'all who are moderators, please drop Queen's link and support her content. By the way, Queen Vaughn, she is also a content creator as well too. She do be having great, phenomenal shows. Matter of fact, I'm still in Vaughn's time slot right now, because normally she be having this super late night live, so she know I'll be going live this late. But I just made an exception for tonight.
Okay, so Vaughn, when are your nights?
Well, right now I'm taking a hiatus, but I just pop on the live. Ain't no schedule. Because I'm Mr. Lounge, I'm going through some things spiritually and I need to get right, okay? Since you want to be all in my business. But
I don't
yeah,
mind
I'm
talking
right
to you.
now I'm taking a hiatus. I'm
I
taking a
don't mind talking
hiatus.
to you, Vaughn, if you want to talk.
I ain't gonna lie. I think it's best we talk on Mr. Lounge panel. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, cause I don't know. I don't know. I got to be maybe I don't know. I don't know. I
Let, let
don't know.
me let me translate this. How the way Vaughn says she's that type of person that she got to really get a feel for you, and so she like protecting herself, which I don't blame her at all. That's how
Hey,
she's supposed to
I
be.
don't mind. I don't mind it. Listen, one thing about it, especially being a mom, being a me, and being a woman, is nothing like always opening the door. Because maybe the nice part about it is nobody have said that to her. So I did what I was supposed to do from my heart. So whether she called or not, I still offered it to her.
Hmm. Shout out everyone who's on tuning into the show right now. Appreciate y'all tuning in. This is a great phenomenal live. We are what was that? I said Act 3 of the show, right? So when Act 3, we having an open conversation about various topics. The last topic we was talking about is by accountability, and I was kind of challenging the women and see what's their perspective about accountability. I kind of still want to dig a little bit deeper in this accountability part. The reason
Let's
why
go.
yeah, the reason why is because I say this a lot on this channel that I believe that it's difficult for women to really, really hold themselves accountable. But however, the only way it happens if something traumatic occurs in their life. Then that's when they decided that they want to hold themselves accountable. Like say for example, one if a woman is in a toxic relationship, she'll go through the whole process of being in a relationship, knowing good and well that their relationship is toxic. Then finally, when she decided that she wanted to be free from that relationship, then that's when she finally want to hold herself accountable and release herself from that. You know what I'm saying? But my question is why do it take the woman that long to get to that point of holding herself accountable and exiting out the relationship or any type of toxic relationship? What would say y'all, ladies?
That was like 15 questions if you ask me.
That's what I do. That's
This
what
is
I
why I
do.
I
need to
can
mind my business. I'm about to go because you just asked about 15 questions. Now, come on, y'all know I'm a mental person like that. You got to ask
I can
one.
I can answer Mr. Lounge to the best of my knowledge is that I think sometimes we love people. I know sometimes we be loving folks and we don't love ourselves and we may blame ourselves or blame that person. We'd come up with all these excuses and reasons trying to work it out, friendship or toxic relationship. And then it comes a point in time where it's like, okay, what could I have done differently? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I wouldn't be where I'm at. You know, and then it's like, okay, now that I know what and if you ask me, experience is the best teacher. You know what I'm saying? So, for the women, who actually learn their lessons, and I'm not gonna say that I'm one of them. I don't just be learning stuff the first time, and I bump my head a few times. But it's like, okay, I've done this, that, and the third, and now I want to do this, and that, and I'm ready to take on the world, and sometimes you're even in a headspace of, I ain't gonna deal with nobody, ain't nobody gonna come disturb my peace, or now I know what I want and what I'm looking for. It goes, it's a lot that goes with that, a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. What say you, Lionel?
Nah, let these women talk.
Why all of a sudden you ain't got nothing to say, sir?
Urban, I would like to ask you, Urban, when you say that you're looking for a woman to hold herself accountable, can I ask you, holding herself accountable for what?
Good question. Holding herself accountable
That was an
for
open-ended question.
yeah,
That was
holding
so. I don't know why Vaughn even answered the question. That was an open-ended question, Vaughn. He asking you something where that question could have went in so many different directions. I want to know when you say a woman hold themselves accountable for what? Now I agree with Lionel only because of me, but now you want to go that far into it. A woman hold themselves accountable for what?
Holding themselves accountable for the choices and decisions that they make in toxic relationships.
Hold themselves accountable for the decisions that they make when they're in a toxic relationship. Can I ask you, when you say decisions, what decisions are you referring to?
The any type of toxic decision, like the biggest one is the decision to stay in that said relationship for that long period of time instead of having that
Okay, stop. Don't do it. Okay,
cognitive ability to no longer be in that relationship.
okay. So you asking a question where honestly, individually, a man should ask that question too, and answer that. A man should answer that question because I'm sure women that stay in those type of relationships, they not staying in those relationships by themselves. Because just like the door could have went one way, it went the other way too. So I'm not understanding why is the woman have to be held accountable when both of them could have went out the door.
Well,
So if you want her to be, you want the woman to be accountable, but what is the man doing to keep coming there?
well, well, the conversation it isn't necessarily geared towards the man. It's geared towards only that woman who's making
Right,
the choice in it. So,
right.
so in it, let me build this scenario for you, so we could get an understanding. All right. So in this situation, the woman is dealing with a man who is toxic. We can even say that he's a narcissist and not all things above that's negative, right? But she's choosing to
Mhm.
stay in that relationship for this long period of time. The question is why? When you see all the signs indicated that this dude is toxic, he's a narcissist, he's doing everything possible, he's been abusive to you, everything negative, he's doing that to you. Why do you choose to stay in that relationship for that long instead of exiting out immediately?
I think the same reason why men don't exit out immediately.
No, don't shift it to the man. We talk about the woman. Don't
You
shift it to
can't.
the
You
man.
got. That's just it. You can't just say it like that because it takes two to tango. Yes, it takes two people to make those type of decisions. So when somebody heart is involved in something, it don't matter the abuse. When somebody heart is involved in something, it's not that easy to walk away. Just like that man knew it was toxic, that woman knew it was toxic too. If feelings are involved, children are involved, length of time is involved, you got a lot of involvement there, then that wouldn't be an easy decision to make. And let's talk about abuse because abuse come in more than one form fashion. Abuse
Hmm.
is not just physical. Sometimes women take abuse through their heart, but guess what? It's the heart of a woman. And women aren't as quick to run like y'all think we are. We actually put up with more stuff than y'all will ever know. So when we do decide to let you go, it's because at that point we might have gotten to a breaking point, but you never know. A woman sometimes stay with a man to also help them. And then when a woman leave a man, the first thing the man says, oh, she a HOE anyway. She was gonna leave, she was gonna this, she was gonna the other. So y'all got to decide what accountability y'all want us to accept.
Hmm. So I'm curious about this though. I'm very curious about this. So is it safe for us to agree that it takes one to exit out the relationship?
If that
Yeah.
one person gone, yes. Why would it not be safe
Did
to say if I don't want it no more and I go that way, that's one person and I'm gone.
yeah,
But
see it
what happened with the other person? Do you saying, yeah, what go ahead.
See, that's where the disconnect is happening because whenever I have these conversations, especially with women, they always tend to always want to add the man in the equation. Even when I give the perfect scenario saying that yeah, this dude is toxic, they always want to add the man into the equation, say, well, it takes two to tango or both of y'all in this relationship. But now the woman, the one who's getting abused by this man. And so it poses the question again, if you know that these things are happening to you, right? Why do it take you so long to exit out the relationship? Just simply exit out right then and there.
Because they got a
I mean,
heart,
because
they
yeah,
got a
like she said,
they
because it's your heart, it's your
right.
self-esteem. It
That's
could have
right.
something to do with age. And you can have real bad low self-esteem even
And
older in age.
and we weak.
So it's
Some
not
people
a
are
simple
weak.
answer. Honestly,
Right.
Mr. Lounge, there really is no simple answer
Because if I
of
ask you
why
that same
people.
question, I apologize, Vaughn. Go ahead.
There really isn't a simple answer because men stay in abusive, toxic relationships too, and their reasons for staying may seem stupid or unjustified, or why didn't you just walk away? Because some people really don't love themselves. And shout out to the people who did love themselves. You know what I'm saying? And instead of looking down on other people, teach us. You know what I'm saying? Teach everybody, who has had some type of low self-esteem, or issues to where they couldn't walk away from something that wasn't good for them. Because it's not just, oh, you're abusing me, because the abuse doesn't happen immediately. The abuse can come 5 years into the relationship, a year into the relationship, 2 years, 3, 15 years. This person is just completely flipped on you. And like she was saying, time, children, finance. You hear lots of women, and man, I didn't have the money, you know and then once, it's like, well, the people who have the money, it's got something to do with their childhood self-esteem, way of thinking. You're supposed to stay together no matter what, religious reasons, the Bible said, all pastors say, all types of stuff. So I don't think there's a simple answer when it relates to women and women only, because we be, like you say, we chaotic, right? We got all this different stuff going on. How could we just, get up and just leave, and we're so chaotic, and I'm trolling you just a little bit with that, but seriously.
And like you said, Vaughn, it comes back from a mentality of, it's in the Black culture. Y'all know that it's totally different than the white culture. And what we used to is what our great grandmamas and great granddaddies, they stayed with papas, even though papas even back then was no good. So a part of that history still carried along, especially in the Black community. It carried along to those particular days. So I think when you got strong women that stop that type of cycle and that those type of generational curse, people question them in their strength. See, y'all, when a woman say, okay, I'm tired of it and I'm not tolerating it anymore, and they become a totally different person, then you got the men on the other side. Now she too strong, she too this, she too that. That's why I say it's always going to be a man and a woman conversation until you just say who you are individually, and you don't have to worry about the conglomerate of people. It's one
See,
by one.
um, culturally speaking, and also dealing with like social norms as well too. And it don't matter about the black culture; it's just men, period, right?
Exactly.
The average man, if they know that they are in a relationship that is toxic, it is not serving them, um, for the betterment of them in a relationship, they would exit out their relationship right then and there. We
Yep.
call it exercising our options. So
Not even.
that's why I'm posing this question out here, asking why is it so difficult for women to have that same type of mentality as men, saying dealing with toxic relationship. Now now trust me, I understand y'all perspective. Y'all saying there's many reasons. It could be financial, it's because you could love them, wherever the case may be, right? But the moment when you know that man is not displaying any of them things anymore, and yet you still choose to stay there for that long period of time, that's when I'm questioning. When you know by common sense you should exit out the relationship right then and there. That's
But
that's
that's
that's that's why I'm challenging right now, and I'm just trying to honestly get y'all want viewpoints on that.
I say self-worth.
I, I,
Not
I
knowing your self-worth, not knowing that you are worth more than not just a person, but more in life. You know, you may think you deserve the situation that you're in, whether it's because past decisions, choices, children, finances, God, whatever. But I believe that it has a lot to do with self-worth.
Do y'all see the problem with that though? Do y'all see how women are in these toxic, abusive type of relationships, and then on top of that, they have a scapegoat to where they could exit out, but yet and still they choose not to do that, because of these reasons, because of either love or finances, or what else you say, they have low self-esteem, these different things. You see the issue behind it, right? And this is the reason why these type of predatory type men be going after women like this. is because they know that
Mhm.
deep down inside, these women are not going to exit out the relationship on their own, period, like how the way they're supposed to. So that's a problem.
When you say a scapegoat, what do you mean?
That there are always signs that'll come up in a relationship where you'll know without a shadow of doubt that this dude is toxic. Them signs could be he's
Okay.
no longer, being romantic to you. The sign could be on physical, mental, and spiritual abuse. It always happens. The signs is always there, but yet it's still women tend to ignore them signs and stay in that said relationship for the reasons that y'all say, because either love or lack of self-esteem
Well,
or money.
I'm gonna say this, Mr. Lounge. It's on. See, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. What is it? Shame on you. Fool me 3 times. I forgot how I go, but either way, after a while, you're not ignoring the red flags. You're accepting them, but you're hoping for a different outcome. You know, and
Does
you
the
know what?
age does the age matter?
Wait, Mr. Not Mr. Lionel. Wait, Lionel. I can honestly say
I can be Mr. Lionel.
um shut up, Lionel. Mr. Lionel, I talk funny when I say funny, right? I don't always use the right verbiage, right?
Oh no, you good. I trust me,
No,
Vance.
no,
I
no, 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 no. I'm
understand
going.
you.
I'm going somewhere with this. You know, in my spiritual journey, it is important to me when I'm communicating, whether it's with my mother, pastor, husband, children, that I'm using the correct verbiage to explain myself. You know what I'm saying? So when sometimes, and I'm not coming for women, because I do it, I've done it, probably still gonna do it. When we're expressing ourselves, you know, we we're it's like this. You can convince yourself, you know, that the things that you're saying is true. Oh, I didn't know, I didn't. Bull BS. Because like he just said, I don't believe. Now, some people really do get really Houdini, but it's too many women and men, who lie to themselves because they don't want to accept the fact that they were accepting this behavior for themselves. So they'll say, "Well, I just didn't know, and I ignored, or I couldn't see." And it's like, but all of this was right in front of you. And I also think that has a lot to do with accountability. You know what I'm saying? Because if you can pretty much convince yourself that you didn't deserve it and you didn't know and you were just blindsided, then that will make you a victim. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? But when you're really honest with yourself and you like, man, I knew this, I knew that, saw this, saw that, you know I do feel that that helps you heal and be able to say, you know what, I'm not gonna fall into this again. So when you see people, in and out of relationships and in and out of marriages, it's like, you can kind of tell, that they really ain't done the work, and it's no shade, because like I said, I've only been married once. So, it's not shade or trying to, think that I'm better. I still bump my head doing things, because I want to live in that blind spot. Okay. As long as I'm in that blind spot, then I can't be held accountable for my own, self torture and suffering. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Go, Lionel, go ahead.
I was asking if there's an age attached to this. Is there a minimum age or if there's a generalization of it?
No, I don't. Now I'm gonna be honest, Lionel. I used to think that with age comes wisdom. I used to think that you just kind of grow up and you stop tolerating certain things when you got to a certain age. But no, I think you can be foolish, no shade, to anybody, unwise, um, self what they call it, self-sabotaging at any age.
Is everyone taught the same way? And
What do you mean by
does everybody learn the same way?
What do you mean being taught and learned the same way? What do you
Does
mean?
everybody learn about life the same way? About
No,
concepts?
no.
So we have this habit of saying this is damaging to us, but yet someone may not have been raised in that environment where they thought that was damaging to them. They just may not have realized they were being abused. People
Well,
from
then,
the
Lionel, you're.
outside, no, no,
Hmm.
no. People from the outside see that shit, but the person in it may not see that
Well,
because
then,
that's literally
Lionel.
just how they were raised.
No, I can 1,000% agree with you. I've said publicly, and when I say I'm saying publicly, I've said this on my own channel that a lot of my behaviors, ways, and way of thinking I thought was normal because of how I grew up. And once I went to therapy, it was like, oh, this is actually unhealthy. This is actually abnormal. This shouldn't be happening. Wow. Okay. So yes, I do agree with you that no, everybody comes into what they call it, the golden time of day, in their own time at any age.
So real quick, y'all. Cypress, she asked me this question. She said, Urban, if you were to go and slap your wife right now for no reason, do you think she will walk away right then and there? Why or why not? Now, here's my response to that. Um, Now, if we talk about me being me, who I am, I'm not willing to go and slap my wife for no apparent reason. You know what I'm saying? Just to be honest. But if I were to do that for some strange reason, I were to actually do that in this some scenario, right? Guess what? In my mindset, right, I'll be having the expectation that she's either going to want to do something in return to me, or she immediately will apply for a divorce and end this relationship right then and there. Because why in the world would I do that to her? Why in the world would I put my hands on her? And here's something else I want you to consider too. If I do it that one time, right? Now, this not me being urban, but this me being a toxic, narcissistic man. If I do it that one time and I get away with it, right? Best and believe that I'm gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again because I know I got away with it. But I'm gonna do it again in different ways because I know I got away with it the first time. So that goes back to the original discussion that we have right now. Why do it take women so long to exit out there when you already got the scapegoat? When that man that already showed you his hand, that he already done slapped you, he already been abusive to you right then and there. That should be your moment that you need to exit out right in there. No questions asked. Period.
Well, I'm just gonna say this, Miss Lounge. I do think she gonna kill you dead and make sure you never do it again. But y'all gonna work that out, okay? Ain't no divorce. Why do I say that? Because if I had to, give my own opinion, it's just I feel that like you said, with you being you, she would know like, well, this isn't him. It would be one of them situations where it's like, okay, can we figure out what's really going on after I get you together and let you know that this ain't gonna never happen again? Because if you ask me that second time, yes, she will walk away. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that some women do give men chances, not dog walk you through the mud, chances, and then, some women will be like, I can't do this. They'll start doing their exit plan, their exit strategy. You know what I'm saying?
What
But
Vance,
what?
whatever happened to the undesirables though? Because once again, that's this where the disconnect
Hmm?
I'm having with
Huh?
that. The undesirables, it should be something that's zero tolerance, period. You know what I'm saying? Like case in point. Um, Even in the same scenario, well, what if I were to like slap one of my children and do the same exact thing? What if I were end up becoming that type of man and end up raping one of my children? Guess what? If I were to do something like that, there'll be immediate dismissal of that relationship, no question asked. But however,
Hmm.
by me just simply going and slapping my wife just because I got mad at her for whatever reason, I just decided to go upside her head. You mean to tell me that she want to talk it out and get an understanding? No. Mm-mm. Even
I
if it
hate the.
even if it was in reverse, even if she would heard the comment, punch the hell out of me
Mhm.
for no apparent reason. Guess what?
Mhm.
There's no talking out about that because that's an undesirable. That is an absolute no, period. Because you don't
Mhm.
put your hands on me, period. You don't put your hands on me, period. That is immediate termination right then and there
Right.
of the contract.
No,
And
I.
it should be the same way with her. If I put my hands on her, period,
Mhm.
that's immediate termination, period. Because that's where abuse starts.
Mhm. Mhm.
But that's why I asked the question that I asked, because that's not immediate. Because there's too many children that are being assaulted by their parents, and they're not telling people, they're not going to the police, they're not calling anyone, they're going back to bed and letting it happen again. They're not taught that that's just an immediate dismissal. So I also question, what are the women being taught for them not to also do the same thing? Because they're either saying that happened with their parents or their grandparents, or they're just outright not being told. That is
Right.
immediate dismissal. This is why
Right.
I do say we have to be fair with this one.
Y'all not gonna like me. um, why, Mr. Lounge, is because well, to answer your original question, and this isn't undesirable, okay? That's when that whole, forgiveness you know, um, and people abuse forget people's forgiveness, and they take their kindness as weakness because there are women out here who have been in abusive relationships, and if you ask me, God be the glory. That man changed and did all this, and they whatever they did all these things. When people be, oh, they still together, and all that type of stuff. But that's when forgiveness is like very important because some women have walked away from their toxic and abusive relationships, and then they look up and they see that same man with a woman treating her right, and this, that, and the other. And I'm saying it's about women because I don't know too many men, that go through that. But, it's like women be jealous and, oh, well, what is it about her? And why couldn't he do this and that for me? And um my grandmother has a saying, never leave when you're angry, right? And I'm being honest, I didn't understand that. Um, but see, when you and I'm not saying because if you ask me what women do is they wait until they're just completely done. They wait until they've been violated in ways that, they're embarrassed and humiliated to even speak of to their friends, people who love them and support them, their family. But when you leave, you know, first offense, it's like, well, if I leave now, I may look back and, could have worked it out and given him a chance because then that person that you're so in love with, you want to be with is with someone else. And you sitting back wishing that you would have gave that person a chance. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I hate that way of thinking because to me it it can be, you know, it can send you in the wrong direction. You're constantly trying, because your whole, demeanor is, well, you don't want someone else to have them, or you don't want to be, the one that gave up on them. And the whole time, that person and you weren't even supposed to really be like that for real. You know what I'm saying? But I think it comes from that too, wanting to show and be kind and forgive, and people taking and the man taking advantage of it. And now you're, you all bitter and torn up on the inside. You don't trust nobody. You don't want no man no more. All of this because you gave all of your eggs to the wrong basket. You know what I'm saying?
See the whole reason why I'm asking this and I'm putting this scenario out here because first of all, this is something common that women deal with, a whole lot with toxic narcissistic men. You know what I'm saying? And another reason why I'm talking about this is because there's consequences. Now, I understand the whole concept about forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? You should forgive, but you shouldn't forget. I understand the concept, but at the same time, you still have to deal with the consequences. If you don't allow consequences to happen, then that person will never understand the errors of their way. Period.
I
By
agree.
you staying in that said relationship, that dude is not he's not learning from his consequences. He's saying that it's susceptible behavior. And guess what? Guess what? When you finally decide to walk out of the relationship, guess what he's gonna do? He's gonna find another woman or find another victim and do the same damn thing over again because he never learned the
Mm.
consequences the first time around, where it was a zero tolerance right at the beginning. Not the same scenario like me hitting my wife, right? What her response should be right then and there is that, nah, that's a zero tolerance. No, that's a deal breaker. We're immediately in the relationship. That way I know right then and there, like, damn, this is the consequences. This what happened by me doing this one time. Guess what? I'm thinking about that. Guess what? I'm no longer gonna do that. Even if I decide to be in a
Mhm.
new relationship, I'm no longer gonna do that because I'm dealing with the consequences. Same thing with being a person and you break the law, right? There are consequences for breaking the law. Some it's like misdemeanors where it's minor, but there are other major consequences that you cannot walk away from. It's going to be there for the rest of your life, and that's what I'm talking about. It should be like that when men be toxic and narcissistic to these women. Is that it should be a zero tolerance right then and there at that moment, not thinking about it, not trying to talk about it. Zero tolerance, period.
But if he real toxic, Mr. Lounge, he gonna go to the next woman and make it like, oh, she gave up on me. And I'm not saying, that, because a woman in her right mind, ain't gonna be jealous of none of that, but it's like you said, breaking the law. It's people that, they get caught, they go to jail, but they
Hmm.
still go end up back in jail. They still, what you say, they find better ways to do what they do and get away with it. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying totally. And I do like that you having this conversation because, there are certain lines that should not be crossed, period. And God forgive, all the people, who have allowed these behaviors and are, suffering the consequences, because, some people just have that, oh, I'm gonna give him a chance, I'm gonna give him a chance, I'm gonna give her a chance, I'm gonna give her a chance. And it's like even God get tired now, of giving folks grace, But hey, that's how you live. I just, would like for people to, wake up and smell the, the flowers. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, Lionel, what you got, bro?
Let me get out these fans.
Lord.
But yeah, this like I'm saying, that's are you better now?
Nah, Bonds, you know I work at night, right?
Yeah, why you yelling at me?
Like, damn, girl. Let me get out the fans.
But yeah, that's the reason why I'm having this conversation because I see a lot of women, not just modern women, but women period. They suffer being in these type of toxic narcissistic relationship with these old weak ass beta men, you know what I'm saying, who do these weak things. And the signs be there. It always be there, but they choose whatever reason that they want to do it. Just like what I not only you Vance, but Queen was stating it, and also Sweet Rita was stating in the chat as well too. All these different reasons why they stay in these same relationships. But all I'm proposing is that the accountability part for the women is that the moment when you know that dude is stepping, he stepped that line, he crossed that line, it should be zero tolerance. Period. Immediately dismissal, immediately exit out, immediately seek the proper authorities, wherever the case you
Mhm.
got to do to put this evil, messed up monster, you know what I'm saying, out of his
Mhm.
miseries. That's what you need. That's what need to be done. Because if not, then that behavior is going to continue.
And you should, I do, that was what you said, there should be consequences. So, when I was saying like, oh, she'll get you back and y'all work it out. I've learned that you teach people how to treat you. So, there should be, maybe not maybe, but he move out the house, you move out, some distance, some time apart, to really make them suffer. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't just be, oh, I get you back, because like you said, Miss Lon, that creates a toxic, energy, because then that person is like, oh, I did it once, I can do it again, oh, she just gonna throw me out for a few days, or we just gonna go to counseling, or we just gonna have a conversation, everything will be all right. No, make them feel it. Make them feel it. Like you crossed the
Mm.
line, sir. You know.
See, and there's another point that I'm bringing into awareness too. If you don't, as they say all the time on social media, if you don't take your power right then and there, then guess what? You're going to exit out the relationship broken and everything. Then guess what? You're going to go into this whole new relationship with this whole different mentality, um where you view men differently. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be always thinking about your abuser every single time, and you're going to equate your current man as the abuser. You're going to have this wall open up and everything. Then eventually what normally happens is that patterns, um what happened where slowly but steady that woman would start doing the same exact thing. She'll immediately come into the relationship toxic as hell. And this dude is a good dude. And guess what she would say? You're not like the dude in this relationship. You ain't like him, or you can't do me the way that he does me. Because she thinking that everything that this abuser did is love and she put up with it. No, hell no, it's bullshit. Go ahead, Lionel.
This is why I asked what I asked, and this is why I said, how were they taught? What was their perception? I mean, if we're gonna sit here, like let's say we look at Pakistan or India or something like that as an example. These women, it's legal to throw battery acid in their faces. It's legal to do a lot of things we would call abuse here, but they're gonna say that was love or discipline. What are the girls seeing? What are the women seeing? Immediately holding them accountable. I actually got to understand their mentality. I mean, clearly they're chaotic, but it definitely goes into what they were taught and how they look at it. Because we can easily say, I slapped her one time, she decided to leave me, and then how is most men going to react? She didn't really love me. She didn't really give me a chance. I got to be honest with it, because that's how a lot of these dudes be talking. Now they crying in an R&B video in the rain with a leather coat on, singing their heart out, "Baby, take it back."
Hey, keep in mind that Vance did say that she want men to do that for her.
Just saying.
Hey, what the what?
You said that
I'm just
last week,
saying.
Vance, that you want men to cry. Don't tell a man to cry for you if he's trying to get you back.
I mean, that's the only time it's accessible, and if somebody dead, and babies being born, but y'all ain't gonna do that no way. Ah.
Oh, go ahead, Lana.
So that's why I'm asking about the age or the criteria, because every chick isn't raised the same way.
I mean, online though, do in this situation, do the age really matter? Because we do understand that age doesn't equals maturity. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the mind.
Right.
At
Yeah.
the end of the day, it's really just like you're saying, like it's based on their woman's upbringing. You know what I'm saying?
Like, how do they know what the act is in general? Because what did they say? Love is blind, and it's like I can say they saw all the red flags, but at the same time, I can still be looking at them and like they didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
No, that too. 'Cause sometimes you really don't understand what you're opening yourself up to until you're actually going through it. People can warn you. You know, the all the red flags can be right there in front of you, but it's not until you understand what's going on and you're like, "Wait a minute. Is this what I want for myself? You know, should I be doing this? You know, is this person for me?" Is you know, until the light bulb turns on. And sometimes the light bulb does come on for people, but they still decide, you know, to deal with what they're dealing with. And like I said, that to me has to do with self-worth. You know that you shouldn't be going through this. You know that you deserve better, but you're afraid to go after it because what does that look like for you? This is all you know. You know, all I know is him dragging me across the hotel floor and stomping me in my head, Cassie. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Hey,
So like I get what both of y'all is saying. I really do, but the when the sign is blatant, right? You know, just like you're saying, you're being dragged on the floor, or I put my hands on you. Anything physically negative, that is an automatic red flag right there. It shouldn't be no thinking about it. It should be like, dang, is he loving me or no, that's an automatic red flag right in there. And that's why I was saying, even to you, Lionel, that in this situation, it really don't matter about the age. You could be, 18, 19. Dude put his hands on you, physically put his hands on you and make your body feel a negative way, then yeah, you're in a abusive relationship. This dude purposely did that to you. It's no, wait a minute, I need to reconsider. No, he hit you, period. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He hit you, period. That's a negative behavior. Now, on the flip side, I also understand, where y'all talking about the mental part. Now, it's hard to kind of distinguish the mental part because people could play mental game with people, like we were saying earlier about manipulation and different things like that. So it's kind of hard to distinguish that mentally, but physically, yeah, physically it is what it is. There's no gray area in the physical part. It is what it is.
but see, Mr. Lyon, okay, let me ask you this. Do you remember back in the day when husbands would actually whoop their wives like how you whoop your children?
Yeah, yeah, they call it domestic discipline.
Okay. If a woman grew up seeing her father or grandfather and uncles, and brothers or whoever doing that to their wives, that's a normalcy for them. That's reality. You know, there's, hey, you're being abused. No, I'm not. My husband is what you call it, domestic. He disciplined me.
Yeah,
I didn't
domestic.
have his dinner on the table. I didn't iron his shirt right.
So
The kids wasn't in the bed. Whatever.
let me give you the understanding about domestic discipline. Now, the domestic discipline is similar to the kinky sex type thing and stuff, right? Within domestic discipline, that's something that you have to agree to. You have to consent to doing that. It ain't just some dude that's randomly
What?
hitting your side of the head. Then it is what it is. You have to literally agree
No,
to
Mr.
be
Lounge.
part of
No,
domestic
no.
discipline. That's how it
I
works.
don't.
Well, Urban. So my
What?
question now becomes: hold on, Vaughns. My question becomes: if you're listening to Vaughns, who right now she didn't know, and then you're looking at a bunch of other women who also didn't know, you can see where her mind is going because the parents aren't sitting here and telling you this is what it is. They're not breaking it down to you. So you have a bunch of girls who are literally seeing this, but they don't know that. Oh yeah, we just agreed to this. Well, let's break it down to you and whatnot.
But that's the part that I was trying to explain to you, Lionel, is that whole entire consent, it's a consent with the whole entire family. If they have children there, they already are sitting down and having the conversations even with their children, letting them know that this what this is. That's a part of what it is. Now, once again, if the dude is up and decide to do that and not explaining to the woman that this is happening, and the children saw that, then no, that's not the domestic discipline. That is assault.
I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what they told us that's what it was. But no, if a grown man is put, first of all, okay, y'all know how I feel about corporal punishment. I don't agree with it. I was raised that way. I struggle with it within my own household. But long story short, your husband, oh, kinky, sex kink is one thing,
Hmm.
but to whoop you like a child, okay, in front of your children and company, whoever, because his dinner wasn't on the plate with the belt, okay, is the same to going upside her head with your hand or punching her in her face. That's
Yeah,
not sex kink.
yeah. If you talking about for assault period, then yeah, I agree with you on that. But if you talking about the concept of domestic discipline, that's something that they consent they consented to.
Mr. Lounge, I think we talking about, what are you talking about? Where did
No,
this come from?
Levon, see, you're not.
Hmm?
I get it's not clicking, but he's
It's
saying
not.
everybody again. Everybody, he's saying everybody in the family is
Hmm.
aware of the situation. My argument was it's not going to register to all the children that way. That can easily be rewired,
Hmm.
and you can watch the child take this out a very different way when they get older.
Miss Lounge, do you think I'm talking about that video we was watching where the lady liked to be spanked? I ain't talking about like that.
That's
I
what
ain't talking about
domestic
that.
discipline is, though.
I'm talking about back in the day when when men,
That's that's what they
instead of
did.
slapping their wives, they would whoop them. You telling me that was sex
Yeah,
kink
yeah. That's
consent?
the yeah. That's domestic discipline. That's
Child,
what
I
they
don't believe
yeah.
that.
That's
Mm-mm.
yeah. That's that's called domestic discipline. That's what they was doing under the original patriarchal system. That's the reason why the women had revoked and created feminism. Is because of domestic discipline.
What?
It's because them dudes they end up taking it too far. Now, even on the point with Lionel, I have to agree with him on that because if you have children who are young, right, who are very young and they still um developing, right, it's gonna be very hard for them to understand what's going on, but yet it's still they simply gonna mimic what it is, the reality of it is, and so that can create a problem.
Well, I'm confused and I'm 31. I don't know. Can somebody else in the chat help me understand? Because I'm so lost,
He
y'all. I
he he
promise
gave you
y'all I
two, he
am.
gave you two different examples. That's all. You just don't want to accept one of them, but he gave you two different examples.
No, because I don't. I mean, okay, do I understand sex kink? Yes, but are you saying that it was like not against the law to whoop your wife? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, back in the day, yeah, it was part of the law where they can do that. I'm telling you what it is. It's called domestic discipline.
The bonds, remember,
Oh wow.
wives were considered property,
Just like
Right,
slaves.
I knew that. Right, I
so
knew
it
that.
wasn't illegal to do anything. That was your property.
Now, now keep in mind this is you mentioned about domestic discipline, and I'm just explaining to you what it is.
All I was trying to say is,
Here we
if
go.
you grew up seeing that and it was normal, whether it's in front of, like I said, company, the kids, the neighbors, you go somewhere else and people are telling you that that's abuse and not right and you should leave, you're gonna look at them like they're crazy. You're gonna think there's something wrong with them because this is, even a part of your core values or, morals and, oh no, I should be, spanked with the belt, if I don't have his dinner on the table. And it's like you sound brainwashed in Stockholm syndrome, to someone like me, but to you and where you come from, ain't nothing wrong with it. You stay with your man. You cook it, you just make sure his plate hot. You don't do nothing to tick him off, all that. But talking to me, we gonna have an escape plan.
Yeah, of course. In that situation, of course, that's how the way people are going to perceive it to be, and that person going to perceive it because that's their reality. Now, if we still talking about the whole concept about domestic discipline, then yeah, that's the immediate reality. But if we just talking about straight abuse, and she once again she staying in this and thinking that this is love and all the stuff there, then that's where I have the pushback on. The moment when that dude put his hand on her, that's the automatic red flag, period. She need to immediately exit out that relationship. There's no thinking about it. There's no maybe he's gonna change and do better. There's no, well, we got to stay here for the children. None of that. Nope. Mm-mm. Exit out immediately. Because I guarantee you
Well,
that that behavior is not going to stop until that dude deal with the consequences.
or one or both of you are dead.
Well, that too. I'm just saying. Shout out everybody in the chat on Cheapo. I see you. Salute. Gas mask. What's up with it? Salute. But yeah, that's my stance on that.
What you think, Bonds?
Um, if I'm being all the way 100, y'all, I was raised, you don't put your hands on nobody, don't nobody put their hands on you, and that's just how I live my life.
Yeah, that's not reality.
What, Nick? I gotta go, Mr. Louse. Cause see, this is what I'm talking about. He wants me to get into
Wait,
character.
how? I'm being real.
What do you mean? How you gonna say that's not my reality?
Oh no, no, no. I said that's not reality. I ain't say that wasn't
Okay,
your reality
how is that not reality?
because it happens all the time.
What?
People put their hands on people all the time that they never even instigated.
Mm. Well, I ain't trying to sound sensitive, y'all, but not business, not my problem. Just cause see, look, when it comes to situations like that, people have to want to leave for themselves. If you try to get involved, be a sound mind, especially up here in Chicago, these men will fight you
Does
and
age
his
wait?
girl.
Does
Okay.
age matter?
No. You try to come between people that want to be together, you know, just stay out of it. You can, always
So I
offer,
was talking more in general than
oh,
just
well, what
strictly a
you talking about?
relationship.
You know what? Bye, Lionel. Bye, Mr. Lowes. Good night. You have a great live because Lionel is up here playing mind games and I'm too tired.
How am I? Y'all funny.
Because you said in general, we're talking about domestic violence relationships.
Yeah, and that can fall under certain cases.
Oh, you talking about people fighting.
They can be that
I
too.
mean,
I was going definitely a little bit more darker than that.
there's something wrong with him, Mr. Miles. I'll just be praying that you see
She
it.
is funny.
but I mean, yeah, that's really just how,
Mm-hmm.
can't save everybody, Lionel. Okay, that's what y'all like to say, so I'm saying it back to y'all.
Who say who? We ain't trying to save these hoes. So we trying to educate, and this her choice whether or not you want to take heed or not. Totally your
what?
choice.
Hold on, what y'all educating me about? I understand the people, but what y'all educating me about in this instance?
I'm educating you about the importance that if you are in a toxic relationship and immediately when that dude show the sign, show his hands, that you should exit out immediately. There's no thinking about it. There's no, I need to pray to God about it to get guidance. You need to immediately exit out because God already showed you the signs in the hand right in and there by him putting his hands on you. It's that simple.
Mm.
No fasting, none of that. Dude put his hands on you, exit out immediately.
So let me ask you this then, Miss Lons. You don't believe in now I've heard you, uh yeah, I've heard you say things about this. So you don't believe in, when you want to be in a relationship and it's just not right, you don't believe, when people come tell us their stories of how jacked up it was, and God came in and saved it. You don't believe that? Who laughed like that? Light on, shame on you.
Yeah, he sure did. Cause I laughing too.
Hey,
Cause
he
I'll bike
cackled.
already. Vons, I'll bike. Well, I'm going to say what Lionel was thinking. Lionel was simply thinking that shit, God is literally trolling you for real to allow a man to put his hands on you to begin with in the
Hmm.
first place.
Oh wow. Mm. Well,
So
I have a
no,
difference of opinion, and
Why
I
is that
just
all wow?
I'm gonna be honest. It is not based on my own reality or experience. It's just what I've seen in older people. Um, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I enjoy redemption stories of any kind,
Oh
especially
no.
when it includes God. Okay, now it's relationships, life, finances, whatever. So I'm not the person, to
Is
just
there a
be up
limit to
here.
redemption with you?
I'll be honest with you, Lionel, and I'm kind of struggling with this. You know how we're supposed to love everybody and be. I have a problem with pedophiles and rapists.
Okay,
You know how people be in the comments and they belong under the jail and in hell. I be thinking that
I
too.
agree.
Right. So it's like I struggle with that because to me, when you harm a child or you take advantage of a woman or a man, it's some not right, and that's about the only thing I really struggle with. I believe that murderers can be, forgiven. Yeah, I can forgive you, for me, so that I'm not, angry and bitter. But some things I really struggle with because it's like I look at predators, of that kind, when it involves children, it's like you just saying all this so you can get out of jail or, people can believe you so you can continue your unnatural affection. Like that's so I really struggle with that. I don't be believing in people. I don't.
so Vons, let me ask you this question: why do women seek out self love after the fact
Mhm.
instead of
Because
in
Mr.
it?
Lounge, when you go to therapy or you have an elder or a friend or a sister, preaching to you, or even a man, because sometimes your grandfather, your father will recognize some things about you, and you know you realize, hey, I didn't love myself. I don't think there's anything wrong with it because I believe you have to go through I believe you have to go through, to get through. So, like I said, I'm not the person. If y'all up here wanting some, yeah, no, I'm not the person.
No, I
I,
mean, no one asked you that though. They was just
what?
saying, speak your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe that, you go try to find self love because some people missed it, when we were young, you know, because we thought we did know everything and love ourselves and was ready for the world. And the whole time we didn't.
Mm-hmm. This is why I have a disconnect even in this new conversation we having. The reason why is because women, or well, the modern women, well, let me put it this way: the traditional women teach the modern women that you should have self love. Part of the self love is for you to be career oriented. You have a job. You should have your own money, but have the preference having that man have money too, so he can spend his money while you have your own money. All of this is dealing with self love. All of this is empowering that woman to, as they say, take their power. Now, my disconnect with this is that if you say you have self love, then why in the hell are you allowing a dude to put his hand on you? Even this situation where he's talking about, the children being raped and molested and all the stuff there, that's a zero tolerance. Everybody in the chat said that was zero tolerance. But why in the hell is a dude who puts his hand on you is a zero tolerance? It's like, let me figure it out. That is diabolical to me.
Everybody in the chat said that's
Well,
zero tolerance, but the reality shows you something very different. This is when I tell women they're full of shit because reality really teaches you differently. It is not a zero tolerance. They accept it and allow it to happen again. Too many prove it.
well, I'm gonna ask you this, Mr. Lounge, and just being honest. In your first, marriage, can you honestly say you loved yourself in totality? That you were making all the decisions that you made, because you loved yourself, or you were thinking about other people?
Yeah, I absolutely had self love for myself, including my first wife. But that wasn't
Mm.
an issue in our relationship though. Nor it
Okay,
wasn't domestic
so
violence neither.
no, I'm not saying it had to be that. I'm saying, was there situations that you knew were toxic and not right, and you were like, but I'm gonna keep pushing through, or I'm gonna try to work this out, you know
Yes, absolutely, and that's the reason why I'm telling y'all this right now. When you see these signs and stuff, right? When it's blatantly there, or you could even say that God showed it to you, the Holy Spirit showed it to you, people showed it to you. If those signs is revealing themselves, it's best for you to take heed on that and do your due diligence by it, period. Instead of just trying to wait it out, instead of trying to, well, maybe God's gonna show me again, and next thing you know, you 6 feet under.
so
Well,
you
you
saying
know,
Not if they're chaotic.
so you saying the first red flag you was done.
yes.
I don't believe you, but okay.
Okay, Bond, would it help you if he said the first red flag he understood he was done?
If he said, because I have a hard time believing that you love this person, you love yourself, and you're like, you know what, this is something like, because especially when you're young, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna try. You're not just gonna up and leave. If that's the case, you didn't love that person.
So wait, does love equal stupidity?
No, but
That's what you're.
love,
But that's what you're
but
technically saying.
wait, but love doesn't look for the other person to make mistakes so that they can be done with them, is what I'm saying.
No, we're
You're
not going to play semantics.
No,
'Cause
we're not playing semantics.
you're
That No,
essentially
that's not
saying,
love.
but you're
If
telling
some
him right now that love equals stupidity.
No, uh, I'm not saying that love equals stupidity. I'm saying when you love a person, you're not, when you truly love, in love, you love this person, okay? You will give them whatever. You're not just going to say, okay, you did this and I don't like it, or this goes against my morals and values and beliefs, and you just walk away. If he did that, then I just feel like, did you really love them? Did you
Or why
explain
can't he
that to
just be
them?
a strong
Did
individual?
Because that's, I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but once again, did you really love her?
Damn. So he can't even be just a strong man, strong willed.
No, I'm not saying that he can
But you're
be,
not
but
saying it. Saying, but that's the thing. You're not saying period. You're essentially finding every
huh.
reason not to tell him he was just a strong man for doing what he did.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't know what the offense was. Okay, so I'll say that. But I just have a hard time believing that the first offense, he was just like, you know what, I'm done. Like, that's crazy to me. But oh,
So is everybody raised the same way to love the same way?
no.
So why could I mean he could still very much love her, but had some self respect to know that nah, I can't put up with this.
I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like, everybody isn't like that.
But he's
Every
saying he is like that.
Well, and I'm saying I don't believe him. So what do you
Damn.
like? What do you want me to say?
I'm trying to understand why you don't believe him because you not believing him puts him in the category of being just like everybody else. They're just supposed to love one way. Damn, I hear crickets.
Hey, y'all better be glad I stopped doing sounds after 2 o'clock.
I already miss Queen.
Mm. Is there somebody
Like I
talking?
don't get what she does. What she doesn't understand. I mean, the women complain these men don't have self respect, but then when a man has self respect, immediately we don't believe him. Oh my
I just
goodness,
don't believe him. How you wait,
double
is it two
one!
of me up
Oh my
here?
god! Oh
I just
shit!
don't I just don't believe that.
I
I
had a panic
mean,
attack.
then it's like, I mean, I don't know. I just don't. I'm not gonna lie and say, oh, okay, Mr.
And I'm not.
Lounge.
Hold on, because I'm not saying you're lying. I'm trying to understand you.
Oh,
Since I know,
you're trying to
since,
understand why I don't
yeah,
believe that.
since life doesn't listen to understand.
Because, well, you know what? I'm gonna say this. If that really did happen, I can understand his way of thinking and not being able to understand why people tolerate certain things from other people.
But
I can
hold on.
understand that.
But wait. So he already told you he had a disconnect, which is how he preferenced.
Right.
But by you saying if that really did happen, you're already putting that debunk into his conversation.
Lionel, I don't want to play this game with
No,
you.
but
I
that's
said what I
true.
said.
I'm a because I keep it 100 with this. Because if I say, hey, at 11, I had a group of guys take advantage of me, and then the first thing someone says is, well, if that really happened, then I feel sorry. You're already dismissing it.
I'm not dismissing him. I told
But you already
the
said
truth.
you don't believe it. So it's already a dismissal. And then you add it on by saying, if that really happened. Then, so first we're going to say, we're going to discount it first, but then we're going to say, hey, let's add a hint of validity behind it.
Mhm.
That's what you do. That's the game women like to play.
What?
I'm glad there
I
wasn't two Bonds up here,
I am
but
so glad I knew this is where you were going. Oh my goodness. Okay, Lionel.
I'm actually being real with this one
I
because
know.
that's what you did to him. So you're basically telling him his experience is wrong.
No. No, I'm not saying that.
I mean, you already said you don't believe it, and then you're trying to make everyone else understand how much you don't believe it by how you're practicing it.
Right.
How about we just go off the narrative that, hey, this is what happened. He was a strong willed individual. He already told us point blank he has a disconnect, which is
Mhm.
showing you and he's telling us why he has a disconnect. There's no
Right.
reason for him to say that he has a disconnect if this situation didn't call for him to say that.
Right. Well, now I know why he has the disconnect.
The thing is, you should be trying to help him connect the dots to it.
I am trying to help him, but he's not going to understand because he doesn't understand how people.
He does understand. You just have to help him understand it.
Okay, so I'm glad he said this. Well, you said it. Self-respect, right? People don't have that. Forget self-love and it's not even forget self-love. Yes, there are people who walk this earth who have no self-love, no self-respect, no accountability. The list goes on. Now, what I'm also saying is it is hard for me to believe that he's never experienced that. Even, just in life period. I have a hard time believing that because I feel like some of everybody has experienced that. And if you haven't,
I
then you
never.
would have a
Um,
disconnect.
I'm sorry. I never experienced what.
Being stupid in love, being a fool in love,
Oh.
basically
What
just making a
yeah,
bunch of dumb choices
what Lionel said.
to keep your girl.
Oh. Oh.
So you're saying you've never been a beta simp man or whatever y'all call it? Do y'all call this beta simp
Wait,
or do
have
y'all
you?
call
Wait, hold on. Wait. Don't even answer that, Urban. See, this is where I brought it up earlier. Y'all women don't listen. This dude has told you stories. You're equating his entire life experience to his one ex wife. where he's given you experiences and told you humiliating stories already.
Okay, my point exactly. So that's why I'm saying I don't believe that you just walked away the first time this woman offended you.
Just
That's why I'm
so
saying
wait,
that.
because you're saying it off of one chick. Maybe he learned his lesson from the 50 hoes he messed with before this girl.
Well, then if you ask, let me hush. Go ahead, line.
No, I was done. My bad, Irv.
Go ahead, continue, Vons.
Because Lionel almost got me again, and it's not gonna happen.
I told you, you don't be winning against me. None of you women can win against me.
I won just now.
You lost. What you talking about?
I won.
See, women just love. They just want you to say they're right. That's all.
The ego at an all time high, boy.
Yeah, they just want to hear that they're right. They just
You
want to
Well,
hear.
but what's
I'm gonna
crazy?
say this.
Hey, what's crazy about it is
What?
that we could admit when we're wrong and we could
Yeah.
concede right then and there. You know what? You're right.
I said right, right, right. But what I'm standing on is I have a hard time believing that with your wife, because the way Lionel trying to put it is that a random dirty dusty hoe got the best of you, and not at least the woman that you made a wife. To me, that sounds a little backwards. But anyway.
Hold on. Just because he married this girl didn't mean he didn't love the couple of chicks before that. A lot of girls are still in love with the first dude they had sex with, but married some dude that they just kind of like.
Mm.
So why is that different for him?
um, I'm a hush, but okay.
So I'm trying to understand how this whole simple part has to do with my own decision making, based on what you're saying.
Because you're
What is
supposed to love a woman so much that you simp for her, that you want to give her
no,
everything, even if she gives you nothing in return. That's how these women's mind be thinking.
no, Mr. Loud. I was just trying to get you to understand, maybe from your own past experience, but we can't understand from right there.
Now, once again, I was
We can't
transparent.
get to an understanding, is what I'm trying to say.
Now, once again, I was very transparent in telling all of y'all that at one point in time I was simping, but my
Hmm.
simping wasn't because I love a woman. My simping was because I was simply trying to do something. That's what simps do. They try to get something in return by exchanging, whether if it's monetary value or wherever it is that that woman desire, that you'll simp out and give it to that woman so you can get something in return. That's exactly what simp it is. Now, I never been a man who was just head over heels in love with a woman so much so that it took away my cognitive abilities to know the difference between right and wrong.
Hmm. Okay,
I,
so
n-
let
I
me ask you
never I
this.
never had that experience. The reason why I never had that experience is because I never allowed myself to even be in that situation anyway. Because in my mind that's illogical to me.
Hmm. So let me ask you this. During your simping, did you feel like you respected yourself? Did you feel like you loved yourself?
Yeah,
Did you
absolutely.
feel like,
Absolutely, I had
well,
self love for myself.
What
But
kind
once
of
again,
question?
but
well, child, I don't.
once again, in
Yeah.
that time where I was doing that, I was getting it to get something in return.
Yes.
Good a service. You know what I'm saying? You give something to get something in return.
Hmm.
But yeah, I have self love. It's no different from a woman doing the same as that thing, where she know good and well she trying to get something out of that man, and her mind she have self love too. I love myself as
Just
long
play
as
a
he fly
random
me to
Monica song.
Miami and let him crack my
Mm-mm.
back, but I still love myself.
That's all a lie. Okay, no shade, Mr. Lounge. But if I'm being honest, that don't sound like someone who loves themselves. But okay.
So sex workers do it all the time. So you say sex workers don't love themselves?
No, anybody who sells their body,
I
no, you don't love
disagree, Vaughn.
yourself. Mm-mm.
Just because
You
they're comfortable with
you
their
have a
sexuality.
you have a form of self love, but is it true love.
See, why do y'all add connotations to that? Is it
Because
self love or
because
is
That's
it
what's
two
not?
because two things can be true at once
But
sometimes,
and
right?
why is
You
that
can be,
also an excuse?
but wait, Lionel, hear me out. It can be your ego. I do love myself. Oh yeah, I love myself. But do you really? If you have to swindle and trick and do all of these things to get what you want, or even literally sell your body or your soul or a moral of yours or a value, how you treat people, mistreating people. Like, come on now. You know what I'm saying? You can tell yourself one thing and the reality can be another. And I know people ain't gonna agree, but we got to call it what it is. And what it is that we gaslight ourselves into believing that, BS, nonsense, for whatever reason. But the truth be the truth. And the truth is, how can you love yourself if you're operating in your lower self? If you're doing ungodly things? And I don't care what y'all say. Okay.
Vons, look,
What?
women sell themselves all the time,
I ain't
including
even say
sex
what.
workers. The reason why is because women, all women, not modern women, but all women are hypergamous, period. Every last one of them. So they sell themselves all the time, where for sexually, most of the time it ends up with sex, depending on what they're trying to get. But they do
Most
that
of
all the
these
time.
most of these men are only with women because the women are selling their box to them.
Yep,
That's
for the
it.
right
Like
price.
most like it's delusional for a woman to think that, oh, if my vagina went away, would this man still be with me? No.
Nah, that's not true,
Then
Lionel.
all in all, she still say that she has self love for herself.
I'm gonna say this. When it comes to sex, do I lack understanding, when it comes to certain things? Only because of my own self, right? But apparently there is people in the world who are in relationships and they never had to give their cat up and a man didn't have to give his thing up because of
You can
something
leave,
about
man. I'm about to leave
deep
soon.
deep intimacy and all this other kind of stuff, and I don't understand it. But I mean, hey, apparently. What he say, Miss Brown?
And he was talking to his coworker.
Oh, but yeah. But I will say, no, Lionel, I disagree.
No, and you're right. You're right to disagree. A man will stay with you, but I guarantee he's getting something else that got a vagina. If you think the dude is with you because he likes you, come on.
Hmm.
Most of you women aren't funny. Most of you are boring as hell. The reality is he only with you because you giving it up.
Lionel, I want you to do me a favor. Define boring and not funny.
For most of you women. Um, Shoot.
That's the answer.
That's the answer. Most of you women. Y'all are
Shoot.
all pretty much the prototype of boring and not funny.
Oh Lord, I have soul tears.
Have a go.
I mean, what he's saying is true because what is the main things that women seek out for a man? You seek out for him to have finances right. You seek out for him to be the best lover, and the last component you seek out for that man to do what make you laugh. The reason why is because women are not funny. Y'all are corny as hell. And
What?
then even when you try to make a joke, that joke be so darn corny, and we just laugh because we're like, oh,
First of
just
all,
because we being nice.
you know what? I don't even care. Look,
Just tell me a
what?
joke, Vance. Tell me a joke real quick. Go
Nope.
ahead.
Hell no.
No, go ahead. Tell me a joke.
I don't know how to tell
Make
jokes, Mr. Loud.
make me, Lionel, and everybody in the chat that's watching laugh real quick. Go ahead. Tell a joke.
um, Mr. Loud, I really don't know how to tell jokes. I think I'm funny without trying. Like when I'm serious, y'all be laughing at me. I don't know how to do that.
Mm-mm-mm. Hey, I invite the same on challenge on with with all the women in the chat as well. Tell us a joke. Tell your man a joke.
The thing
No, first of
is,
all, y'all tell me a joke. How about that?
hold
Make
on.
me
It's the
laugh.
thing. I mean, the dude already got to pay you to get boxed. But the thing is, here's the thing. See, a lot of women like to make those jokes and be like, "That's why you should be with a man." You know, they try to hit you on there because the dude would rather hang out with his boys and actually be excited about life versus being with his wife, where it's kind of just like you there. At least I'm getting vagina from you. I mean,
Consolation prize.
exactly. But then each of these women be sitting here thinking like they the shit, and it's like,
You're average as best.
exactly. That's why most of these dudes would rather go hang out with the homie.
So I got a question. If y'all are y'all these kind of men that feel like women aren't funny and all we know how to do is hit below the belt and think we funny? Y'all them?
I mean, I did a whole 5 minute rant saying that y'all corny and y'all not funny. And then I also challenged you to do a joke, and you couldn't do that.
Y'all ain't
I'm,
gave me no joke either though.
I'm
How
not gonna
about y'all
say that.
go and
I'm gonna say this. I think that women in professional comedy are trash. They are not funny at all. You go look at the Queens of Comedy that performance and compare it to the original Kings of Comedy, and you tell me which one you laughed at.
I mean Lionel, y'all don't think we're funny because y'all don't like women talking that kind of way, you know.
No, cause
That's what
y'all no, it's
That
because y'all
sounds
corny
stupid.
as hell. Y'all think they're crude humor, but okay, I'll put it to this way:
y'all do
women,
crude
the
humor.
only thing that women say throughout their whole entire jokes is talking about sex and talk about their period throughout the whole entire joke. That's it.
What?
Throughout their whole entire set, talking about sex and their period, about being a
My
woman,
sister said that
and that's
too.
and that's it,
And all
and that's
okay.
corny as hell. Like, why are
First
we
of all, that's
laughing to
not
that?
true. That's not true. Women make jokes out of a lot of stuff. Just like y'all think y'all so funny talking about y'all life. Okay. Y'all be corny too. The hell? In fact, Mr. Lounge, I could say Lionel is funnier than you. Now what?
Damn. Nah,
Yeah,
Urban's funnier than me.
I mean, my
Of
response
course
to
he is, Lionel.
I mean, my response to this is that I don't care if there was an attempt to try to bruise my ego. I don't give a damn. If he is, he is. So yeah.
No, it wasn't an attempt to bruise your ego. It was the truth. Okay. All men ain't funny. And what's funny is Lionel don't even be trying to be funny. He's just funny. Like what I just said. I don't y'all laugh at me when I'm really serious.
Boy, I tell you, you see this in real time. When they know they on the fence, that's when they resort to anything possible to try to win. Guilt, shame, need to be right.
Y'all still ain't gave me no joke to laugh
They
at.
even would try to bring discontent with the brotherhood.
They do try to do that though. They do try to do that.
Child, here y'all go. Now she
This is
trying
why
to tear
dudes
us
be trying to
apart.
hang out with the homie because of that.
Now she trying to come between our relationship. Y'all funny.
All
Ain't nobody
because I
trying to.
all because I said women are corny. Did I bruise women ego because I said that they corny, they're not funny?
I just don't understand why so many men say that. I really don't.
Because if so many men are saying that, why do you think they're saying it?
Because I think y'all just want to be the best at everything when y'all really not. I mean, well, see, I think
I,
y'all
I do
be
got a
mad.
question. Real talk.
What?
Unfortunately, I mean, I'm mad that she's off the panel now because I'm getting off of work. But why did y'all have a problem with Queen talking about herself?
Lionel, don't do that. Don't be messy.
No, I'm trying to figure out why y'all had a problem with Queen talking about herself.
Lionel,
Lana, you know the
Lionel.
reason why is because when you get one woman who has a strong ego, that's like the Lion King. That's like Mufasa fighting against what's that nigga name? Scar. That's like Mufasa fighting against Scar, bro. Or
Lord.
wherever that nigga name. Well Simba. That's like Simba fighting against Scar, man,
They
in the
tried to
fight.
turn her against me. They tried to turn me against her. Let me reword that. And I'm sitting here like, y'all the messy ones. Shoot. I had no problem with anything that woman said.
We know you didn't.
And it's not like she agreed with everything, but I had no problem with what she said.
Lionel, as long as somebody is cheering you on and putting you in this uplifting spotlight, you ain't got no problem with them.
I can cheer myself on though.
Jeez,
What do you?
hey, geez Louise, man. On that, I had like about 12 or 13 people in the chat. The moment I call women corny and not being funny, shit, they left ASAP. They
Look at
Because
said,
they
that.
because
fuck
they
Urban.
funny. They probably got offended. They
Nah,
was
they
They
like,
can't
said,
hold
forget, you lying like I ain't nothing, bro. Made me
because they
hurt, man.
can't
I'm
hold
going to bed.
these women know they can't make niggas laugh. That's the
so Mr.
thing.
so
They
Mr. Loud,
know.
all jokes aside, as long as you've been in the T sector, you don't think any of the women are
Hell no.
genuinely
Hell
funny.
no.
What? You don't be in the bushes laughing?
No.
Mr.
Y'all think
Loud,
it's
don't
funny.
That
lie.
that drama bullshit is not funny. And I done
Are you
told y'all about
serious?
that. That drama stuff y'all be doing is not funny at all.
So you
There's
don't
nothing
like a
funny
good
about that.
drag and roast. That's what you're telling me. You don't like a good drag and roast. It's
No,
some good draggers. I ain't talking about doxers, but it's some really good get you
no,
together.
no. The type of
Wow.
stuff that y'all women do, it be
hmm
corny as hell.
Wow.
It be some dudes who be sent per roasting. Now that'd be funny. But the women, nah, y'all lame.
So you're telling me that there are no women in the tea sector that can
No,
roast.
no,
Boy, they gon'
y'all
I
not
hope I hope
funny.
don't
Y'all
nobody
are
got
not
beef with
funny
you in
at
the
all.
bushes.
Y'all think you are. Your ego tells you that you are, but y'all not. Now see, here's the issue.
Mm-mm.
Here's the issue. These said women, they're so used to having these simp ass men who sit up here and clap and cheerlead for them. Oh my god, you so funny. But deep down inside, them niggas know good and well that shoot, them women are not funny at all. They're just doing that
What?
because they're trying to some of them they're trying to either get the box or already had the box. I'm just saying.
I don't understand. I don't understand why y'all think y'all just so funny, but okay.
All right then, tell me a joke.
Mr. Lounge, y'all still ain't told me one.
Because the conversation isn't about me being funny. It's
the
about
reason you
you and women being funny.
the reason you ain't told me no joke, Mr. Lounge, is because you know that you're not funny. Okay? And you're just as corny as you say us women are.
Even
Where the
even if
buzzer?
look,
Da-da-da.
even if that be the case, if I'm not funny, I'm cool with that. I can accept that in my immediate reality.
Mhm.
I don't care. I don't care about that. It don't bother me.
How that like why is that? Why are you trying to take shots? That it does nothing.
I mean, if I'm being honest, my husband has said that, women, like certain women
I know he
are
said
really, yeah, are really funny to him. And I'm like, babe, I'm funny, right? And he'd be like, no. And I'd be like,
good
what?
man. Good man.
And he was
Good
like,
way to
you
stand his
think,
ground.
he said it. He said exactly what most men say. Oh, y'all women, my grandfathers have said it. Y'all women think, this and that
Or,
is being funny, and it's not. And
or,
I'm
or you
confused because I'm like, but men do it and it's funny. So I'm confused.
or are you going to want to treat Jim right on Father's Day because he sound like he's a stand up guy and he's holding you
Hell no.
accountable for
Here,
you not being funny.
here you go, being messy, Mr. Lounge. Okay.
I mean, it's legitimate. It's a legitimate question.
I mean, why wouldn't I treat him nice on Father's Day, Mr. Lounge?
I'm just saying,
Urban, what's the difference between what you say and what I say?
not a damn thing.
Like these women are still saying this crap, and I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is the difference.
And I'm saying the exact same way how Lionel's saying it. No difference whatsoever. And I'm not even remotely being nice about this. I'm being straight up blunt. Y'all corny as hell. Not even funny.
Like they choose to get triggered. You being real. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm sensitive about.
So
I'm tickled.
Sweet Rita says she's naturally funny. All right, Sweet Rita, tell me a joke.
She ain't
See if
never
we
make me
laugh.
laugh.
Tell me a
That's what
joke and
I'm,
see if I
sweet Rita,
laugh.
right? I think I'm naturally funny. Now I'm gonna be honest. People seem to laugh when I'm being serious. Or even okay, when I'm trying to be
Because
funny,
we don't
yeah.
take you seriously. People don't take you seriously.
Lionel, we don't take you serious either, and
So is
Because
people laughing with you, or are they like really laughing at you?
I think it all depends. I
I
think
know
it
y'all
depends
not
on who
laughing
it
at
is. Oh no, we be laughing at you, player.
me. You can keep trying it.
That question was not for Lionel. I'm talking about you, Vons. Don't be doing that. Stop. So
um,
do people laugh with you, or they be laughing at you?
That's why they don't take
I
us
think
seriously.
I think it depends on who it is. If I'm being honest, yeah.
Oh Lord, here we go.
I'm just, hey, y'all asking me. I ain't gonna lie
No,
about
no, we
nothing.
got you. Yeah, I'm sure you lie about a lot, but I got you.
No, don't do that. The truth come out. I ain't got time. I rather just tell the truth.
I'm
So
trying to figure out, Vaughn. Hold on, Irvin. Give me a second because I need her to answer this. What am I sensitive about? I'm just very curious.
The fact
Y'all,
that you keep asking me shows how
no, because
sensitive
I'm
you really
very
are.
curious. Tell me something about me. Maybe I don't see it. Tell me something about myself.
Lionel, I think you do see it.
What? That told me nothing. If I said maybe I don't see it, you're supposed to say, okay, how about this?
Mm-hmm.
See, this is how women be communicating with men, but then they expect you to just know shit. But then it's like, but you didn't tell me nothing.
Mm.
so Vons, when you do your live again, when you be out of your sabbatical that you went on
Mm-hmm.
again, your first show, you're gonna talk about women not being funny. Cause I'm dying to hear what your audience is gonna say about this. Because I know majority of your audience is women and they believe that they're funny.
I'm supposed to be doing a show with her too, actually.
Um, no, because I feel like us women, we laugh, we kiki a lot. That's why I'm so confused on why y'all say that. But
Laughing don't equate to being funny. You know, you can laugh about any old thing. You know, people bump their toe. They may say, ouch, oh shit, then they'll probably laugh about it later. But that doesn't mean that it's funny.
they are fun. It's like you are so funny. Like the way you say stuff, how you can just make people laugh.
So, and the dudes who aren't trying to get vagina from you, how often are they telling you that you are funny?
Well, Lionel, I don't have all that type of experience. I just told you my own husband,
If you okay,
you
so
know,
you do have a chat though. You have a whole thing. I see dudes generally trying to talk nice to you on there. So I'm just curious how many
who?
guys. I forgot you have ops. I gotta word things the right way.
No, 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 no. It's just
I don't pay
someone
attention
else.
to these dudes' names.
Okay, the way you're implying it, someone else said it the same way, and I'm like, who's all these dudes that I be talking to? Lionel, I talk to you, Mr. Lounge.
We
You
don't
know what I'm
count.
saying? It's like, wait a minute, who's all these different dudes?
We don't count.
I thought
Von
y'all knew each other. I'm
Vons,
cracking up.
Vons,
Hmm.
Vons, Von, look, you do be having some dudes in your chat and stuff too. Some of them pull up, even on your panel sometimes.
Thank you.
Mr. Lounge, it be you, Lionel, Hassan, Beefcake. Miss Lounge, you know what Beefcake is.
Yeah, beefy, yep.
You know who Hassan is. You know who
Mm-hmm.
Looney is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who's these other men? You know who Neutral is.
Mm-hmm.
JJ hit my link one time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe twice. I don't know. You know who
And
Rudy is. So
yep,
who's all these men?
and people and some people in the chat too. But
SBK was up there
then
with
that
you.
shows that shows men are there at your
This is how
channel.
I know women remember every dude they slept with. They be bullshitting when they say they don't. This is how you know they do remember.
Yeah, she went
Oh,
down the whole
Father.
line naming everybody in the chat. But if I ask her about her body count, I don't know.
Oh, I hate y'all so bad. Now that was funny, but I'm gonna say this: when y'all say all these dudes, I really be confused because everybody knows each other.
I don't know all these people.
Father, okay, Lionel, Mr. Lounge, you know who everybody just named, right?
Yep.
Okay, then. So who's all these dudes besides
We
y'all?
just named them. What do you mean? You just
You
named
just
a list.
named them.
This girl just named a grocery list.
So once again, but with all the dudes she just named right there, right? Have they ever told you like Vons, you was the so funny and comical?
Lionel has. He'll say Vaughn is hilarious. Um,
Because you know I be trolling.
uh, I mean, no, nobody,
Oh,
no.
damn.
Majority of the time, we're telling Bam how funny she is. So
We're not talking about Bams. Bams is a woman. We talking about
We talking about Vons.
Vons right now. Oh, also, by the way, Lionel, Sweet Rita said,
Mr. Lodge, did you just say I'm not a woman? I'm confused. Wait, what?
we'll get back to
Wait,
that.
hold on, Vons. What's Sweet Rita say?
Sweet Rita said, I have made you laugh in the chat, Lionel. I call Cap.
That's right, Sweet Rita. I have too. Mr. Lodge, what do you mean by I'm not a woman? I'm confused. Are y'all saying I'm one of the guys? What are you
Vons
saying?
does,
You know,
Vons
you know
does
good
try
and
to act
well.
like a nigga, but she's
Look,
definitely not.
you know good and well what I meant.
She
Okay.
tries to act like a nigga, but we know she not.
No.
Look like a woman,
I
think
mean,
like a man.
you know,
I
I
guess
can't stand
I
y'all.
don't know.
I mean, but I don't look for people to tell me I'm funny either, though. Like, I just say something, laugh, look in the chat, there be laugh faces, or there's not. I laughed at my damn self. I don't care.
So if that be the case, then why are you and other women egotistical about when men say that you're not funny,
Because
that
I
you
make my
corny?
own self laugh, Mr. Lounge, and if I make my own self laugh, then I'm funny. Why didn't you
Then why do
understand
that?
that?
That's what I'm saying. Why do it matter? Why do it matter what I say or what Lionel say? If you believe you know funny, you're funny. But you saying
Mm-hmm.
something different. You saying no. We are funny. We all are funny.
Because we are. Hmm.
Just like what you said earlier about me. You talking about, well, you're not funny, Miss Fernandez. And I told you, okay. Yeah, I don't care.
Um,
You see how I immediately just
okay.
accepted that? Like, okay, I'm all right.
So you want?
That's
Okay, I'm
cool.
gonna just accept it. I
My
don't care
ego is
what
not
y'all
bruised
think.
or
I'm
anything like
funny.
that. I'm cool.
If y'all was saying those things to bruise my ego or whatever Mr. Lounge said when I said it to him, it didn't work. Okay, and so what? Y'all think I'm not funny. Now what?
It's too late now, Vance.
How you gonna take it away from me?
See, we get ready to circle all the way back around to what I was
It's
saying
too late.
earlier.
I
We
took my power back. I don't care what y'all say.
mm-mm-mm.
And neither do other women because we are hilarious, especially in the T sector. Okay.
Yeah. So them same women over there believe 2 + 2 = 6. So
That's
there's
a
that.
lie. I don't know who you talking about, Mr. Lounge.
Believe 2 + 2 = 6 and things, and say that that's funny. You believing
He
in
say, Lionel,
total
don't nobody
false.
care what you say. You just like to trigger me.
Sweet Rita, she said, comedians tell jokes. I'm just easygoing and funny naturally.
Right. And I'll even go as far as say, okay, yeah, I'm corny and I still think I'm funny. Or I think corny people are funny. I really do. Like some people be like, oh, they not even funny. They corny. And I'll be like, well, I think they funny.
So would it be safe to say that I'm funny? So y'all think I'm corny?
Mr. Lounge, that did I say that? I think
Jesus.
if I'm being honest with you, I think you funny when you just doing your commentary. Sometimes when you be dead serious, it'd be like, oh, this man, he's serious. Yeah, I think that's funny.
Mm-mm-mm. Now keep in mind that at the end of the day, I don't matter. Well, it don't matter to me. I don't care.
So do women tell you, oh, Urban, you just so funny.
Yeah, when they
Haha.
trying to, well, that's a twofold question. The first part of it, if they're trying to get something out of me, of course a woman is going to say that I'm funny.
Bro, I was about to say that too. If they want something, yeah, I'm very funny.
They They're gonna hit you on the chest. That's funny. Can you buy me a drink?
Y'all swear. Y'all maybe they actually thought y'all was funny. Dang.
That's BS. Y'all only want us for what we can provide for you in like so many aspects of life. Y'all don't care about us as people.
Man, salute. What's
What?
up? But yeah, that's what y'all do, and y'all be laughing off of every little jokes that the dudes be doing, right? And deep
Mm,
down inside, the reason why y'all laugh is because normally y'all want something, but deep down inside, you know that dude is funny. He's actually really is funny.
I gotta be honest. I ain't never did that.
Well, you okay, but you've been with the same dude for a good minute.
Yeah, but all of that trickery?
It's not
No.
about trickery though. You've been with the same dude for a minute. He's given you 4 kids. He's essentially
Mm-hmm.
told you you can sit around and be lazy while he slaves his ass off 15 hours a day. Like, dude, you clearly not funny.
No, that's not true. My husband's hilarious. Like for
I
I'm
said
not even
you. No,
gassing
no,
him
no. I
up.
said you, not him. You aren't
Hmm.
funny.
No, he never tells me I'm funny. That's what I just told you though, Lionel.
No, but because you're not. This is the dude that does know you. He know you not funny.
He say I'm corny. But
And you are. He's letting
but
you
mo-
know.
but but no, most if you ask me, majority of men like women that I think are hilarious. They
We're
don't
not
think that they're
asking you,
funny.
we're asking your husband. And he's saying you not hilarious.
Whatever.
And most women aren't funny. There is
I
this is
think
there are diamonds in the rough. Some women, yes, they have comedic attributes, but I literally said, and y'all can
mhm.
replay this. What did I say, word for word? That professional comedians that are
Mhm.
women are not funny. The mainstream women are not funny.
So what y'all saying
Hey,
is
Lionel,
majority
don't give them that, bro. Don't give them that, because if you give it just a little bit, they're gonna run with that.
whatever. So y'all are saying that all women, the women who think they can roast can't, and the woman who can roast think they can. Is that what y'all saying?
Why do y'all think y'all can roll?
Because we can when we want to.
Then apparently y'all don't generally want to because dudes don't think y'all can.
Hmm.
You let's okay. Let's
I
look at
told my husband, I told Jim he a hater because my jokes are better than his, and I stand on that.
okay. Let's look at it on YouTube real quick, because you saying that the women in the tea sector that they funny, they be roasting, right.
Mhm.
This is for my experience of listening to them, right. They roast is
Mhm.
this. Yeah,
Then you don't be
sound
listening
like some damn hyenas. So how in the
but
hell are they funny?
because you're not listening to people talk about
How can you
how
how can you when y'all getting loud with each other?
because you just not listening
Nobody
and you
can't
purposely not
nobody
listening.
can't listen to a hyena.
What? You don't be listening because there be men in the chat who be dying laughing, think it's funny.
No, that be them simps in that chat.
Wow. Wow, Mr. Lounge. You
They don't
you
be
bold
understanding now the
tonight,
darn
ain't you?
thing y'all be saying. And y'all call that roasting by out talking each other throughout the whole entire conversation, saying some weird stuff,
Mr. So you telling me
yapping.
you ain't never in the however many years you've been in the tea sector, been sitting chilling in the bushes and thought that the roast and drag that was going on was hilarious. You ain't never
Hell
thought
no,
that.
no, nope.
Wow. Okay, well that tells me your way of thinking. So then what do you be doing in there if you're not laughing? Because I just got to keep it real. I be laughing even if they
I'm I
talk
be
about
I
me.
be I be observing the toxic behavior. That's what I be doing.
What? And you don't crack a giggle or a smile
Nope,
not one time?
nope,
How is that enjoyable?
nope. So isn't
I don't
so
believe you.
the only pleasure I get out of that is me observing the toxic behavior and figuring out ways how it can be rectified. That's why I
Wait,
wanted fulfillment.
I'm lost. So, the only way to be enjoyable is if you're laughing.
According to Vons.
Out of it can y'all hear me?
What is
Can y'all
wrong
hear
with
me?
women? Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, but he said he gets enjoyment out of it in a different way, but I'm just shocked. I just knew Mr. Lounge be cracking up.
Nope.
I mean, that's what I think about everybody who listens. That they find humor in it. But
Nope.
if you truly don't, okay, I don't believe you, but okay.
What kind of crap? Okay, so I
Here
give
she
you,
go
I give
again,
you.
dismissing my
So,
feelings, bro.
Because it's just I don't because that's for
Oh
me.
Lord
It's like
Jesus.
how could
wait,
you not laugh at
wait,
anything?
does this include anything? So basically, I'm just asking to clarify. If you find something enjoyable, you should be laughing from it.
No, 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 that's not what I'm saying, Lionel.
Okay,
I do
okay.
no, I do understand that he gets a different type of gratification out of it, but the what I don't know. I don't understand how like even with myself now, some things, really do upset me. But I've heard some people say some pretty jacked up thing about me and I bust out laughing like, "What?" You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you never laugh at all. Like nothing you ever heard is funny. You
Them
know, the
them
way they
women's
said it,
look
how they, you know what I'm saying?
look them women over there are corny as hell. They're not funny. Even
Wow.
the dragging and roasting is not funny.
Wow.
Now I heard
So
dudes. Now I done heard dudes pull up on the panel and stuff and say some stuff that and I would crack up like, oh yeah, that was funny as hell. But the women on the other hand, they be
Why does
I'm
this
a
bother women? Why does it
I'm
bother
gonna
women that they're
I'm
not
gonna
funny?
I have to I just have to digress because that's crazy. That's great. That's crazy.
But why does it bother women that y'all not funny?
I mean, it really don't bother me, Lionel. I just find it
No,
interesting.
understand what I said again. Why does it bother women that it's not funny?
Because that should be hilarious. I mean,
No,
I be
I'm
getting
talking
my
about.
life sometimes.
I gotta reword that because I'm saying in general, a lot of women do take offense to the fact that they're being told they're not funny. But if you have men
Mm.
for the last 60 years saying that women aren't funny, y'all don't
Hmm.
think y'all not funny?
I mean, it's just something you got to deal with. I mean, it doesn't it doesn't mean that you're actually not funny.
Yes.
It's kind of like a comedian. He can only get a certain amount of people to think he's funny, but he's not the best comedian. Some people
What?
find
Why
him
do you gotta
annoying.
be
They're
the
corny.
best? We're just saying in general. In general, most chicks aren't funny because the things that we might say might make them laugh, but the things that they say, we're gonna roll our eyes at it. Y'all take shit too seriously. In general.
What?
In general.
Okay, so what about goofy women? What about that?
Women are goofy.
I'm done.
I'm just trying to figure out because you speaking for women right now, but I'm trying to understand. And Sweet Rita, she swears she funny. I will give her credit. There are some things she do that are funny, like when Urban start playing thirst trap music. When he start playing twerking, she just comes out of the bushes. It never fails.
hey, Lionel, Maine, he just said in the chat a few seconds ago that women think twerking is funny. That is funny that you just said that. You can't even
'Cause,
see the chat.
dude, we saw it the other night. We You started talking about some type of twerking. Sweet Rita popped up. Hey y'all, that's funny.
Mm, okay.
And then tonight we was playing the church that she goes to. That's what makes it even more funnier because we know that's the church she be going to.
Well, I don't know what to say. Y'all don't think women are that funny.
No, we think y'all chaotic. I mean, y'all danced around this entire question earlier, but that's just the reality. I mean, Urban trying to get perspective from y'all, but y'all women literally cannot answer him. Y'all tried to go into layers and whatnot. I couldn't say
Mm-hmm.
anything because I was trying not to write somebody up in the moment. But at the end of the night, y'all chaotic. Y'all love chaos. But I don't think y'all can explain that because y'all are so chaotic. That's why y'all will go back to a dude that's slapping y'all around. That's why I said
Mm.
the reality is just because this happens doesn't mean that they're gonna leave. Most women who get slapped, they go back to the same dude to get slapped again. It happens. There's data that shows this. They're chaotic. They love the chaos, but they may not understand why they're raw chaos. Their chaotic nature.
Hey, this could even equate to the whole not funny thing, and she equated
Here
not
we
funny
go.
to roasting and gagging. That's still chaotic. They
Yup.
find it chaotic and cool to go over there and roast each other and make each other feel some type of way because they think it's funny, but it's not.
I think y'all don't think it's funny because y'all can't do it.
Nah, it's not funny because it's corny.
What? Oh, okay.
Then the crazy part about it is that after when they do the roasting and gagging, then next thing you know they get up in their feelings real quick as they do in a chaotic nature, and the next step is that what, forget you B. Next thing you know, y'all doxing each other, doing all this weird stuff, they're creating 20 or 30 lies about each other, going back and forth. You're posting pictures on your community wall of each other families because y'all think it's funny, but it's not funny. Just sitting up here digging up people police reports because you think it's funny, but it's not. But it's corny as hell.
Mm.
Am I lying?
I mean, I don't think all of that is funny. I will say a mugshot is funny.
But that's what I mean. That's what they'll do though. They'll literally go that far to start doing the doxing and the cyberbullying and posting stuff on community wall. Hell, they'll even go on to people on other social media accounts and do the same thing and stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
they'll go back and report to their subscribers, say, "Ha ha, this is funny. Look, laugh with us because this is so funny." And then the chat being lame as hell too, sitting up here laughing about a corny joke that's not even funny at all,
I just have a hard time believing.
which that's chaos,
That's crazy. Miss Lounge,
absolute chaos.
I'm starting to think maybe I need to go back to therapy, baby, because I be getting my laugh on.
Girl, you need to stay out of therapy.
Did that therapist tell you that you was funny?
You laugh at my jokes?
Oh
Yeah,
well that.
nah, he just thought you was hot.
No, because
I'm about to
shut
go
up,
say
Lionel.
that.
No, listen, for real though, because I
I'm
notice when I'm mad, like when I'm really mad, people laugh. My mom, it'd be like, no, it's the way you said it. Like I could say something really mean and nasty, and people will laugh, and I'd be thinking, like I bust out laughing. It'd be like, I know it's the way that I said it. I know it's the emotion behind it. I know, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, sometimes when I used to be in therapy, super heavy, and I be snapping and going off about something. Yeah, he'd be cracking up. He'd be like, "Girl, whew, okay, let's start here."
He thought
And
you was
I,
hot. That's why.
Lionel, no,
Not because you
don't
was
say
funny.
that.
What you mean? Don't say that. I'm keeping it 100 with you.
I don't believe that.
So Buddy was sitting up here around laughing at your jokes because you paying him, and because he said, "Look at this old
She was showing
dark
them
dark
legs. She was
skinned
showing her
chocolate
back.
Barbie
You know,
woman."
Mm-mm. I think he
she
was
had her
used
hair
to
done.
Lionel. Where do you get this stuff from, man? I was in therapy looking busted, crying in my feelings. Okay.
So
She was looking. Correction, Urban. She was looking vulnerable and tasty to him.
nah,
This
nah,
dude.
nah. Them type of dudes. She was looking independent. INDPDT.
I can't stand
That's
y'all.
what you know what I mean.
But
She got her own house, got her own car.
Mr. Lounge, calm down. But
Nigga, that's simple hard as hell, and he the
You
therapist.
are. You know you.
Lionel up here stunting like a mug. Okay, I got a whole live. Okay, with him cracking up. Okay, matter of fact, all my panels, you up there laughing. So shut up.
That is hilarious.
Women ain't funny. You be on Mr. Loud's panel. Vaughn's is hilarious,
I
and
think
I be serious.
your life be hilarious. Shit.
What? What? What?
Oh my bad.
What?
Lionel, we already done bruised that ego enough on this morning, man.
You're right.
Lionel slip her finish you.
That's okay. That's okay. Cause next time me and Lionel get on the panel, I got something for him.
So Von's gonna have a whole lot to talk about when she go live, man.
Well, she had to watch my show, so I'm waiting. I mean, my bad, my mom's show. So
I told you I did. I just want to rewatch it
I
and
know.
keep rewatching it, but I haven't because right now I'm watching you, and I'm in like church and stuff. So
You saying that killer show, which I said this earlier, that women love the true crime and people killing stuff. So you mean tell me that show is way more important than you looking at Lionel stuff, or is it
well,
mom
Mr.
stuff?
Lounge, it reminds me of Lionel.
Oh, good. That's not good.
Hey, why Dunbar going in on me like this?
Oh, to my man, you talking about what it sound like you on a big back? So are you eating something, Vons?
But y'all can hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you smacking and
I'm
crunching whatever it is. I just didn't say nothing because it didn't bother
I'm
me.
I'm eating some. I'm really trying to stop smoking, so I'm eating apple flavored peach rings and sunflower seeds.
Ew, you
Ew,
smoke?
you smoke?
What?
Ew.
I thought y'all. First of all, y'all starting like a mug. Y'all know this already.
I didn't know that.
You might have said it one time, maybe, but no. Ew. That's a bad habit. That's nasty.
I know, y'all. I'm
I do
struggling.
turn chicks down from that. Girls who I be sitting here be like, damn, she a 9. She put a cigarette
Lionel,
in her mouth.
ain't
Damn, she
nobody
a 3.
interested in you. See, that be y'all men's
I
problem.
be
Y'all
Ew.
like,
think
ew.
everything is about y'all.
I'm just
Y'all
telling
think
you how
women,
unattractive that is. Real talk.
Now, I wonder
Lord.
she thinks she's funny. It's the nicotine. The
Yeah,
nicotine
it
got her
has
messed up in the head.
to.
It makes
Absolutely.
sense now.
I know, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That's like the number one thing because I've always felt like smoking was such a dirty habit. But I picked it up.
What
They
made
make
you
me feel
start
good.
smoking?
Um, at first I was just a occasional, if I went out for a drink or we playing cards or something, or I just want like I went from just smoking once a month to like every day. I don't know how that happened.
So did you start out doing hookah first, then it graduated to the squirrels, or how did that happen?
Uh-uh. Excuse me. I started off with shorts,
Hmm.
and then I think somebody gave me a vape, and I liked the vape.
So
Oh,
random.
I was smoking Black and Miles like years ago. Every now and then I would get me a black and I
Oh,
would
she
drink.
she's smoking that ghetto crap too.
You said every a
One of
pack of
my cousins told me that. That's so ghetto. Or was it my auntie that said that? That's hood.
So you
Ugh.
you you want to smoke them Swiss sweets too? Zigzags?
Ugh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I think that might be too strong. Because I really stopped smoking the blacks because I'm like, these strong than a mug. But I went from shorts to hundreds, and the hundreds do taste better. Much better. Like the relief. Whew, it's wonderful. But yeah. But I'm at the point now where I just and I do believe it has something to do with, where I'm at in life. It's just exactly how I always felt about it. It's nasty. I feel like I stink, like it's like a conscious thing. Like I'm very insecure about it. You know what I mean? It's like this ain't even you. But, I guess you could say that's who I turned into be. I don't know.
Hmm. Well, to be fair, a long time ago, I used to smoke cigars because I'm bougie like that. I smoke one cigar and be drinking my whiskey.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
saying,
yeah, that's how it started. And but see,
But I
the
stopped though because I just got bored with it. But, so I didn't see the
mhm.
fascination with it
I'm
other
proud
than
of you,
looking
man.
cool.
Mhm. See, I like wine, and I would buy me the do you remember when Stella Rose came out, Miss Lime?
Hmm.
I started playing around with them because I would drink wine coolers, and then I graduated from wine coolers to vodka, then from vodka to
Oh,
tequila,
damn.
and then it was like, Lionel, I wasn't no big drunk or nothing like that
So
because I was,
you just skip Alizé all the way, huh?
yeah, I want to try Alizé because I was watching the Parkers, I want to say last year, and they made it sound so good. And you hear Alizé in the
Mm.
songs from back in the day and stuff like that.
Hey,
But
have you ever had MD 2020 Mad Dog 2020?
I've tasted it and it's,
So she smoked, she drank, she just didn't eat.
I can't stand this dude here. But
I'm telling you, it's the substance abuse that got her thinking that she's funny.
y'all so stupid. No, I started yeah, it was
I
like,
didn't
oh,
eat, man.
I drink tequila when I go outside, like when we go to bars and lounges and stuff, whatever drink I get some type of tequila.
Wait, why
Never
are you
get
still going to bars and lounges?
because I'm grown, Lionel, excuse,
You got
huh?
four kids. You need to be at home.
Yeah, you be at home with them, okay? See, you gonna make me cuss, Lionel, but anyway. When we yep, I done had some moonshine Dunbar, yes sir. I want to say it's my husband's 30 something birthday. Was it his 30th birthday? And we got the moonshine with the cherries in the jar. You know what I'm talking about,
This girl act like she got to work. Like,
Hmm. Hey Vance,
y'all?
you could call behind the bar. You could call him Maine.
Oh,
Yeah, you
he's
call him Maine.
Maine.
Yeah, you call him Maine.
Okay.
Maine. Maine.
Okay. But yeah, I really started liking that Stella Rose. And baby, when I started smoking, I thought I was in heaven. Okay. It was like, whoo, I like this. I don't know. I don't know. But yep. But now I don't like to drink anymore. Like even when I go out. And I love to drink, when I go out because it's like, it's let loose time, have fun.
So, what was the
But
quickest one to get over, drinking or smoking?
here's the thing. I wasn't a lush or, I've never been, like, how people go through things and, you know, like when you have an addiction to alcohol.
Hmm.
But I do strongly believe because and I've already said this on my channel, alcoholism runs on both sides of my family. So I personally think it was a conscious decision, to just like, cause like I would drink on the weekend, no big deal, right? But I was like something happened in my family, and I'm like, man, this ain't it.
you sound like
Like,
someone else I know, someone I used to follow. And she
ooh,
would always say this also, that she only drank on the weekends.
mm-hmm.
But then you'd blatantly be seeing her drink during the week. And she'd be like, it's just the Lord.
So even
Mm-mm,
more than that, bro.
I'm
Keep it
just
mm-mm.
real.
saying.
No, no,
Keep it
seriously
real.
though, I never, I don't really like the taste of alcohol either. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, it's nasty, but it only tastes good if it's like a fruity taste. But for some odd reason, y'all, I just I have no desire to get me a bottle of Stella Rose. And it's not like I said, it's not like I was just a lush or a drunk, indecent, got caught somewhere with my panties down. And I was just like, I'm gonna just go with it. And maybe, when I am outside enjoying myself, maybe I will have a drink, but it's not a, ooh, while I'm in the store, I'm gonna grab me this. I want to try this. Ooh, I don't want to try nothing. And it's a whole lot of y'all. It's a lot of new stuff that then came out. And I don't even. You know what I think happened? I started drinking that peach.
Cobbler.
Simply no, see, simply peach, and I didn't really care for it. Like all the new stuff was just to me, and maybe that happened, but I don't know.
So why do women love tequila? Why is that the number one female drink?
To me, it's smooth. It's real smooth, and it mixes well with other juices and alcohols and stuff. Well, to me, because I used to make drinks at our parties and stuff.
Of course.
Hell, oh yeah, man, I make a good drink, y'all.
So what's your go-to drink that you make?
Oh, messing up. I was just making stuff. You know how they was
What
doing
the
the
Bourbon.
hell?
Jolly
So you
Ranchers.
just making up moonshine drinks and handing them to people at parties?
No, I would have Jolly Ranchers, a whole lot of different juices, tequila, vodka, of course, like the men like all that dark stuff, Don Julio, Douce, and whatever they just be like, here, Kevon, like my brother-in-law, make me a drink out of this or whatever, and
Bourbon.
they would say it was good.
Yeah, what's up?
So,
I gotta backtrack this for a second because something just hit me. I was talking to my sister earlier, and it goes along with something I was trying to explain earlier. And she told me that in middle school, high school, and first few years of college, a lot of women thought that human trafficking was fake. My bad, girls. If that's not an indication of what the parents aren't teaching their kids, and this is a girl who was in a school in Georgia, a school in Colorado, and a school in Maryland, but they thought it was fake or they didn't take it seriously. So, what are the mothers teaching the generation of young girls? So, if they're not teaching them how real the world is, what makes you think they're teaching them about what abuse is?
mm,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got no comment because I grew up
I
with all
agree.
these conversations.
Hey, check this out. Since we talking about trafficking, right? Um, I've been researching this now, but what I'm gonna say, I'm not saying that this is absolute. Okay, this is just something I'm currently working on researching.
Oh man, we're gonna have a good combo because I
Oh,
got my data.
oh yeah. So dealing with trafficking, right? Let's take this all the way back. Do y'all know that the transatlantic slave trade that never ended?
I did
But
know that.
yeah, it never ended, but they just created another name for it. Another name they created is trafficking. So that's what it actually is. It's trafficking. It's literally slave trade trafficking.
Wait, I don't know if Vons know what you're talking about.
I know what sex trafficking is, and apparently trafficking is slave trade. Yeah, I know what all that is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So technically speaking, the one slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, is still going alive and well. I've not seen like news report where they have people who are still in shipping in containers and different things like that all the way over to different other countries, including America. No different from the slave trade back in the day, where they had ships and shipping these people in the bottom of the ship to other one nations all over the world.
I quit curious. I want to go back to something you said a minute ago, not in this conversation, but I want to ask a question to highlight where I'm going with it. Does the act does the act negate the interest? And I know how that's worded. There's this thing I brought up to you about how they showed a 30-day report, simply a 30-day report, and they showed all over the map dots, red dots covering the entire United States map. They tracked easily 110,000 different distinct IP addresses of men who were researching girls under 12 years old
Hmm.
or sharing girls under 12 years old. This doesn't mean that they were doing anything, but is that just as bad as the men who are the perpetrators?
So I say absolutely because that's an
Yeah.
entrance in it.
So I bring that up because I talk about all the time how disgusting men are. How I think a high percentage of them are pedophiles and just straight abusers. And I go off of what the dudes are either talking about, what they're searching, or the actual act. And I do teach women it's not safe for you out here, especially if you have children.
Hmm. I
But then
agree.
they got the trafficking, which ends up being a very different situation. Going into the same territory, but the FBI handles that too. And then they have all type of different numbers for that. But then
Hmm.
listening to little girls telling me they don't take it seriously, that their parents aren't teaching them about this.
And that is bad.
But that's when it goes to the point of we're asking these women to already holding themselves accountable in general, or at least in terms of this. Most grown women, they're not even teaching this shit. These young girls wouldn't even know how to hold themselves accountable since the older generation chose to let them suffer, chose to let them sink or swim, fly or die.
Hmm.
So I'm with you when we start blaming women for certain things because you see this perpetuated more and more. And you see the stories more and more. I call women idiots because 9 times out of 10, they don't do a report to see which sex offender lives in their area. They just move into the area.
Or they don't do it unless it become a reason for them to do it. Like
Exactly.
normally after the fact. Which that
After the
goes circle around to the conversation earlier that I was talking about the abuse part.
But then the women are going to sit here and say, I didn't know better. I was young and dumb. There's no book on parenting. You know, the 50 excuses they like to give.
Hmm. I agree.
I know y'all was having fun, my bad. But it just hit me in my head because I was thinking about it and it was just very interesting because this is when they'll say Lionel's being rude to women, but Lionel's holding y'all accountable. Because to me, I think it's absolutely asinine to expect a man who is the dominant perpetrators to be sitting here teaching y'all this or trying to hold y'all accountable on it.
Mano, I have a question.
Go for it.
I'm pretty sure you have. So, have you heard that a soft answer turns away wrath?
What?
Just answer the question, Lionel. Don't.
I've heard it.
That was me.
I know, Mr. Lounge. I was telling him not to let you distract him, but listen, it's not that. And once again, I think you know this, but your approach in the conversation. You women are idiots. No mother wants to be told that they're an idiot for lack of knowledge. When you
Exactly. Something like this shouldn't be a lack of knowledge. Not in this era. There's
okay,
no excuse.
no, hear me out. I've been told by people here on YouTube, indirectly and directly by you and other people that I associate with. that I had, even by my own mother and grandmother. The world is not sunshine and rainbows, right? I don't know why, and I, if I'm being transparent and honest,
Go ahead.
I've been through some pretty dark things, but
You told
when
us.
people first meet me, and
Mhm.
if I choose to share, oh, I would have never known that, or so I've even been accused of lying, right? You don't know, or you have no idea, or that little stuff. I don't know why I'm like this. In fact, I'm recently struggling with it, right?
Mhm.
What you do to your mouth? I struggle with it because it's like, obviously this is gonna be my personality until I'm, somewhere in the graveyard, right? And what I recognize is, on my KJ, I'm giving it to you. Can you be patient? Here,
No, it's his time.
all the time. You don't want that?
He said
You
it's
know what?
John Cena time. It's his time
You
now.
And
He can
Lionel
see it.
exactly.
Lionel likes to say, well, y'all don't care about men, and y'all don't you see what I go through with my 4-year-old? You see? And it's not just him, it's my son too. Okay. They're very demanding. And I get trolled by my family. Oh, they ain't gonna be no good for no woman. And I
Damn.
cater
I'll
to
say
all.
that.
So how you want to equate your boys to be a man? They're currently boys right
Because
now. They're not
apparently
grown adult age yet.
all the love that I'm giving them is ruining them.
I don't know. Yeah, she talking to the wrong people.
Yeah.
Like I definitely tell women outright, yo, love your children. Go hard on that shit. Definitely at a young age.
Shoot, act like it's a crime to show love, to my, oh, I've even been accused of favoritism. But anyway, y'all, listen.
Who
I
said that over here?
But yeah, I'm about
no,
to say because I get because like I understand what she's saying, but now she's on the lounge. Whenever she's talking to us, we don't say nothing. We get it.
no,
You got like
no, ain't
18
nobody
kids.
on YouTube said that,
Yeah,
Lionel. I'm just,
you
I'm
got
just talking crazy.
you got
How people be
18 kids.
talking.
We get it. Do your thing.
But what I
Well,
was saying was
19
that,
coming according to Jim.
oh, hush, Mr. Loud. But what was I saying? Dang. Oh yeah. So even in, this whole new spiritual journey, I'm kind of struggling with it because, I'm learning things that are good, but there's also a lot of bad. And I had to admit that, because I believe that when you keep things to yourself, when I'm like, so let's say the three of us are in a agreement of something, right? And y'all are teaching me, and I'm supposed to uplift y'all. You know what I'm saying? And if I keep how I feel in on the inside, I feel like it'll eat me up, or I'll lash out. So I found myself,
Let it out.
letting how I was truly feeling out, and I actually felt good about it. But it was like, I got to be honest. I don't like the reality that the world isn't this great big light place. I know that danger is real. I've experienced darkness, but it's like, damn, we got all of this and that going on. And, how are we supposed to cope with all of this? So, as a mother, and that's one of the things that I was saying, like, I said, maybe I made a mistake because something happened, y'all. Nothing bad or detrimental. Nobody's being,
Yeah,
but a situation happened, and I'm like, man, I could feel it in my gut. I don't like this person, and but I'm struck because I'm not trying to be, push people away, but it's just something about this person I don't like when it comes to my kids, right?
gotta go.
So my mother was telling me, when it comes to your kids, you will know, and you knew when you felt it and when you knew it. Okay. And but I was telling her, because my mom knows me. I don't trust my kids with nobody. You're not my father or my aunt or my grandparents. And even with them, I was very funny, when they were little. So it's like, Oh, mommy, can we go to such and such's birthday party? And my daughter still don't get it. No, you cannot stay the night at anybody's house. Don't even ask me. No. Oh, Vaughn, you gonna traumatize? No, because I believe. Oh, well, they got a dad. Okay, dad can be creepy. Oh, they got an older brother. Older brother can be creepy. Well, they
I'm,
got an older sister. Older sister can be creepy. Mommy can be creepy.
yeah,
You can't
like
stay the night nowhere.
see that's when do people don't look up data.
Right.
They don't look up.
So,
There's no way.
as a mother, Lionel, I know that danger is out there. You know, I'm also, and I really do pray that, I grow into, trusting, that my children are protected and I'm protected and covered, and I will have wisdom and discernment, you know, because my whole thing is I don't want to let my kids, I mean, I want my kids to enjoy themselves and make friends, but baby mama believes in witchcraft and
No,
predators and
you just gotta be there. They can make friends. You just gotta be there.
right. And that's another thing. It's like, oh, such and such wants to take us and go get ice cream and go to the mall. Well, why
I
can't I
want ice
take
cream too.
look, why can't I go? Well, why can't they stay the night here? Why, like I have all these questions and I know, for people who are listening, oh, that's doing too much. But it's like,
Nah, do your thing.
I no. So all of this sex offender at registry and all of that, Lionel, I feel like I'm paranoid enough. You
Well,
know,
you can always be more paranoid. It's not paranoia if you're right.
right?
I mean, just taking that extra precaution, and I get on. Trust me, I talk to women like this. I tell them take that extra precaution. It's that serious because people pay too much attention to saying, "Oh man, people are just doing their shopping, they're just mowing their lawn." But then you look into the data, and it shows you what's happening behind closed doors, and that shit is rough.
Right. And it's like you don't like my thing is Lionel, I'm not since I'm just being honest, y'all. My mom made us aware of all of it, right?
Good.
All of it. For some reason, I struggle with that when it comes to my kids because I don't want to ruin them. I don't want to introduce them to things too fast. Like my daughter, for example. Oh, why does such and such dress like a boy? Oh, because she
How
just
old is
likes to
she?
dress. Because she just likes to dress like that.
How
You
old is
need to
she?
tell. She'll be 10 on the 30th.
Heck
Oh,
yeah, it's
you
time to tell her.
you need to tell that girl, what gay people is, and I'm looking at it like, well,
Hey,
nobody.
if you don't tell her, I guarantee her peers are saying something about it.
But see, here's the thing, though, Mr. Lounge. Some things I really don't find any harm in because I grew up seeing my aunts and cousins be homosexuals and lesbians.
This ain't the
I
same
didn't,
her no more.
and everybody keeps telling me that, and it's like, but
Listen,
bruh, it's so much to tell them now. I don't even know where to start.
just start telling them
Like,
whatever. Just start
like
telling
these
them
people.
whatever.
Every day you turn on the TV, they didn't added a new letter. No shade to the people, because like
Damn,
I got them people in my family.
I
Okay,
say
really.
that same thing.
Like, but seriously, things are changing, and I'm witnessing things. Oh, back in the day, these kids wasn't, and all I'm thinking
This
is,
ain't back
no,
in the day.
we were, we just didn't get caught, or it's just not as blatant. And like for example, the high school over here. When I was working at the school, all the moms were talking about how the girls were wearing the Celine. Y'all know who Celine is, right? They wearing the Selena bras to school. To school. And I'm thinking, man, we used to sneak and wear our regular clothes under our uniform, but bras to school? Man, please. You hid your belly ring
You sound like an old
all
lady.
whatever. But it's like, these things that the kids everything is just changed in ways that I'm still understanding and still trying to, not be harsh and judgmental, but at the same time, I gotta explain this to my kids. I have
Well,
to
See,
explain this
trust me,
to my kids.
Urban said it already, but I'm gonna add something different because even if the peers don't explain it, the internet will. I'd rather hear it from my mom before I hear it from some stranger.
Yeah, then they also deal with evolution. You know what I'm saying?
Yup.
Each generation, you have to adapt to what was going on with it. Now, in this modern generation, these kids are really extremely cognitive, where they are aware of a lot of things. So it's your responsibility as a parent to tell them. Don't be afraid. Tell them everything. Tell them about all that. Matter of fact, should your daughter in a couple more years, she gonna be reaching to the area where she gonna start, going through the body changes, having periods and stuff. So
Oh, Mr. Lounge.
instead of waiting until that happen, you probably need to start telling them about that now and about other stuff as well too.
Ugh. See, this is the part. Mm-mm. But I'm gonna say this though. That's all I'm trying to say, Lionel. It's not that we're idiots, and I can't speak for everybody, because I don't know what people are being taught and what people believe.
Nah, Vaughn, because I'm gonna make you feel some type of way. If it's not you directly, it's in general. When I'm talking to these parents, I make
Hmm.
generally these women feel some type of way because y'all know better. Y'all absolutely know better. So it does come off idiotic when they're not taking those extra precautions, especially if
Hmm.
they have daughters and whatnot. But again, even if they got sons, I'm going to let them know these little boys is from ages 10 to 11 are literally high risk factors.
Mm.
So I'm going to let them know because clearly your friends aren't letting them know and the family aren't letting them know. Clearly, I care more about these strangers than their own family do.
Hmm. Yeah, that's our responsibility as parents, man. That we always have to teach, train, and protect our children for
Hmm.
the things that they're gonna deal with. And then you can't always say that, hey, this is how the previous generation did it. No, you can't do that because
Nope.
it's different every generation.
Hmm. So you feel like when, or we'll just use me as an example, I should know about every predator within a 5 radius mile
Yep.
or 30 miles, whatever.
Or be
What?
aware of that there are predators that exist in your neighborhood. Are
Yeah.
you aware of are you aware at least of that?
Hmm.
Now keep in mind, and I'm kind of challenge you on your spiritual belief. God don't give you a spirit of fear, but what He give you.
Sound mind, love, and power.
So in that sound mind part, what was that about? Sound mind
I
deals with intelligence. It
I would
deals with
say
you making
intelligent
decision making.
wisdom.
Exactly.
Using your 5 senses, all types of, yeah.
Exactly. And part of that is that you want to be aware of what's going on around your surroundings. Now,
Mhm.
this is one of the things that I help push back on women. I actually get on my wife about this too, by the way. But since my father was in the military, he taught me to be aware of my surroundings at all times. So I'm always watching and looking. In my mindset, I'm thinking about ways that I can exit out of a situation before I even enter into the situation. But women don't think like that. But that goes to what I'm saying about the evolution of generations. It's to the point now that women have to be thinking like that too. Be thinking about situations, hypotheticals, what would happen if this would happen, and be planning a strategy of that said situation. And don't be trying to solely rely on just a man to do that. Even though we don't mind doing it, but what happen if something happens to us, God forbid? You know what I mean? Where we
Mhm.
end up getting murdered, killed, and you're by yourself. Then what you gonna do? How you gonna deal with
Right.
that predator? How you gonna deal with these challenges that's surrounding you?
Mhm. I'm gonna say this. I live in a like my whole family, literally both sides of my family, grew up in this neighborhood some type of way, And I'll be honest and say, I guess you can say I've been living in la la land and nobody will do anything or hurt my kids. Um, I can honestly say I'm big on not spending the night and stuff like that, but I never, really thought about knowing about the pedophiles in the neighborhood. And I think maybe I just didn't even want to know. Like, mm
So when I worked for the Department of Health and Human Services, right?
mhm,
We pulled up a data broker report, right? That data broker report is similar tools to what people use to docs people right, but it's more detailed. You know what I'm saying? So I
mhm,
knew on that report, the report when people try to apply for benefits like Medicaid, food stamps, different things like that, right? We knew
mhm,
who they were, we knew who their family were, we knew the neighborhood, we knew surrounding neighbors around there, we knew if them neighbors was pedophiles and all kind of stuff that pulled up on that report, and we knew about that. That's how people. When they try to apply for certain type of benefits, they get disqualified because we be knowing when people that won the lottery and held money, we be knowing what be in their bank account, all kind of stuff. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? So I'm saying all that to say that if the government do that thorough investigation to find out about people just so they can help people, what more valuable would it be for you to do the same as that thing?
mm.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, and I think it's a flex. My sister's had two boyfriends and a dude that she was just messing with, and she did a background check on every one of them before she touched them,
Dang. Now I've heard of that. I'm not gonna lie. I've heard of people doing that.
and she got that because of me.
Mm. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
But that's not generally what you hear girls doing.
Mhm.
They just, oh man, he cute. Oh man, he look like DMX from Belly.
Man, the most
Everything.
that they hey bro, the most that they would do, they'll sit up here and check and see if that dude got any type of sexual transmitted disease. That's it.
Yup, they're more worried about that than his actual history.
Let me make sure he's clean. All right, he good. All right, let's go.
So
That's not funny.
why wouldn't I call these women out for the stupid things that they're doing? Because
When it comes to their when it
they're
comes to their children, yeah.
when
Okay, I got a
yeah,
better understanding now.
they're not protecting them, and I say it all the time. They're not protecting them.
And now this circle around to what I always say that it's important for you to vet out the people. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Always important to do that.
Man, look, I ain't been liking it, okay, but spiritual journey has been showing me a lot. I just don't like it, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. It's life.
But that's to test your faith, as they would tell you,
Oh yeah, duh.
because they're showing you this is reality. So how are you going to operate in reality? Does this just make
Mm,
you stronger, or does it make you waver?
mm.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, y'all heard me say it. I've come at y'all a few times. Not urban, but you women. I'd be like, sound like your faith ain't strong enough. I'd be
This
dead
dude,
serious.
this dude, you women, and Lionel, I know you be dead serious. Good lord, you make somebody never want to admit to having wavering faith.
Because
I mean,
he doing what he's supposed to do. Earn sharpens earn. So what happened to that part? Earn sharpens earn. So it only sharpen how the way you want it to sharpen. That's how that
Hey,
goes.
no, Mr. Lars, let me tell you something. So recently, me and somebody was having a conversation about somebody who used to be, deep in the faith and in a relationship with Most High God. And long story short, it is biblical that how people say, "Oh, you're not supposed to browbeat people with the Bible and da 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 da. You're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed." So it's actually biblical that no, you don't approach the new, fresh baby Christians that way. But the folks who know better and then strayed away, that's how you are supposed to approach them. And I said, wow. Mm. There's always a loophole. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. I was like, well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do you
And
believe that if you know better, you do better?
yes, sir.
So that goes into Urban's whole thing earlier. I've heard you say this a few times. I heard the women in chat say this, but yet he's literally asking y'all, why is it that when y'all know that this dude is hurting y'all and y'all know y'all should get out of it, y'all don't? And every one
Well,
of
I'm gonna say
you,
this.
all of y'all failed the test when he did that.
You know what? Y'all can't ask me because some of these, no, seriously, some of these experiences I have truly not had, right? But if I had to, think I knew what I was talking about, just I'm gonna say two things: lack of accountability, still unsure and wanting to try, and that's all I really got because I don't see the.
But if you know better, you do better. How can you keep saying that?
I mean, because you may know, you may know to do better, Lionel, but do you really want to do better?
It's the
You know what
same
I'm
at
saying?
that point.
No, it's not
Because if you
because you
know
can.
better, then you don't do better.
Nah, because I'm gonna put it to you like this. Let's say I do this live on Sex Magic, right? Because that's gonna be my disclaimer.
Wait, sex
I'm a
magic?
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
in my
Are you gonna be
disclaimer, I'm
teaching
gonna
about sex magic?
I guess you say teaching,
And she teaching it?
showing y'all, no, not teaching about, no, see, wait, Mr. Lounge, no. I am exposing what sex magic is. Let me get that straight, okay? I'm helping folks understand, how not to get caught up in
Teach
the
your
sex
bonds.
bedroom. But
So,
listen,
so I ain't, I
in
ain't, I ain't putting up to that live. It's boring now.
in
I want to be taught sex magic.
I can't. But
Abracadabra on
no,
them boys.
I couldn't. I cannot. So my disclaimer is gonna be: don't take this information and use it for evil because you're gonna find yourself in a whirlwind of trouble, right? So people are going to hear this disclaimer. They're gonna see it going across my screen. They're gonna understand that this isn't being talked about, you know, it's shown to you so that you can do this and have fun with it. This is like a take heed, warning, knowledge. This is for your edification. This is to help build you up, you know, so that, the enemy can't tear you down in the bedroom. Okay. So some people may listen, and I pray to God not,
Not work
you
on.
know, they may listen and ignore that this is being this is to be helpful, and they can take this and they can go do evil with it.
No,
You
the devil,
understand what I'm saying?
the enemy always gets you in the bedroom.
That's
Y'all do
true.
the most wicked and y'all be cursing and everything in the bedroom. The
I'm
evil,
screaming.
the evil always gets you in the bedroom.
This
Hell,
dude.
hell, she posted earlier talking about it was cool for Jody to get them beat her down
Oh,
and get them
see?
tacos.
This girl
that
ain't
was not
bullying.
that was not sex magic. That was pure seduction.
I thought it was the same thing.
See how they
No.
rework it to benefit them? How am I supposed to know what's evil?
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm doing research right now, and I'm kind of feeling like, damn, we can't do nothing. Because apparently Tantra is witchcraft, and I like Tantra, but I mean, hey, it's witchcraft. Like, this is crazy.
Good old Christianity, sent up her demifying everything.
Urban, you gonna have to help. You
But
gonna have to
see,
help, her, bro.
Man,
I need better understanding of what makes it witchcraft when I was told Tantra is about intimacy, connecting with one another. So, what makes it evil is what I need to understand.
Look at
You know what I'm saying?
but
If
the
if
reason the reason why Christianity considered as pagan is because it goes against their fundamental belief system of having one sovereign God. Because in their particular religion, they believe in multiple gods. They have a polytheism belief system, uh, including the practice of tantra.
Mm.
So that's why they paganize it.
And make it witchery.
Yeah.
Not to make it witchery.
I mean, because I call it witchery, magic,
Not you.
whatever.
Don't
You
listen to me.
know. No, 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 no. Okay, Mr. Lounge. I mean, I'm still, gonna do my own digging because if I'm being honest with you, when it comes to the whole yoga thing, I was told several times, different sources, even, when people close to me, oh, that's witchcraft. I'm like, how? And it wasn't
That,
until something finally,
mm.
something I saw actually made me realize, oh, it is demonic,
I
so
know sex magic.
See the see
I hate you,
this
Lion.
see this particular conversation, right? And we're in with this tonight.
Oh
This
yeah, I
particular
ain't trying to change nobody. I ain't trying
look
to look. I'm sorry, Mr. Lyons. I
this
ain't trying to
this
hurt your people.
You
this
want to see
particular
sex magic?
this particular conversation is the number one reasons why I no longer associate with Christianity, because they want to demify everything to keep people under control. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just gonna be
Hmm.
I'm gonna be the straight honest.
Mhm.
I us as being Black Americans or
Uh
African
huh.
Americans, whatever you want to call it, right? Our original ancestors did not could we did not practice Christianity at our period. We practiced strictly spirituality, meaning that we was
Oh, you
connected
one of
to
them.
we no I'm being dead serious. We was
I
connected
know.
to
I'm
God.
listening.
We was connected to God, not through religion. We was connected to God through nature. That's how we understood who God was, or the Most High God was. It's through nature. And so, in order for us to get a better understanding of it, we start adding, these small, you know, many gods, you know what I'm saying, to give attributes, you know what I'm saying, like certain gods have a certain attribute to nature, and we just equate it as that. You know what I'm saying? But we understood that it's one main God, you know what I mean? But what
Mhm.
happened is that after when we got colonized, right? After when the the slave trade happened, and all the stuff there, right? These European ideology belief system infiltrated our original belief, and we end up being force fed it and saying that this the reality of the religion, which is Christianity. So Christianity ended up dominating all the religion over there in the original motherland and everything and stuff, right? Where people believe that this is the sovereign religion, sovereign God, sovereign people, and all this other stupid crap. To be quite honest, but our original belief system was strictly spirituality. That's how we
Mhm.
connected to God. We didn't have to um read no Bible. We did have sacred texts and stuff, right? We did practice, certain type of rituals and stuff too, but it wasn't considered as pagan and nothing like that. The term pagan came from a Christian ideology. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. But that's the reason why, like, to be honest with you, I don't associate myself with Christianity, because modern day Christianity, they want to demify everything. Every little thing that you do, that people do, they want to demify it. They say voodoo and hoodoo is demonic. They say witchcraft is demonic. Everything you do is demonic. Beyonce
It's
demonic.
black.
Everybody demonic. Lionel demonic just for thinking the way he do. You know what I'm saying? It
Mhm.
was weird.
I mean, okay. Never mind. You right. I'm gonna leave you and your channel alone. I'm sorry. Because y'all, whoo, they gonna be striking lives up on me tomorrow.
But yeah, I mean that's the reason why I'm in the space time right now. Now I could talk to anyone who's religious, and even have a religious belief system, because I understand it. I know why people converted to these belief system, because
Mhm.
the reason why is because people want to look for something that's bigger than themselves. They want to look for purpose, and they
Right.
find purpose and fulfillment in these certain religious belief system. It offers that to them. And so I understand that concept. So that's why, in a way, I don't knock it. But when it start coming to these rules and regulations, then you want to say per se that, your belief system better than everybody else, then that's where I draw the line and tell like, nah, bro. Yeah, y'all religion ain't
I
what you
mean,
think it is, so
is it? Can I? Ain't no can I. I'm gonna say this. So listen, is it? Can we call out the fact that there are? Um. Okay, so I'm gonna give it to you like this. Do you remember when I used to do the lives with Miss Mimi and Too Strong, and I would say, "Oh, I like my crystals and I like my sage." You remember that?
mm-hmm.
And you know, um, all of that, right? So when I had my rose quartz, and it was beautiful, my rose quartz, I would use it. I would literally lay on my bed and put it on my chest because I had bad, bad, bad anxiety, y'all. Like
Mm-hmm.
it felt like something was like literally moving inside of my chest, right?
Oh,
So
appreciate you, Lionel.
okay, Lionel. Um, I didn't see any in the. I just did not see the harm in that. Oh, it's my crystal. It helps with my anxiety. But you're supposed to pray when you have anxiety, right? But if I'm not praying and giving my, what does the Bible say? Cast your fears and anxieties onto me. I was giving it to the crystal. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like people, we as people, we idolize things and we replace certain things and, beliefs and all this kind of stuff before God. So that's why it's like, oh, that's demonic and that's evil. Because, some people, find themselves worshiping these, false idols. It's like I could have been in here, oh, crystals, crystal salt. I'm gonna buy this crystal for wealth and I'm gonna buy this crystal for fertility. You know, some people do that. And when I'm gonna say for me, I understand that, especially when I am reading the Bible and I'm recognizing that people worship false idols for whatever reason. So it's like I understand why they're like, that's witchcraft,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what people did. They took, and even, recently I learned, well, Aaron had a whole vest made out of crystals, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
God gave it to him so he could hear this and know that and woo woo woo. But it's like once people started taking crystals and worshiping them, and now, oh, you can hear the gods through the crystal or whatever they was doing, that's when it became something that wasn't of the most high God. You're giving accolades to false idols. And I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Lounge, with the whole, oh, they want to demonize everything. Because, like I said, I'm struggling with some things spiritually, right? But it's like I understand it. It's up to me to make that my way of thinking, and understanding and, like live by that. And it's like once you understand where it comes from, you just kind of connect it to and be like, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so even with all that and I understand that concept too. Even with all of that, when people use like crystals or they use tarot cards or whatever rituals that they do, right? They do that as a placebo effect. You know what I'm saying? Because some people haven't got that as I say, spiritual aware of that you could go directly to the source. You know what I mean? You go directly to the source code. Some people have to go around the block to get to the actual source code. You know what I mean? This is the whole concept
Mm-hmm.
about the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit concept. You know what I'm saying? The Trinity, where people believe that you got to go through this whole entire hierarchy to ultimately to get to the source code, which is God. But when you end up becoming aware of that, right? Then you understand that you don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to go to God no more to do that. Like even right now in the Bible, like and I shared this before in the book of Hebrews, Jesus was saying, well, where the writer of Hebrews was saying that Jesus was the ultimate priest, he was the ultimate sacrifice, and he was giving the example that in the beginning in the Old Testament, the children of Israel had to set up the one camp and set up the tabernacle, the tent and stuff, and that was their particular placebo effect to get to the Most High God. Even though the Most High God was already there, present, they had to do all this stuff just to get to Him. You know what I'm saying? And so in the book, it explains that after when Jesus had made His ultimate sacrifice for all our sins, right? You no longer have to do that. You no longer have to sacrifice for sins, nor you don't need to have to use Christ to get to God. Jesus Christ was the example to give you to understand that you don't have to pass through him to get to God. You can just go directly to the source. So I'm saying all that to say that that's the same thing with when people be using all this other stuff like crystals and stuff like that, is that they haven't got to they awakening point that they necessarily don't need these things in order to get connected to the source code. You know what I'm saying? They don't need these things so much, so they just currently use it at that moment. It's I another example too. It's like when children when children start to learn how to walk right. At first, when they start to learn how to walk, they always grab their parents by the hand and they have the fear of falling. And so what they do, they'll grab the parents' hand and they'll hold the parents' hand so they won't fall, or they'll learn to hold on to something so they won't fall. But eventually, they're going to fall. But afterwards, right after when they fall a couple of times, a million times, or whatever, guess what? They start getting up, right, and they start walking by themselves. And that's the whole concept what I'm telling you about that placebo effect. It started off with them holding hands or whatever, but eventually they start going off on their own. And that's how I realize in that spirituality belief is that eventually you start going off on your own. Even in First Corinthians, when Paul said that when I was a child, I walked as a child, I spoke as a child, and I understood as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. What he was saying is that it was the same thing for him. He had this placebo effect with God. You know what I'm saying? Where he had to do all these certain things, this sort of ritualistic thing to understand the concept about God and understand the concept about love. But when he got this awakening up about that, he no longer had to do that stuff anymore. You know what I mean? He was connected to the source. And so that's all I'm saying about all that is that um people preferably in the Christian belief system, they still have that placebo effect, thinking that you got to do all this stuff to connect to God, and if people don't do that, then they're wrong, they're out of order. When that's not true at all.
Mm. I'm gonna say this. I don't know about that one statement about not having to go through Jesus. Now I don't believe that, but okay.
Yeah, you don't like that. That's the whole point about in the Christian Bible. That's the whole point about Jesus' ministry. That it wasn't the point that you sit up here using Jesus and you worshiping Jesus stuff, because he was said he was tell you to worship the Father and not him. You know what I'm saying? Because the Father is even greater
Hmm.
than him. Even when he fast and pray, he didn't pray to himself. He prayed to the Father. He went directly to the
Right.
source, and he
That's
even
true.
taught his disciples to do the same as that thing. You don't pray to me, you pray to God. Pray directly to the source.
Right. Yeah. That's true. That did happen, but I still don't know about that. But look, Miss Miles, I'm gonna let you go because we've been up here a long time. Lionel done left,
Yeah, so
and
this been a 6 hour and 36 minute show, and I'm clipping the hell out of this. I'm not going to lie no more this week.
hey,
Thank you.
you did your thing. You did your thug thistle. Okay, just don't clip me. But I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
I
Um,
appreciate the great conversation.
no, seriously, great show. I really did enjoy it. And good night, Miss Lounge. Take care.
Good night, good morning. Um, thank each and every last one of y'all for tuning in to this 6 hour live. I appreciate y'all a whole lot. Appreciate y'all a whole lot. I appreciate all the panelists that came up today, Lionel Vance and Queen as well too. Appreciate y'all pulling up and blessing us with y'all present like always, y'all. Those of y'all who not sub up to the channel, make sure you sub up so you get the notifications when we do have thought provoking conversations. All right. Shout out to everyone who's in the chat as well too. Shout out to y'all that y'all stayed up this long, all the way up to the morning, putting up with urban shenanigans and stuff, right? Appreciate y'all a whole lot for doing that as well too. Appreciate my moderators, and that is about it, y'all. So other than that, y'all have a great and wonderful night, and we'll see you again on the next episode. Peace out, y'all.